All righty, ladies and gentlemen. Had to take a real quick break there after talking with our sponsor from the 8:30 to 9 o'clock hour, Krista Kuhn, with Folklore Pizza and Bistro, Steel Hollow Estates, and Mountain State Awards and Graphics. They are busy working on getting set up over at the information booth to our left. The information booth will open up today at 10 a.m., so just a little over a half hour away from the information booth opening. They'll be open till 6 p.m. They'll open 10 to 6 each and every day of the festival, today, Friday, and Saturday. If you happen to be tuning in while I was on a break there, slamming a Bravocado sandwich, a breakfast sandwich from Backwood Ramblings, got to thank them again for keeping me fed and warm with good hot coffee. You may have seen some royalty out off in the distance. I do believe Miss Black Walnut Festival, Lake and Campbell, was getting some pictures taken, and then a couple more young ladies with tiaras on were meeting out there with her as well. So we did have some royalty walking by. Hopefully I'll get a chance to bring Lake and Campbell, our queen for this year's festival, on at some point over the next couple of days. I know that's a busy thing to be doing, which is reigning over a festival. But one of the things that's going to be happening that we will be covering is the official Queen's coronation. Lake and Campbell will be crowned this evening on the main stage at the front of Church Street. That begins at 6 o'clock p.m. sharp. And we will cover that live on Facebook and YouTube, so hang with us throughout the evening. Had some issues with some software. Had to shut down the stream for a little bit. I do apologize for getting the last part of my interview with Krista Kuhn knocked off the air. I did not recognize that until the end. Hopefully, most of the information was given. And we will be covering not weather permitting. The weather is going to be great. That's one thing we don't have to worry about today. And hopefully for the rest of this week is great weather. As you can see right now on your screen, it is beautiful, sunny. It is chilly right now, but it's going to be low 70s with a breeze. It's going to be perfect weather for walking around this festival. And there is a lot to be happened in this festival. You can walk all the way down to the Armory. That's a buzz right behind us at Heritage Park. Up here on the courthouse lawn, over on the back parking lot where the carnival is taking place. So many things going on. Now, I don't know if you want to walk all the way out to the Lick Fork Barn at Roane County High School, but, I mean, maybe you're feeling it. Maybe you want to do that. Maybe you want to prep for this Sunday morning 5K nut run, and you want to get some steps in. That's all well and good as well. So tonight at 6 p.m., it will be the Queen's coronation, and we want to thank the City of Spencer for letting us be a part of this festival. Tonight at 6 p.m., we are going to go to the main stage, and our very own WVRC employee and sideline reporter, Miss Emma Sloan, is going to be the master of ceremonies up there on the stage. We're going to mic her up. She's totally used to that at this point, and Emma is going to run us through the Queen's coronation. So very happy to see that she not only is an employee of ours here at WVRC, obviously she is someone who has participated in pageants. She has been reigning as Miss Parkersburg Homecoming since she won that title recently. So she's no stranger to pageants and coronations, and she will be the master of ceremonies for that entire event at 6 p.m. tonight. That's kind of the crowning achievement, no pun intended, of Thursday evening. Following that is going to be the big concert on the main stage. The Kentucky Headhunters will take the stage at 7:30 p.m. tonight. Do apologize. Got a frog in my throat. Lots of talking yesterday. Started it out about 8 o'clock in the morning, went all through the day, broadcast a middle school Junior Black Walnut Bowl. What a game it was last night for the Junior Black Walnut Bowl. Spencer Middle School and Madison Middle School, two 5-0 undefeated teams. And it was a good ball game. Madison Middle School ended up taking the trophy all the way back down to Boone County with them. And then I went back to work last night at the station, had some things I had to get done. and finally shut it down at about 12:30 this morning, and right back here I am. So the voice is, although not the strongest it's ever been, it will still continue to carry throughout the day today. We've got a lot on tap today. Going to go through the entirety of the schedule for Thursday once again. I want to thank, of course, our sponsors so far today. Getting Piggy with it 304. Got a chance to talk bright and early this morning with Jason Miles Bennett. He is over there working that Goliath smoker right now. He's got all sorts of stuff. Part of that is 11 o'clock today is when the food court will open. I wanted to remind everybody that that is coming. And then we got a chance to talk, of course, with Krista Kuhn from Folklore Pizza and Bistro. They're open throughout the festival out there on Steel Hollow. Coming up next here in about a half hour, we've got a full hour of Faith Baptist Church and Faith Christian Academy. So we're going to have representatives of both the church and the school out there on Arnoldsburg Road. And then at 11 o'clock, we've got Roan General Hospital. Going to send some people over to talk with us. Got a little break throughout the afternoon, and at that point, I'm probably going to do some mobile lives. I'm going to try to walk around, not just the food court. I'm going to try to walk around down at Heritage Park. Hopefully the service holds. Now, that is always the one thing that's kind of difficult. When you're going mobile, you're kind of at the whim of the hotspot wireless access on your phone. So hopefully I can get it around town, and maybe even if I have a chance to, walk down to the Armory and see what's going on down there. That's one thing we just have not been able to do until this year. We've always wanted to figure out a way to go mobile and see everything that the festival has to offer. So maybe, just maybe, we'll get down to the Armory as well today. We're going to check in live on the radio here in just a little bit, and that's when we will go through the entire list of events that are taking place here on this Thursday of the Walnut Festival. One thing I wanted to continue to remind people, if you're out there and you're watching, we are doing a giveaway of a children's book. The local former Roane County resident, Cassie Ashley, has sent 5 copies of her children's book, West Virginia, Your Home to Me. And I am going to be doing giveaways on trivia questions about the state of West Virginia. So you got to be a little bit brushed up on your West Virginia history. And I'm going to do a trivia giveaway today. I've got 5 books to give away. I'm going to do a couple giveaways tomorrow and a couple more on Saturday. And I'll do one giveaway this afternoon. So be prepared for that. You can win a free copy of West Virginia, Your Home to Me. It is a children's book, and it was written by the author Cassie Ashley, who is a former Roane County resident. And you can see the cover of the book there on the screen. So looking forward to getting a chance to give that away. Folks, make sure that you send us messages on the comment section of the videos. We always like to hear from people, no matter what, about the Walnut Festival. What is your favorite memory of the festival? What's your favorite food? It doesn't matter. Just send us messages. We enjoy hearing from you, knowing that you're tuning in. If you have any questions about anything that is taking place during the 71st Walnut Festival, send us a message. You want to know when it is, where it is, how much it costs, all that stuff. We'll go through it throughout the day as well. Really, the only thing that costs money is the carnival that you need to think about, other than the food prices. And I'm not even going to go through. There's too many food vendors for that. Big day today, though, at the festival. Again, 9 a.m. is when everything got started just about a half hour ago. The Spencer Armory is abuzz with the craft show. Also, the flea market on the gravel lot, the Ag 4-H and FFA exhibits, and the art and photography show exhibits are down at the Spencer Armory. Right now, as officially 3 minutes ago, they are accepting the entries for the Black Walnut Festival Bake-Off. That is directly over behind us at City Hall. So if you are wanting to get your entry for a bake-off in, that is between right now 9:30 and 10:30 a.m. So you got to get them over there quickly. They will hand out the results at 1 p.m. today for the bake-off. And again, that will all be done at the City Hall. At 10 a.m. here in less than a half hour, the information booth to our left is going to be open. That's where you can get all of your merchandise. As we talked with Krista Kroon, Mountain State Awards and Graphics providing all the T-shirts and the sweatshirts, the hoodies, all that stuff. And then also they have all the Black Walnut Festival merchandise over there, including your flags, your wind socks, all of the trinkets and all the valuables, the specials, and of course the collectible Fiesta Wear coffee mugs each and every year. I forgot to ask Krista what the color was this year, but I'll find out from somebody what the color is this year for the collectible Fiesta Wear mugs. And they have all sorts of stuff right there at the information booth that will open here officially in 25 minutes. Also, 10 a.m. In about 25 minutes, down at the Armory, the Chainsaw Artists, the Mason-Dixon boys, are going to be slinging the wood chips. I guess that's what you call that. Also, at the community building, the marketplace with food and beverage is open. The flower show down at the community building, open 10 to 7 today. If you want to head out to the 4-H FFA Livestock Show, that begins at 11 o'clock over at the Paul Cummings Memorial Barn on Lick Fork. Ox roast sandwiches will be available starting at 11 o'clock today. Just go over to the Hungry Moose restaurant and see Hunter and the crew. And I already had one of those yesterday. So good. The ox roast sandwiches back once again, and they're available all week instead of just Friday and Saturday this time. Also at 11 a.m., the food court will open. All of the vendors will be ready to serve you all the food that you want. Grandpa Cratchit is back this year for 3 shows a day, starting today, 1 p.m., 3 p.m., and 5 p.m., so plan on bringing the kids down for those wonderful shows. That'll take place today, tomorrow, and on Friday. The pickleball tournament this year is held down at Washington Park. That will be a 6 p.m. start. You can go down there at 5 p.m. for warm-ups for the pickleball tournament. And, of course, as we mentioned, the Queen's Coronation taking the stage at 6 p.m. tonight. We'll cover that live on our YouTube and Facebook channels, and then the Kentucky Headhunters rounding out the evening on day number 2 of the festival at 7:30 p.m. Going to break away here for just a second. Got to take care of some housekeeping business. And then we're going to go live on the radio station as well. And we'll run through, once again, the schedule of events on the radio as well. Stay tuned. Well, thank you very much, Will. What we've got going on is great weather in Spencer, West Virginia for the 71st Annual West Virginia Black Walnut Festival. Now, for those of us that got here really, really early, it was really, really cold, and that's a good sign because as the sun starts to rise into the sky here, the weather continues to get better and better. As Will said, nearing 50 degrees, but it's going to be in the low 70s very shortly as the festival second day starts to get going. It is a beautiful day for the festival here in downtown Spencer, West Virginia. Want to thank all of our sponsors who have joined us the last few days already. We've got another one coming up at the 10 o'clock hour in Faith Baptist Church and Faith Christian Academy. That'll be 10 and 10:30. But we've got some free time here, and on the radio, I wanted to run down the schedule of events for people who may not know exactly what is taking place today. So if you're driving around in your vehicle and you are thinking, what in the world is happening today at the festival, here you go. 9 a.m., just about 30 minutes ago, everything got going down at the Spencer Armory building. The craft show, the flea market, the agriculture 4-H and FFA exhibits, and the art and photography show exhibits all are open now down at the Spencer Armory building. Those will be open until 7 p.m. Right now until 10:30, so you've got less than an hour if you want to get your bake-off entries into the bake-off, and that will be at Spencer City Hall. So the building right behind where I'm sitting at Church and Court Street, the municipal building, that is where you're going to send your bake-off entries. You've got 45 minutes to put those in, and the results will be listed at 1 p.m. today. 10 a.m., so less than 15 minutes from now, the information booth will be open, and that's right beside me on Church Street. And again, the information booth not only is there to provide information, but it will also be where you can get all of your official merchandise for the West Virginia Black Walnut Festival. Again, Mountain State Awards and Graphics are going to be selling the T-shirts, the hoodies, the sweatshirts, whatever you're looking for. They've also got all of the Black Walnut Festival memorabilia. They also have the wind socks and the flags for the West Virginia Black Walnut Festival. The Fiesta Wear mugs, the collectible mugs, are there for sale. And again, those things run out very quickly. That's at 10 a.m., so less than 15 minutes when that opens up. Speaking of opening up, the marketplace, the food and beverage carts down at the community building open at 10 o'clock. Those will be going until 7 p.m. as well. 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. down at the Armory once again. The Mason-Dixon boys, the chainsaw artists, will be slinging a lot of the wood chips off of their chainsaws, and that's down at the Armory starting at 10 a.m. They'll go until 6 p.m. Also, the flower show taking place from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. today down at the community building as well. A lot of action taking place up at the at the Paul Cummings Memorial Barn over on Lick Fork. 4-H and FFA Livestock Show taking place today. That begins at 11 o'clock. If you are a fan of the festival, then you know about the ox roast sandwiches. The ox roast sandwiches traditionally have only been sold on Friday and Saturdays, but now with the Hungry Moose restaurant taking over, they started selling the ox roast sandwiches yesterday, and they sold a ton of them. I was assured by Darren Cook with the Hungry Moose that they had plenty of meat for the ox roast sandwiches. Those will be sold today at the Hungry Moose restaurant. So if you're looking for ox roast sandwiches, you don't have to wait. You can come down and get them. If you're not looking for ox roast but you're hungry, 11 a.m. is when the festival food court opens here today. They'll be open all through the day into the evening. At 9 p.m. is when they'll slow down. The Grandpa Cratchit Show back at the festival once again this year. 3 shows today, 1 p.m., 3 p.m., and 5 p.m. There are 2 sessions today of the carnival, 1 p.m. to 5 p.m., and then 6 p.m. to close. We'll talk about, if you join us on Facebook and YouTube, about all the pricing for the wristbands and for the ticket sales. I do know the ticket sales at least are $25 for 20 tickets and $1.50 per individual ticket. I believe today wristbands are $20 for both sessions of the carnival. If you're looking to get some exercise, the pickleball tournament taking place at Washington Park. 5 p.m. is the warm-ups, and 6 p.m. is when they will start the pickleball tournament. The big cap-off here today is the crowning of Miss Black Walnut Festival 2025, Lakin Campbell. That will be on the main stage on Church Street at 6 p.m. We will cover that live on our Facebook and YouTube channels for those of you who cannot make it down to town for the Queen's coronation. And then the night will cap off with a big festival concert on the main stage at 7:30 p.m. The Kentucky Headhunters will take the stage, live music, all sorts of stuff going on here for day 2 of the West Virginia Black Walnut Festival. Again, folks, we will stay live on our YouTube and Facebook channel, so if you want, join us there. If you have any questions about what is happening, where it's happening, and when it is taking place here at the festival, you can send us a message on the comments section of the videos. Until then, I'm going to send it back up to the studio to Will to continue to run some music, and I'll stay live down here at the 71st Annual West Virginia Black Walnut Festival. And a good morning to all of you out there in Facebook and YouTube land. Got some very exciting news. I don't know if you saw them again in the corner of the screen, but our 71st Annual West Virginia Black Walnut Festival Queen, Miss Lakin Campbell, and some of her court, they are walking around the courthouse square. Had a chance to talk to the Black Walnut Festival pageant coordinator, Leslie White. And it has been confirmed that we will have Lakin Campbell live on our YouTube and Facebook channel this morning about 11:15. So plan for that about 11:15. We're going to get 2025 Miss Black Walnut Festival Queen Lakin Campbell. She'll be with us here in our little tent set up at the corner of Court and Church Streets. So we're going to get an interview with that young lady and talk about the pageant and what is on tap for her for the next year as she will reign as queen of this festival, the 71st Annual Black Walnut Festival, and then, of course, we'll be continuing to represent the festival in many other festivals as well. So we are into day number 2. It is officially 10 o'clock now. And that means a lot of cool things happening. Of course, the chainsaw artists are going at it now down at the Armory, down behind us, the community building. I see it's a buzz with action. At 10 a.m. is when the marketplace food and beverage is open, as well as the flower show down there at the city building, or sorry, not the city building, but Heritage Park building. And then at City Hall, I was walking toward the post office, and I saw numerous people, numerous people walking up the little side hill there, and they were bringing baked goods with them. So the bake-off is going strong here. Entries accepted for the next half hour for the bake-off, and then that is going to be closed off at 10:30 today, and they will announce the results of that at 1 p.m. today. So many things getting started now here at the 10 o'clock hour. And, of course, at 9 o'clock, lots of other stuff already starting to get going. Of course, the Spencer Armory is a huge hub of activity throughout the festival each and every year. They've got the craft show going on today, the flea market going on, the Ag 4-H FFA exhibits, the art photography show exhibits. The chainsaw artist is down there, the Mason-Dixon boys, of course. And, of course, that also will be a hub of activity for a couple of other things going on down at the Armory. Starting officially tomorrow, they are doing a motorsports and tractor display. Now, one of the things they have down there, and if you've been by the Armory building, the front lawn is covered right now with Coyote equipment. And that is due to the fact that Shamblin Brothers Farm Supply has brought a plethora of tractors and things like that for people to come down and look at and, heck, maybe purchase it if you're looking for it. But they've got a lot of cool stuff. Also, some motorsports stuff is going to be down there. Motorsports means a lot of things too, folks. So it's going to be a cool addition to the festival this year that we have not had in years past. Speaking of that, a cornmeal grinder is going to be set up tomorrow down at the Heritage Park area, the Casto and Harris lot. They're going to be grinding fresh cornmeal, and I assume that's for sale tomorrow and on Saturday as well. We were talking earlier today, and I wanted to mention once again, I do have 5 of these books that you'll see on your screen available for giveaway. I'm going to do some trivia questions about the history of West Virginia by the Roane County native Cassie Ashley. She has written a children's book called West Virginia, Your Home to Me. Again, it is a children's book, so easily digestible, easily readable with parents and their youngsters, and something for early readers to continue to practice with. It's a beautiful book, well illustrated, as you can see the front cover there, and it is so well done. These books, by the way, are on Amazon for purchase. So if you go to Amazon and you look for the title author or the title of the book, you can find those books on sale at Amazon. They are also most recently in the library opportunities down at, or sorry, I should say up at Stonewall Resort. And so those are offering, and I think that she is trying to get these books at the Tamarack. If she doesn't already have them, she's trying to work on that. So if you would like to support Cassie Ashley, former Roane County resident, and of course, this is one way to do it. Go on Amazon, buy the books, and support her. But on top of that, I have 5 of them to give away. She's been so gracious to let us give these away. I'm going to give away 1 book this afternoon, and then 2 more tomorrow, 2 more on Saturday. And so stay tuned, be listening in. I'm going to do a trivia question live on the radio at some point this afternoon. It's going to be West Virginia history based, and of course the only way to win is to come down here to my vantage point on the corner of Church and Court Street into my tent, and you have to answer the question right in front of my face. And if you answer it correctly and you're the first one to get here, then I will hand you one of those books from Cassie Ashley. Speaking of books and speaking of authors, we have a great, hey, how's it going? Hey, congratulations on the job here. Hey, awesome. Anyways, I'm seeing people, by the way, folks. I'm seeing people while I'm talking. There is a West Virginia author, and it is a former Roane County resident in Dr. Rustin Moore. He is doing a book signing event on Friday and on Saturday of the festival. So that's kind of a neat thing. And, of course, he was known as Rusty back in the day. He is a Spencer High School graduate, and what a career he has had. He is the current veterinary medicine college dean at Ohio State University. And he is going to be selling and signing his books on Friday and Saturday. Friday, noon to 5 here in the Courthouse Square, and Saturday, 8 to 5. The book is called Unleashing the Bond, Harnessing the Power of Human-Animal Interactions. Again, Dr. Rustin Moore, who is the Dean of Veterinary Medicine at Ohio State University. Again, Spencer High School graduate as well. So that'll be a cool thing. Speaking of literature and speaking of books, that is taking place here at the West Virginia Black Walnut Festival. We're into the 10 o'clock hour, and our 10 o'clock hour sponsor, well, 10 to 10:30, is Faith Baptist Church. And I'm going to try to get a hold of somebody from Faith Baptist Church to see if they're going to make it down here. Okay, so I had a message sent out there to Pastor Justin Simmons, and if somebody happens to know Justin, try to get a hold of him. Tell him that they are on the clock would be the best word I could put for it. It is our sponsor for this half hour is Faith Baptist Church, and again in the next half hour, it is Faith Christian Academy. So they are the sponsor of the next full hour of content, both on the radio and of course, on our Facebook and YouTube live streams. Going to go take a look here while we've got a few minutes. We're going to take a look at all of the food booths that are here. And again, if you want a better understanding of the food booths, check our YouTube channel, because we went around yesterday, mobile, and viewed all the food booths. Actually talked to a few of them. Love talking to the food vendors as well. They are the ones who feed the masses, generally speaking, here at the festival. Of course, the funnel cakes are here, and if they ever go away, I don't know what anybody is going to do. The funnel cakes are a staple, a long-time staple, right on front near Main Street in Spencer. Funnel cakes are here. The ton of taters are here, and a ton of taters. It's the ones where you roll them out somehow. They slice them and roll them out, and they're long, and you can put all sorts of wonderful goodies on top of them. DeRusso's Italian sausage is here. That may be the thing I eat for lunch today. I'm still not quite sure where I'm going for lunch today, but I think it may be DeRusso's Italian sausage. Talked to the Huskies ice cream guys there yesterday, and, of course, they are your home for black walnut ice cream and pumpkin ice cream. They also have a bunch of milkshakes available for people. So they are here. Gill's Pit Beef is here. They were showing me yesterday on their smoker. They had the smoked turkey going. They had some beef going. They had some chicken going. It's just so good. Their sandwiches are so good. Speaking of that, I had a chance to talk again this morning with Jason Miles Bennett with Getting Piggy With at 304, and he was talking about loving Gill's Pit beef sandwiches. So, again, all those people are wonderful to each other. They work well together, and they see each other. They run in circles when it comes to fairs and festivals and events like that. But, again, Getting Piggy With 304, the big Gladiator, not Gladiator, I got to remember what that smoker is called again. It is a big smoker that Jason has now, and he is doing brisket. He is doing pulled pork again. He's going to be doing some chicken quarters, chicken thigh dinners. I believe that is tomorrow. He's got all the sides as well, the smoked mac and cheese, the hash brown casseroles. He's got it all, baked beans, everything. JoJo's Tacos is back again this year. Joelle and Greenlee, we were able to talk with yesterday. They have so many cool things going on. They have expanded their operation as well. They now have two taco trucks. They've got the main truck here on Market Street, and then for the Majorette Festival on Saturday, they have their smaller truck out there. They're going to do a special smoked pork nachos or tacos, I think, smoked pork tacos for the festival this year. And, of course, they have their main stuff, which is their beef and chicken tacos and their nachos and all sorts of stuff. They are known for their slushies. They've got all that stuff to serve you. That donut place is here. They serve those mini donuts. They're soft and light, as fluffy as air, and you can get them all sorts of toppings on those. Listen, don't think you're going to get healthy this week, because that's not the deal. The Bloomin' Onion and Fried Veggie Cart is here once again this year, as they always are, as is the Angus Philly, the Gyros, and the Angus Tails. These places are long-time staples at the festival. The hot dog stand, the corn dog stand, the pizza by the slice, meatball subs, and calzones, all here again. And, of course, the Chinese food truck is here. I had Chinese yesterday, just like it always was. So good that family has continued the legacy, and they are back here. Some of the fresher places who have only been here for a couple years, Bayou Classics is here again. Didn't get a chance to talk to the Bayou Classics people yesterday. They were busy. Hopefully I can poke my head in today if I do get a chance to go mobile. They are here once again, and that's Cajun food. They're the ones that have the shrimp po' boys, the jambalaya, the gumbo. They've got those armadillo eggs. They've got all sorts of great stuff, the shrimp, mac and cheese, everything you would ever want from Bayou Classics is here. Again, the Chef Shack hibachi chicken stuff. This is a place that was down at the Armory, and they have moved up in the world to the Main Streets area, and they have hibachi chicken, interesting stuff for the Chef Shack. And here is a brand new food truck this year for the first time, Off the Hook by Shuckers. They are seafood based. Talked with them yesterday, the owner. They have a brick and mortar building in the St. Albans area, and they have expanded to food trucks, and they have brought that here with them. So they've got some really cool stuff if you want to get some seafood, some fresh seafood here at the West Virginia Black Walnut Festival. If you're looking for simple ice cream, Baskin-Robbins has brought a food truck here, and so you can get 31 flavors at least of ice cream here for that. Also, if you're looking, by the way, I mentioned a little bit yesterday, Gibson Goodies. Those are the ones who have the fudge people, and they are here. They are not on the Market Street area, but they are here, as well as Sanger Farms. Sanger Farms down at the Spencer Armory. So the fudge and the Sanger Farms pulled pork, chili, hot dogs, All that stuff is down at the Armory, so you can get fed anywhere in the festival. You don't have to be here in the Courthouse Square. You can be anywhere within earshot, and you can get fed here at the West Virginia Black Walnut Festival. Again, want to thank our sponsor for this half hour of content, Faith Baptist Church. Hopefully we can get a chance to talk with Pastor Justin Simmons, not only about the church and what they have done, and just from the beginnings, the humble beginnings of a church with no building to what they have now, not only a church building, but they have expanded. They also are sponsoring the next half hour with Faith Christian Academy, a school. And that's something very interesting. A private school to start up is not an easy thing to do, and they have been extremely successful with that. Lots going on here at the festival. Again, if you would like, please, if you don't mind, share this video. The more eyes, the better it is for us here at WVRC. And, of course, the better it is to get the information about the festival out. Beautiful day here at the 71st Festival. Also, personally, we are doing a drive for 10,000. What that means is we are trying to amass 10,000 followers on Facebook, and we are trying to get 10,000 subscribers on our YouTube channel. If you're familiar with what we do on YouTube and Facebook, we are very much involved in sports in Roane County. We do a whole bunch of streams, and we also do live coverage, live remotes on our Facebook and YouTube channels. We do just about anything. We're there right now on Facebook and YouTube. We're trying to expand our coverage to multiple schools for sports. Of course, we revealed last year Calhoun County Sports. They're going strong this year. Did a broadcast last night of middle school football. This year, during the fall season, we announced that we are covering now Wirt County and Clay County sports. Those have been extremely successful. We have another big announcement to make very, very soon, folks, about our expansion opportunities for sports in West Virginia. We're going to make an actual announcement about that really soon as we continue to try to expand our coverage and what we are able to provide communities in West Virginia. But we're providing for the festival here today. Don't forget, folks, in about an hour we are going to have Miss Black Walnut Festival, and that is Lakin Campbell. She's walking around with some of the other Queen's Court members would be the case. Hopefully we get to talk to a bunch of them. We do know that about at 11:15 we are going to have Lakin Campbell, Miss Black Walnut Festival here at our tent, and we're going to have her live on YouTube and Facebook. We're going to interview her. And other than that, folks, a lot of things going on. Day number 2, again, the city workers are still working hard. I want to thank all of the city workers. If you happen to see any of the city workers in high visibility orange shirts or high visibility yellow shirts, make sure you just say thank you to them in passing. You don't have to bug them, but just go up and say, hey, thank you for all you guys do. They are the ones that make this whole thing go. They have been working so unbelievably hard, and they continue to do that throughout the festival. And they are the ones who are setting up the stuff. They'll be the ones who, after the festival closes out, will be working hard late into the night and through Monday, shutting everything down. It'll be like there wasn't even anything that happened. And really, there will be 50,000 people in the town of Spencer throughout the next 5 days. Going to take a break real quick here. Be back in just a sec. All righty, ladies and gentlemen, I am back. Sorry for the delay. I realize that it's still cold enough in my booth because the sun is coming up behind me that I still needed more coffee. So I made the quick trip across Main Street, dropped in on Taylor and her crew at Backwood Ramblings. Oh my gosh, they are packed in there. And at the time, the Queen's Court was inside there taking pictures and getting some coffee drinks. And again, very excited that we will be joined by Miss Black Walnut Festival 2025, reigning over the 71st Black Walnut Festival, and that is Lakin Campbell. So her whole crew was there, and of course I made sure to mention that is one of the best places in Spencer to stop and eat or get something to drink. And again, she will be with us at about 11:15 this morning, so just about an hour away from talking with the Queen. And it'll be official this evening at 6 p.m. They will have the Queen's coronation on the main stage at the front of Church Street, just off of Main Street. That's where the main stage is. And that's going to be at 6 p.m., we will be covering that live on our Facebook and our YouTube channels. And on top of that, we do have some WVRC flavor that's going to be on the stage. The Master of Ceremonies and the announcer for that event is going to be our very own Miss Emma Sloan, who is an employee at the station, who is our sideline reporter for Roane County football, and who is also a pageant queen herself. And she is the current reigning Miss Parkersburg Homecoming Queen. So she is going to be emceeing that event. At 6 p.m., we'll be covering that again live. And then at 7:30 p.m., the Kentucky Headhunters will take the main stage this evening. They're already on the stage. I just walked by and saw Brent Wilson and the rest of the crew. They're working hard to get the stage set up. They're going to be doing sound checks just a little later this afternoon. So things are going to be buzzing very, very quickly. I've been around town already, and although right here where I'm sitting is kind of Church and Court Street, not a whole lot of activity here. There is a ton of activity down at Heritage Park Community Building, down over at the Armory. There is tons of activity going on. And, of course, already at the food court, people are getting ready. The food court is about to open here in about 35 minutes. I do want to thank our sponsor for this next hour, the whole hour of 10 to 11 o'clock of content. Very excited. I did get a chance to message Pastor Justin Simmons, so he will be with us in just a few moments to discuss Faith Baptist Church, Faith Christian Academy, both, and I'm very excited to get a chance to talk with him. Of course, a Roane County resident himself, and I'm sure he has some exciting things about the festival that he enjoys as well. They are, by the way, at Faith Baptist Church, they are the host of Friday night's Gospel Sing. Again, that is at 7 p.m. on Friday night, and I want to make sure I get the correct musical acts in that. So Friday nights at 7 p.m. out at Faith Baptist Church, you're going to have Mike Upright, the Brighter Side Quartet, and David and Sheila Bowen. I'm surprised I have yet to see David Bowen running wild around town here and putting up flyers for that event. He is always very active. I know, without a doubt, I am going to see David Bowen in town at some point, moving and shaking and putting up signs for that event. So I'm looking forward to that. They also have the Sunday Gospel Sing Sunday afternoon at 1 p.m. That's going to have the Cousins for Christ, Tracy Miller, Ron Shamblin, and David and Sheila Bowen again. So it's going to be a full weekend of gospel music, great gospel music as always. And don't forget, folks, every Sunday morning, 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. on our station, WVRC, we do have the Stats Pharmacy, WVRC Gospel Hour, and that is sponsored by Stats Pharmacy, the Spencer Tabernacle Church, Word of Faith Church as well. And, of course, we always have David Bowen and Steve Snodgrass in studio to run that show and play some great gospel music each and every Sunday morning from 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. Speaking of our sponsor for this hour of content, Faith Baptist Church, they have recently got involved with the radio station at WVRC. They do now have a 45-minute sermon show of a morning. That's usually at 10:15 in the morning, 10:15 to 11 each Sunday morning. You can get a great sermon by Pastor Justin Simmons, who is, as I mentioned, on his way here. In fact, he is here. Just talking about that guy, and he shows up immediately. I tell you what, let's get the camera switched around here. You're going to go right out of the frying pan and into the flame here, Justin. I am going to swing the camera around so people could see that beautiful face. Hey, how about that hoodie? Where did that come from? Who did the hoodies, man? That is awesome. Anyways, I'll talk to you when you get a heads. Okay, so let me see if I got you. Give me a test.
All right, is that good?
Is you. That is
awesome.
You. Now, I'm telling you what, dude. As a man as busy as you are, I am incredibly impressed. I sent you a text message. You know, I'm a busy guy during the festival. Things get wires get crossed, and I messaged you. I said, hey, I hope somebody told you that you're on at 10 to 11. You were here 5 minutes after I messaged you. That is incredible, dude.
Yeah, that's from the breakfast table to here, Drew. So
I hope you got a good meal in before you're here to talk.
You know, McDonald's was very good to us this morning. So, yeah, we were actually off from school today. So, you know, we just kind of sat around the breakfast table and kind of talked about the game last night with Eli, and that was rough. And he's a little sore today. But he's excited to get after George Washington.
Well, that was a good team that was on the field. That was a fun game. I
Absolutely.
hated that the Yellow Jackets didn't get the win, but they faced a good team and they tested themselves. And I thought that Spencer really did a good job.
They did, and you know, we told them too. You know, we had 10 men on the field at one time. You know, when they scored the touchdown, and you know, so that was kind of unfortunate for us. But you know, we played with them, I think, neck to neck until about the fourth quarter. And so, you know, I told them, I said, there's nothing for you to hold your head down about. And I think they just did a good job. And you're going to have those games. So I think it was good. I talked to Coach Burdett after the game, and he's, you know, I told him, I said, man, that's kind of a hard one. He's like, yeah, you know, he's kind of, you know, just talking to Brogan and tried to encourage him. And I told him, I said, it's kind of hard still yet to watch your son go through that, but
no doubt about it, absolutely. Yeah. And you know, you've got history with that situation too. I mean, you were a quarterback at Roane County High School, so you know how tough it is to run a team offensively, and you're wanting to get the win so bad. And of course, you know, with your son Eli, he hasn't played long.
No, 2 years.
He plays well.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think he does a great job. This is his second year, and he has a lot to learn. But he eats and breathes and loves football. So.
As a dad, that's got to feel pretty
good. I love it. So we're playing football out in the yard and, you know, tossing with him. And my littlest son, Titus, he is tackling with us all the time. And so he's got an arm on him. I'm excited to see it. I think I'm going to have to talk to John because I think he's going to be a wrestler.
Oh,
he loves to wrestle.
Well, you just made John's day.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think we got a future wrestler and football player coming up.
Well, let's talk about Faith Baptist Church. Justin, you're not just a dad, obviously, and a fan of football. You're also a preacher. And I want to go back to the beginning of Faith Baptist Church. This started with no place to call home.
Right.
And what has happened with you guys and your congregation has been nothing short of, I would imagine, just a blessing of God in that you started with really nothing. You built it very quickly. Now you look at where you guys are, and I want to talk, when did this begin for you guys? And now you have brick and mortar. You got a beautiful building up there. You've expanded. We're going to talk about the school that you guys have created as well. Obviously, you're one to follow that.
Yeah, absolutely. So the church was started with a core people that just really had a heart for God, and they started actually in a home of 60 people. And so from there, people just started to come, and they moved from a home into the market on Market Street, a storefront. And so I'll never forget, just the testimonies that they had. So they grew from 60 to about 125, and they said that they were so jam-packed in there, they were just praying everybody was wearing deodorant. So, they just, God continued to move, and they were able to purchase about 4 acres where we are now. And just so much sacrifice went into that, and they were able to build what we're in today, and it's a beautiful building. And there was a lot of hard work and sacrifice that went into that. I know Russell Skiles was there, I think, every day to kind of just watch over that, and God just blessed. And then they went from 125 to about 180, and so whenever I came there in 2014. It was, we had about 180, 185 people there. I'm 27 years old, never been in that situation. And so it was a humbling experience, but to watch God move and work through that entire process. And, when you're at a pastor there at one place for a long time, you see people pass on, you see people move. We've had people move from, Spencer to other states. And so it's good to see new people replenish. We have seen a lot of great movings of God there, some great revivals, but we've seen families come in, get saved, baptized, join our church, and then get plugged in. Drew, we had a family that's there now that the mom came in, and I was actually president of the Little League, and she comes in and she said, I just want to sign my child up for baseball. And I said, that's great. And I asked her, I said, do you know the Lord is your Savior? And she said,
since you was here.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So she's like, no. And so I was able to witness to her and give her the gospel, and she got saved. And she said, can I bring my kids and let them hear the gospel and get saved? I said, absolutely. So she brought their kids, and so I witnessed to them. They got saved. Dad came, and that following Sunday got saved. Phew. And then Grandpa came in, and he got saved. And the amazing thing is, just a couple of years after that, their grandfather passed away. And so, but that family now is actively serving in our church. They're in our Christian school. And so those are just, that's just one story of the amazing things that God has done in our church. But what I think that's so important is that, on the front end, we're always wanting to get people in and get them saved and introduced to Jesus Christ. And so we're very heavy on that. But it's just like a football team. You have to have balance, right?
Yeah.
And so on the back end of that, you need to disciple them and show them what the church is about, how it operates, and, what the mission of the church is. And I think that's the important thing, is that when you're out and about every day, just training them that, hey, to share your faith. Yeah. I always tell them all the time that, what we believe is what we're going to live out. And I want them to be able to live their faith out every day. And so it's not just something that you come to Sunday and this is what we do and check off a list. But it's been amazing just to see through discipleship and through soul winning and things like that, God continues to bless us. And I don't know, I've asked a lot of pastors this in our area. We get so many people from out of state. It's unbelievable. We've had people from North Carolina, Tennessee, Washington State, Buffalo, New York. We've had people from literally all over the country come and visit, and sometimes they stick. Sometimes they're just, passing through. Mm-hmm. But one of the things that we find so often is that people are just come and they're interested in what God is doing, and they just want a place that they can serve and be involved in. Yeah. And so we always want to provide that opportunity, and we try to get out and do so much in the community as well. Like, we just donated a load of stuffed animals. So this was so funny. We had a massive amount of stuffed animals, and so I'm preaching at the pulpit, and I'm constantly looking down at those stuffed animals, and I'm just like, we're going to get so consumed with stuffed animals of pinks and blues. I don't know if you've seen those videos where the doll just starts to move.
Yes.
So I'm always wondering if that's going to happen, And so finally we were able to donate those to the city police, state, and to the deputy sheriff's office. And so I'm actually kind of glad those are out of there now.
I get you on that one. That's a little creepy. It
is, yeah.
We're talking with Justin Simmons here, preacher and pastor at Faith Baptist Church. And as you said, the number one goal for you as a preacher is to bring people to God. And
Yeah.
it's always, you could tell story upon story upon story of that. It's a heavy responsibility as a pastor,
It
obviously.
really is.
As a pastor, what do you rely on? Obviously, your faith, but your family is
Yeah.
highly important to you. But you talk about other preachers, other pastors around
Yes.
here. I know that there's an organization around here. Is that something that each of you relies on each other sometimes?
I think that is very important because, especially in a small community that we're in, we deal a lot of times with a lot of the same people. And so I do think that it's important that as pastors we do, talk, and maybe it's more behind the scenes, because there's a lot of things as pastors that you're dealing with that nobody else understands. And so I think it's important for pastors to be able to lean on one another.
Yes.
But we're all so busy at the same time. It's very rare that we get to do a lot of that.
Yeah.
And so I think that is important. I joke, but sometimes, not too long ago, I ran into to Pastor Mark Wood at Walmart, and I'm trying to navigate through there, and I stop, and we're chatting. He's like, "It is so hard to try to navigate through here," and but what I find is interesting is that I'll find that pastors are in there, 2 or 3 of us, and we'll gather together and start talking,
Yeah.
and it's wonderful. But I think some of the best counseling sessions have been at Walmart. People say, "Hey, I'm going through this," and we're standing there, and I've got my family with me, and they're like, "Can you pray with me?" And absolutely, let's just pray right here, and we'll just have a counseling session right here. But that's the blessing of being in a small town. But I have seen, so many pastors, pastoring people in different places in our community, and that's important because they do need to know that we're available.
By the way, famous last words is I'll only be a second in Walmart. That's gonna be a couple of
no.
things.
My wife actually won't let me go into Walmart very often because she knows that I'll be in there for about 3 hours before I come out. So, yeah.
So Faith Baptist Church obviously has really built. You guys have built yourselves, and you're a steady influence now. And again, as you're trying to give back to the community and trying to serve God through the community and trying to bring the gospel to the community. Again, that's one thing you're not supposed to be humble about. You're supposed to be able to go out and talk about
That's
your faith.
exactly right.
And that can obviously sometimes be uncomfortable for some people, and that's okay.
Yep.
The goal is continually to just try to continue to promote them and say, don't be afraid of that.
Yes.
Don't worry about that side of things. Now, here we are at the Walnut Festival, obviously, and you guys are a heavy part of the festival in that you guys are the host of the Friday night gospel singing. It's something that's been going on for many years. They had it on Saturdays for many years. They've moved it to Friday night to give more people an opportunity to get there.
Yeah.
And you guys are the host for this.
We are. So we started this, oh man, I don't know. David could probably tell you better than I can.
I haven't seen him yet today.
Okay.
I don't know where. I know he's going to be back.
He is always around here. So I'm going to say probably 5 years, maybe more than that we have been hosting this. And so it's David just called me up one day and said, "Hey, we need a place to host this. Could we host it here at Faith?" And I said, "Absolutely." Being on a Saturday, it wasn't so hard. It would kind of seem like a good fit. And so, we have had a lot of great services there with the gospel singing, and it does bring a lot of people out. We've had people from other states again to come in. But when he said we're going to make the switch to Friday, there's no football game on Friday. And I'm thinking, my wife and I, we love going to support the Raiders, on Friday night. So if they're close, we're like, man, we want to go. So they're in Ravenswood, right, Friday?
Yeah.
And so I'm like, yeah, okay. Well, I want to be there, and we're going to be there to support. But one of the special blessings for me this year is that the Brighter Side Quartet will be there. I actually have a cousin, Philip Linger, that sings for the Brighter Side Quartet. Yeah. He just preached a revival for us. I'm kind of biased. I love to hear him sing. But they will be there. David and Sheila, I always love listening to David and Sheila. David he sings from the heart, and so does Sheila, but they have just been such a special part of Rome County and Spencer for so long. And then we're having Mike Upright.
Yeah.
Mike does a great job. He's opened up for the Primitive Quartet, for many other great gospel groups. And I would invite anybody that loves gospel music to come out at 7 o'clock tomorrow night. I know Rome County's playing at Ravenswood. I get that. That's hard. But
tell you what, you can pull it up on your phone and mute the button if you want.
There you go. Don't give me any ideas, Drew. Don't. But anyways, no. If you love gospel music, in all honesty, come out 7 o'clock. We would love to have you at Faith Baptist Church, and it's going to be a wonderful thing. Actually, since they've moved it to Friday, we've actually had a higher attendance.
Yes.
And so that's been kind of odd, but I really appreciate that. We actually had some kids sing the last year, and so it's just wonderful. So I do invite you at 7 o'clock Friday night.
Well, let's talk about your general services. If
Yeah.
people are interested in joining or just coming and
Yeah.
and getting a sermon from you on
Mm-hmm.
Sundays, what are the things that you guys provide weekly as far as Faith Baptist Church is concerned?
So a lot, a lot.
Are you busy? Is that what you're
A
saying?
lot. We have Sunday school at 9:45, and we have that for all ages, and so we have that from nursery all the way up until our senior saints, and that is to me, other than the main service, the highlight of our Sunday. I love Sunday school.
Well, that's where you teach.
It is, and so it's very vital. And we have, 9:45. We have Sunday school, and that's a time where, especially like our kids, they go downstairs, and it's always fun. I like to visit each classroom if I get the chance to see who's in there and to say hello. But my son is making a transition from the nursery to like the kindergarten class, and so getting him in there and trying to keep him in there is wonderful. But I do want to say that our young adult class, there's families in there, and a lot of things we go through as young adults. When I remember going back, thinking back in high school, and just thinking about what my parents went through, it's totally different now. What young adults, the
Absolutely.
fast-paced life that they're going through, and so just trying to get them to see how important their walk with God is, and how that they can still walk with God very closely. That's very important when it comes to Sunday school. And then we transition in from Sunday school into our worship service. We have a beautiful choir that sings each Sunday morning. We have special singing. My daughter's been singing a lot more. As a dad, I always love that.
Nice.
And so we have different groups and quartets that sing for us within our church. And then, we pray together. We share testimonies together. And then we'll even share prayer requests with each other, and then I'll stand and preach. And I don't think that I'm too windy. We're usually out at like noon, so I always tell them, if we had a buffet, you could probably just say, hey, you could schedule that for noon. Let me know. I'll get you there in time. All right. So no, that's a typical Sunday morning, and it's filled with people. And again, we are having visitors every single week, and so it's important. We always, on the back end of that, when we have those visitors on Sunday morning, we always send out a letter to them, just thanking them for coming, and then we try to make a visit with them, and just introduce them to our church and try to get them plugged in. That's the important thing. But Sunday morning is a huge blessing to me. It's kind of like the Super Bowl for us for each week. And then Sunday night service we have at 6:30. That is a trend, Drew, that more churches now are kind of moving away from the Sunday night service.
Yeah.
And it's not a biblical mandate per se. It's a real traditional thing. And Sunday night, though, is always a special time where the core of the church family comes together, and I really use it a lot as a teaching opportunity for the core members of our church. And so it's been really nice too, because it offers people in the community that maybe their church doesn't have a Sunday night service and they want to come to church.
Yeah.
So they come on Sunday night, and it's a great time. And so that's typically what a Sunday is. For me, Sunday, it's kind of like you're in the zone, like, football, you're in the zone.
the whole day. For
Yeah,
sure.
so we do have, like, I'll hold meetings and trainings for our Sunday school in between services. But people always ask, when your services are. 9:45 Sunday school, 10:45 we have our main worship service, 6:30 we have our Sunday night service, and then on Wednesday night we have our youth group, which our youth we started out with like 5.
Really?
And so now we're up to about 12 to 13 kids, and most of those are teenagers. We even had one driving all the way from Jackson County, and but it's just a blessing to see those kids come together, you know, and to see them walking with God. And not all of them are our Christian school kids, and I like that.
Yeah.
So you know, that's kind of normal. If there is a normal week in ministry, that's normal.
As normal as you can get
Yeah.
with
So
ministry. Well, I tell you what, you guys are continuing to do big things there at Faith Baptist Church. I
Yep.
invite people, if you are unsure, make a trip.
Amen.
If you are sure and you're just looking for a home,
yes.
you're looking for a home
Yes.
church. If you're new to the area, make a trip out there at least and see a Sunday service and get
Yes.
involved and talk with Pastor Justin Simmons, and you might find that that's where you want to be.
Amen. Amen. Yeah, absolutely. And I get people all the time, you know, asking, can you answer? I get Bible questions a lot, and I love that because that lets me know the community's thinking. But we just want to get you plugged in somewhere, and really the most important thing to me is just knowing, do you have a personal relationship with Jesus Christ? And so to me, that's the biggest thing. But if you just want to stop by, just stop by, ask questions. I love to help out. And you know, if you have a question, you can also call in 927-3320 and talk to Miss Lori.
Yep.
If Miss Lori doesn't know, you know, what the answer is, now it might be different with a Bible question, but anything else, she can pretty much handle that. So
She's got logistics down.
yeah, very much. She's been there about 3 years, and she does a great job. So yes, if you're new to the area, especially, we would love to have you at Faith Baptist Church.
And if you're somebody who's new to the area or somebody who's not sure if they would like to attend Faith Baptist Church, we are now in partnership with Pastor Justin Simmons on Sunday mornings, 10:15 to 11 a.m.
Yes.
They have a sermon each and every morning on our station. So tune in, listen
Absolutely,
to it,
yeah.
see if that's your bag.
Yes, yeah. And so I'll have people tell me, I was driving to church today and I heard you on the radio. And, you know, that's always a blessing to me that, you know, they're able to hear that going to church service kind of gets them ready to go.
Yes.
And so I love it. And if anybody does listen to that and you see me, just stop by and say, hey, I appreciate, you know, being able to listen because I love to hear the testimonies of God's people.
And on top of that, you know, what I love about being a radio station in a small rural community is our reach expands to the people who cannot maybe make it to church.
Yes.
There are people who are shut-ins. There are people
Yes.
who just may not be able to get to church, but they still need that. And
Yes,
so
they do.
to be able to tune in and listen is
Yes, and that's actually one of the biggest reasons, Drew, that I really wanted to start back in the radio ministry is because we have a lot of shut-ins and especially a lot of widows and widowers, and so they're able to tune in to the broadcast, and it makes them feel a part that like they're a part of the service. So, Drew, I want to say thank you so much for all the guys that you know all that you guys do because I mean you're just helping us in ministry, and I appreciate that so much. And I know that you know, one of the things I always tell our sound guy is that listen, they can always turn us up, but they can't turn us down.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so make sure if it's on the low side of anything. And I'm not a screamer.
You're not such a fiery guy.
Yeah. I mean, I try to be calm because if not, I'll talk so fast that like they won't be able to understand me. So, you know, I've had my kids say, you know, Dad, I just wish you would hurry up sometimes, you know, and so I try to talk a little bit quicker, but I want the message across, but I really do appreciate what you guys do.
Yeah,
I do.
well, listen, we enjoy doing what we do. And speaking of doing what you do, we transition into the school portion of this. Heavy is the burden on a pastor, and so you decided, why not? Let's just start a school on top of that. And let's just say, if somebody says, let's start a school, that is not easy to do. It is a massive undertaking that you and a bunch of others decided we're going to go for it and talk about a success story you guys have built, again, from the ground up, this Faith Christian Academy. Talk about the Faith Christian Academy in its beginning iteration and where you guys have come to and where you want to go from here.
Yeah, absolutely. The Christian school has actually just went above and beyond anything that I've ever expected it to be. When my daughter was born, I just had in my heart I would love to see her in Christian education. I was brought up in public education. I had no issues with my upbringing or anything. I'm a proud alumni of Roane County High School, but there's a difference. I wanted my child to be brought up with a biblical worldview.
Yeah.
And, I understood that not only in the home that I have that biblical mandate and in the church, but I wanted them to get that during the week, okay? And so it was important for me to see that. And it just wasn't God's timing at that time. But then that wonderful, wonderful time, wasn't it? COVID.
Oh, yeah.
COVID taught us a lot of things. And so when that happened, we had a lot of parents in our church that were like, hey, I can't be there to virtually, teach my child or whatever. And so I actually had called Dr. Duncan and was like, hey, we will be more than happy to you can use this as a hub, our church. We'll feed them, whatever we need to do. But we just have some families here that are struggling because both of them work,
Yeah.
And he's like, I really appreciate that, I do. And so he called me back and he's like, look, there's just some circumstances here I can't. And I said, hey, I get that. But in that whole time, I had just been praying and asking the Lord, what are we going to do here? And it was becoming a real issue. And so I had people in the community who were like, Justin, you guys need to start a Christian school. And so I started praying on that, Lord, just give me peace in that. And, finally he gave me the green light, and I presented it to our leadership of our church. They were unanimous. And I brought it to our church and was like, look, here's the situation. That's what God put it on my heart. And unanimously, they're like, absolutely, let's go with it.
Well, there's your sign.
Yeah, so there it is. So from there, this is the really neat part, Drew, is that just a week or two after that, I made the announcement that we were starting the school. And then here walks in Andrea Garrett.
Yes.
Okay. And so Andrea is like, I need to talk to you, like immediately after service. So she is like, hey, I have this idea. I want my child in Christian education, and but I have this idea of an enrichment piece, and I'm like, I don't know, And she's like, just hear me out. And so she explained it. I'm like, I think that we can make this work.
Yeah.
So she really helped. She is the one that has started the art enrichment, and our kids will tell you, and our parents, that's the favorite part of our school, is the enrichment part. But Andrea helped us with that from the ground up, and so many other things. And that was just such a blessing to us. And we've actually had Christian schools from all over the state call in and say, hey, how do you guys do this?
Yeah.
And then on the other side of that, just the academic piece, we use Bob Jones Press. And the amazing part of that is, they're usually 2 grades ahead of normal, normal education. And our kids have really thrived in that.
Yeah.
But really what makes our school is the staff. We actually have West Virginia State certified teachers. And we are doing very well. They started out, Drew, teaching 3 different grades at the same time.
Yes.
That's 127 lesson plans in a week. All right. So a little bit of something about
You gotta
that.
want it.
You gotta want it. So God has just it's all Him and what He has done and grown us. And so we're at like 56 students. We just got 2 more on Monday that started. And then God here in just recent days have done some pretty amazing things. So I'm hoping here in about a month or so that we're going to be announcing some pretty exciting news. And and so I'm just going to leave it at that. Okay. We're really, really excited about it. But the whole thing is, and I want to say this because obviously I get this a lot, is that I don't see this as a versus match with public education.
Exactly.
I get that from teachers. I get that from a lot of people, and I'm just going to tell you now, we need good, strong public schools.
Yes.
We need those. We're not against public schools at all. We're not against public teachers. I pray for them. I encourage them. We need them.
Yes.
Okay. We're different in the fact I'm for the curriculum that we use. I want a biblical worldview.
Exactly.
I want to be able to pray in school, be able to preach and things like that in school.
Yeah.
Public education doesn't offer that, and I understand that. Christian school is different, okay, for a reason.
Yeah.
All right, but we need good, strong public teachers.
Yeah.
We need public, that public education. Christian school is not for everybody, and I understand that. And so I just think that, if I could say this, is that if you are in public education and that's what you feel that your child needs, hey, support them in their education. Go to board meetings. Go to meetings for the public. Be involved, and I think that's so important. But we see that in our Christian school, that parents all the time, I encourage them to be involved in your child's education. But, for Faith Christian Academy, we are going above and beyond what I thought that God would ever do. And so, Drew, it has, my schedule has went like through the roof. Praise the Lord. So I have, you asked, how do you handle those roles? So I have 23 different calendars in my calendar. And so just to give you an idea, so on Tuesday, I drove all the way down to Beckley. I had to be there at 9, and I was there for a WVCA meeting. It's like a conference for Christian schools in the state. And so I sit on the executive board for that. And so we had a meeting in Beckley. I leave there at 1 o'clock. I drive from Beckley down to Mason County and do a wedding. And so I drive from Mason County after that wedding to church. So we moved church service from Wednesday to Tuesday and drive to church. I teach, and then we have some meetings after that. So that's kind of becoming my norm, for the week.
Yeah.
And I love that. But my top ministry and priority is my family.
Yeah.
I'm getting ready to have baby number 5.
I'm loving it.
Yes.
Loving
and
it.
so it's going to be a boy. And so my family, I would not be able to do, Drew, what I do without my family.
Yeah.
My first ministry is to Michelle, Audrey, Eli, Gracie, Titus, and then Isaac.
Yeah.
If I don't have them, I don't have anything. My wife has sacrificed so much. I mean, she has to hear about school, about church. She gets all the problems, she gets all of those, and she is just, I could not do what she does. I would probably have already killed me by now.
She's always, every time I see her, she's got a smile on her face, which is amazing to me.
That's her. She is beautiful inside and out, a very godly woman, and I just want to lift her up today. But my kids, more and more as I get older, I'm learning that being a dad is such an awesome ministry. When you have kids hanging out, I'm going to be going to the carnival here in a little bit, and I'm going to be hanging off, Titus is going to be hanging off of me, and so if somebody stops by and wants to talk, I'm going to try my best. But my son wants to ride a ride. And
you're going to be herding cats at the same time.
Yeah. But Drew, I think that's such an awesome part of ministry is your family. And I most definitely have failed and not been perfect, But my wife, she's like, can I just schedule some time, And, but, 3 o'clock, once 3 o'clock is finished each day, man, that's my family time.
Yeah.
And I think that, anybody that's busy, they have to have that for their family. Yeah. And so my priorities are God, family, and then church and ministry. And I calendar my roles. I have to in order to do that. And so, I messaged Miss Lori as I was coming down here. I said, hey, did Drew send you anything? And because she just came off of losing her mom.
Yeah.
And so she's just coming back, and she's like, I didn't realize we had so much going on. But I asked her, I was like, hey, did Drew send you anything? And she's like, And I'm like, that's all right.
There's an email there somewhere.
I'm heading down there. And so the whole thing with our staff is that, if you want to get a hold of Pastor Justin, just email him.
There you go.
And don't text me, don't Facebook message me, because it's going to get lost. But
I was
if you
a little
email
worried
me,
when I text you. I was like, I don't know if it's going to work.
I got that, and then so my heart sank. I'm like, I was getting sick to my stomach, and I just ate, and I'm like, this is not good.
Don't you worry about that. We're here.
But then it made me feel better. You're like, okay, I want to go get some more coffee. And I'm like, all right, we're okay. So my wife's like, jump in the car. I'm like, that's a scary thing.
Well, Justin, it has been a great time to discuss, number one, the Faith Baptist Church and your ministry and what you guys do, and then the Faith Christian Academy. We started this with a conversation about sports. How about the sports of Faith Christian Academy starting
Hey,
up?
yes, absolutely. So we're so excited this year. We're going to be having our first varsity sports team. So we have 12 girls signed up for varsity girls basketball.
Nice.
Yes, absolutely. And I'm so excited about that. So AJ Cooper, a Roane County alumni,
Former
remember?
head
Yeah,
coach
former
for
head coach. He is our coach, and then you have if you're gonna have AJ, you gotta have Jim.
have to.
And like I think the girls gravitated more to Jim than what they do to AJ, and but they do such a great job. Our girls, I think that we're going to do well this year. We're excited, and then we're going to have a boys varsity high school team this year,
Loving it.
and so this is going to be different because in Christian school you can start playing varsity sports in 5th grade.
Yes.
Okay, so my son Eli is going to play. I'm going to be I'm nervous, because I'm like, you got to play football. We've got to have you healthy, and you can't like hurt anything. But he is so excited about that, and so we are really excited about having those teams and being able to compete.
Yeah.
That's been huge. We do have a cross country team, which you guys have broadcasted that. Coach Lockhart has done such an amazing job, and we're looking at archery.
Really.
Yeah, I didn't even know archery was a
It's
sport.
a very
like that.
expansive sport right now in West
Yeah.
Virginia.
And we actually have a gentleman that his son comes to our school. He won the World Amateur Bow Shooting Competition last year. And I'm like, it was in Ireland.
Oh my God.
And I asked him, I said, so, did you have to wear a kilt when you shot? And he's like, no, I didn't have to do
Not
that.
really.
And so but I had to ask. But
I would have chosen a kilt.
yeah, I think I would have too. Bagpipes and the whole thing. So, but no, that I couldn't believe we're wanting to start that. We have a huge target up there,
Yeah.
and so we just put our temporary high school building in our parking lot. That's been different, and you can actually lift the window. So we have some serious deer hunters, and deer come out there all the time. And I'm like, guys, listen. You cannot shoot anything out the window.
Not during
okay?
school hours,
That's,
all right?
Yes.
Let's go.
Now, once 3 o'clock hits, but no. In all seriousness, the sports, I want to see it grow, and I think that we will. But it's been amazing already what God's been doing, especially with basketball.
Yeah, it's a necessary, again, extracurriculars are a part of a well-rounded youngster who is growing and learning competitiveness and learning also how to win with grace and lose
Yes.
with grace as well. So it's just a well-rounded program that you guys got there. Pastor Justin Simmons, thank
Yes,
you
sir.
so much on the short notice.
Absolutely,
I
Andrew.
hope you're
Thank you.
all right. And again, folks, Friday night, tomorrow night, 7 p.m., is the gospel sing out at Faith Baptist Church. If you would like to go out there and watch some great Christian music, it is Mike Upright, the Brighter Side Quartet, and, of course, David and Sheila Bowen. Continue doing what you're doing, Justin.
Absolutely.
We love
I appreciate it, Drew, and thank you guys so much for what you're doing. And I love listening to you. I just want to say thank you, Coach Paul Burdett, for investing in my son's life. But, hey, go get him tomorrow night.
it. Absolutely.
I might have to put it on mute.
I was going to say, if you are down at the gospel sing, maybe you don't want to turn that on, folks. Justin, thank you so much,
Thank
man.
you.
Again, this entire hour been brought to you by Faith Baptist Church and Faith Christian Academy. Give me just a second, folks. We got Roan General Hospital coming up next here at the 71st Annual West Virginia Black Walnut Festival. Hey, Will, I hope pork chop is nice and warm now. I know it was cold this morning. Of course, I'm sure when you let him out before you took off for the station, that little guy was probably freezing. Hopefully the station's warmed up for him. It's warming up here in downtown Spencer, West Virginia for the 71st Annual West Virginia Black Walnut Festival. We've had a good morning here on day number 2. So much going on here today. I'm getting ready to be interviewing the future, well, I guess it's current queen, but officially it'll be tonight, the queen in Lake and Campbell. The Queen's coronation event will be at 6 p.m. tonight on the main stage. Don't forget, folks, we're going to cover that live on our YouTube and Facebook channels. So if you can't make it downtown, make sure you tune in and watch that. Our very own WVRC's Emma Sloan is going to be the master of ceremonies for that. So we're very excited for that and everything else that is happening here at the West Virginia Black Walnut Festival. Don't forget, the Kentucky Headhunters, if you're a fan of their music, will be taking the stage at 7:30 p.m. tonight. Everything is opening up here in downtown Spencer. The food court is open for lunch. About to get real crazy at the Courthouse Square. The Armory is abuzz with activity. Heritage Park Community Building is going nuts as well. Big things happening. It's a gorgeous day in downtown Spencer. I want to thank our sponsors each and every day, each and every half hour, an hour. Had a great conversation with Faith Baptist Church and Faith Christian Academy representative Pastor Justin Simmons in the last hour. And one of my favorite sponsors is here again for the half hour from 11 to 11:30, and that is Roan General Hospital. You want to talk about a community-based facility. Roan General Hospital is out and about everywhere. They're always involved. They're always sponsoring things. They're a huge sponsor, again, of the West Virginia Black Walnut Festival. And I am happy to be joined. I just call her Ray. So Cassandra Hildreth is here with me. Ray is what I'm going to call you.
Sure.
And here's the deal. You didn't even know you were coming on the radio with me until very recently. They said, hey, by the way, plop you in my lap here and let's talk. So some really exciting things are going on. I could say that every year about Roan General Hospital, but you guys are off of the strength of the expansion that happened a few years ago and off the strength of things that are happening. You guys are remodeling and overhauling another portion of Roan General Hospital's facility, and you are here, number one, to talk about that overhaul, that expansion that is taking place.
Yes. Yeah, so we are super excited about this renovation. So we are actually currently renovating our the acute care medical surgical floor. So we started this renovation back in January of 25, actually. And so first phase, it was kind of like a dual phase 1 opening. So our first phase 1 opening was our brand new nurses station. So super excited about that. Lots of space, very bright, very airy, very welcoming. So as soon as you hop off the elevator right there on the second floor now, you will be greeted by staff. Much needed space, much needed storage. And then our second phase of our phase 1 renovation will be opening at the end of the month. So we're even more excited about that renovation as well. So that phasing will actually be our inpatient physical therapy unit. And then we had 5 semi-private rooms that are all now turned into private rooms.
Yes.
So we will have all 22 beds on our acute care floor as a private. With that, those rooms that were the semi-private rooms, we actually took that space, and then now those patients will actually have their own showers, which is huge for our patients.
That is a big deal, and it's not without challenges, obviously, because you have to continue to run the hospital and run those services as you are trying to overhaul and expand those. But again, you guys got great teams and great people who know how to prep for things like this to make the transition as seamless as possible.
Yeah, so we throughout January of last year, actually, we had a much higher flu season than what we've had in the past.
Perfect timing.
Yeah, so we were functioning out of 12 beds. So we really had to come together as a team, a multidisciplinary team. We opened up other care areas, within our pre-op location, within our wound care area. So everybody come together and we really made that happen. So phase 2 of renovation will actually start at the end of this month as well once we transition over.
Get
So
one thing at a time.
yeah, so we'll be operating out of 13 beds at that time, but rest assured we'll be there to take care of you.
Again, we're talking with Cassandra Hildreth from Roane General Hospital, talking about the continued expansion, overhaul, and renovation of that facility. Again, facility's been there for a long time, and having to change with the times, expand with the times, is something that you guys have continued to do so well. You guys are here at the festival this year. Let's talk about what you got going on. You're located just off of Church and Court Street corner where I am sitting right now. You're on Court Street. You got a canopy set up. What is going on at your Roane General Hospital tent right there?
Yeah, so we got different giveaways over there, lots of stress balls. It's Breast Cancer Awareness Month, too, as everybody's aware. So we've got breast cancer bracelets over there for folks. We've got cups. It's got pill holders in it, those types of things, hand sanitizers. And then we are a level 4 trauma designated hospital as well. So we always like to every year do some trauma outreach. Then with local sports and everything, we always like to focus on a concussion category too.
Yes.
So we've got some bike helmets over there, giveaways for that. So everybody bring your kiddos over there and then enter to win a bike helmet.
Now, if I go over there, and is there going to be remnants of all the concussions I've had?
Well, I hope not.
Oh, my gosh. People who talk to me know. There's something going on in the brain of mine. Continued excitement at Roane General Hospital. Talk about the support that you guys get from the higher-ups, the administration at Roane General Hospital, continuing to make these expansion opportunities possible.
Yeah, absolutely. We are a vision and a mission-based organization, so we always try to provide the utmost care, to our community, and then as well as our patients. So we're always looking at specialty services that we can bring in locally. Within those specialty services, we offer an array. We've got different orthopedic physicians that actually come to the hospital. We offer cardiology services. We offer pulmonary services. We've got podiatry services, general surgery. We've got pain and neuro, Dr. Bowman, Dr. Orfanos doing procedures. So lots of different specialty services. Ophthalmology, we do cataract removals, all of the things. So our thought process is to really bring that care close to home, so that way our patients do not have to travel.
It's exactly what the mission statement shows and what the motto is, and it's not only bringing more services and more types of services to the hospital itself, it's the expansion of the clinics that you guys have at Roane General Hospital. Of course, you opened up the Arnoldsburg facility. You've got you always had something in the Gary area. You had something in the Walton area, and then you found more land for the Walton Clinic that opened up. So these little pockets around our county continue to bring closer to home for some of those people in the outlying areas the opportunities to get some of those general services they need.
Right. And then another very vital service that we provide as well is for swing bed services. So any patient needing additional rehab, anybody that needs, oftentimes, after a knee surgery, after a hip surgery, and then oftentimes even after a stroke, they can come back home, so that way they can continue that rehab, really work with our therapy team, work with all of our providers in order to be able to get back home where they want to be.
100%. We're talking with Cassandra Hildreth. Before I let you go from the radio, Cassandra, you're a Roane County girl.
I am a Roane County girl.
You're a BWF enjoyer.
Yes.
I got to ask you about your favorite Black Walnut Festival food. If you could only eat one Black Walnut Festival item for the rest of your life, what would it be?
I got to go with the Huskies pumpkin ice cream.
Yes.
Yeah.
Speaking my language, folks.
Yes.
So Cassandra Hildreth, and she is here as well as some other representatives from Roane General Hospital. Stop by their booth. It is located on Court Street. Get yourself tested for concussions like me, and you could win some items over there. They got some cool giveaways for you. Cassandra, thank you for, on short notice, jumping in here, and you've just made your debut, and now people are going to ask for you on the radio and on Facebook.
Okay.
100%. Roan General Hospital, our sponsor for this half-hour content. Folks, get down to Spencer. It is a beautiful day on this day number 2, Thursday, at the West Virginia Black Walnut Festival. Back to you, Will. Well done, Miss Cassandra. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, and I can hear you.
Awesome.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen out there in Facebook and YouTube land, I am so lucky. I just got to say, I am one of the luckiest human beings I know. Now, I do have to work the Black Walnut Festival every single year, but every once in a while, I get a queen dropped in my lap. And right now, I am very happy to be joined. She's prettied up the environment down here because I am not the one. Lakin Campbell is our 71st annual West Virginia Black Walnut Festival queen. Lakin, number one, thank you for taking the time that you have here to join us. I know this is not easy for you because you are busy.
Yeah, well, thank you. The honor is all of mine. I'm really trying to fit in every opportunity I can because this is such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, getting to be the 71st Black Walnut Festival Queen. So I'm going to try to visit all of the local businesses, all of our sponsors, and I'm just so excited and looking forward for all this weekend has
She
to
is
offer.
not kidding, by the way. I was walking to the post office. She was just outside of the city building getting ready for the bake-off competition. And then when I got back and went over to get coffee, boom, they were all over there at Backwood Ramblings getting some pictures and coffee and all that good stuff. So very happy that you're able to give us some time here today. You got a big day coming up here. Tonight, obviously, is the official Queen's coronation. Let's talk about you. That's something you had to get used to during these interview processes. Where are you from? How old are you? You already admitted to me before we came on live that you're a journalism major.
Yes.
So let's talk about you. Where are you from? Who are you?
So my name is Lakin Campbell. I'm a hop and a skip away right from Parkersburg. However, I've been involved with the West Virginia Association of Fairs and Festivals pageant system since the age of 10 months old.
Holy cow. So this is not new to you.
It is not new to me at all, and it's something I'm truly, truly passionate about. So finally getting the opportunity to represent the Black Walnut Festival is incredible, and it's my last year of eligibility within the association because I'm 21. I'm a junior at WVU, and I am double majoring in journalism, political science, and I have a major in leadership studies, so I do certainly stay busy. I'm also involved in a sorority, club tennis, and I do a lot of work for WVU, giving tours and recruiting freshmen to attend the school that I love so much.
Well, I'm tired now after hearing all that stuff. As a WVU alum myself, glad that you are at WVU. That is fantastic. Journalism and leadership and all that goes with that. What are the future plans for you? I know it's always kind of a loaded question asking somebody, what are you going to do for the rest of your life? But what do you foresee coming up for you after graduation?
Sure, absolutely. Growing up throughout pageantry, I've always had a drive to be in something when it comes to public speaking, but I've also been interested in politics my whole life. So kind of combining the two and my passion for West Virginia, I would love to go into politics in the state, whether that be running in the Senate, being the first female governor. The
Let's
goals
do
are
that.
high. Let's do it.
Fantastic. All right. Okay. So that's cool. And I guess one thing that if you're interested in public speaking that kind of forces your hand at that is being in pageants, meaning you are standing up there on a stage all alone and you're getting grilled by questions by people who are judging your answers.
Yes.
So I guess there's no better fire than that to test your ability to think on your feet very, very quickly. And obviously, for the festival here, you did a fantastic job because you are the queen of the festival here. You say this is the last year your ability to do it. Have you won anything before? Is this the first title that you have?
Oh my goodness. No. So within the association going and representing as the queen, this will be my third opportunity going to Charleston in January.
All she does is win.
Oh, I appreciate that. So the first 2 years I went, I represented the Riverfest and the CK Autumn Fest, and now I will be representing the Black Walnut Festival. And what a way to end this experience that I've had. It's the best year yet.
So you know what is coming for this year. You obviously know that your schedule stays very, very busy. You got to go represent the festival in other places, and you've got to be involved with many, many things. But something, as you said, you're relatively used to being very busy, and so we're looking forward to you representing us, obviously, with your platform and your ability to speak to people. That's very important when you're trying to get the word out about a small rural community festival.
Yes, and this being one of the largest festivals in the state, I've already felt so welcome and accepted in the community of Spencer. You truly don't meet a stranger in this town.
Yeah, you might meet people who think they know you better than they do so far. So, but it's a good time. I tell you what, the festival weather is wonderful here today. That's one thing we couldn't guarantee,
Yes.
and it is fantastic. So let's talk about tonight, 6 p.m. It'll be official for you. And one of our representatives, by the way, my employee and a pageant girl herself, Miss Parkersburg Homecoming, speaking of that, Emma Sloan is going to be the Master of Ceremonies. By the way, she is also our sideline reporter for Rome County Football.
She is.
She's going to be the Master of Ceremonies. I'm looking forward to the event here tonight. And obviously for you, it's an opportunity to be introduced to our community.
Yes, Emma and I are great friends. The pageant circle runs very small in West Virginia, and we kind of flip-flopped cities. She's from here, I'm from Parkersburg.
That is kind of weird, isn't it?
It is really awesome. But to be a part of something that is so historically rich and traditional as the coronation is just, it's so fulfilling, and I can't even put into words how excited I am for it.
Well, we're excited that you had a time to stop by with us, Lake, and thank you so much for giving of the little bit of time again that you have. Again, you're trying to fit so much in to this 5-day event, and of course today you've got a lot on your own mind because of the coronation. But I hope you enjoyed the festival and all that it has to offer. We're very appreciative of the time that you give us here. And again, folks, tonight, 6 o'clock, Facebook and YouTube. If you can't make it downtown, we hope you do. If you can't, we'll be live, and we will be showing Miss Lake Campbell getting actually coronated. Is that what you call it? I'm a terrible journalism major, by the way.
No.
Coronated? Is that an actual word?
Coronated. Crowned.
Crowned.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
You're being crowned. Lake Campbell, our queen of the 71st West Virginia Black Walnut Festival. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and I hope to see everyone here.
Absolutely. We're going to take a break, folks. Going to come back and check in on the radio side of things once again. We're live at the festival, and we will be throughout day number 2. And a wonderful good morning to you all from day number 2 at the West Virginia Black Walnut Festival. A beautiful day here today for the festival. The weather, I'm telling you what, you could not pick better weather for the event, and I assume and we think that the weather is going to stay this way from now until the end. The rain came through yesterday morning very, very early. A cold front came through, meaning we have sunny skies, breezy temperatures of the low 70s, upper 60s. It is going to be a gorgeous festival this year. So much on tap here on day number 2 for the West Virginia Black Walnut Festival. Want to go through the list of events and remind you that if you have any questions about what is taking place, where it's happening, when it's happening, make sure you shoot us a message on the comments section of the video if you're watching on YouTube or Facebook. And I know people are in and out all the time, not like people are going to stand here and stare at the screen the entire time that we are live today. Our goal is to get you the information about the festival anytime you need it. So let us know if you have any questions about this, but we will go through the events that are taking place here on day number 2. All the morning stuff has begun. Of course, the Spencer Armory is abuzz with all sorts of activity: the craft show, the flea market, the Ag 4-H FFA exhibits, the art and photography show, the chainsaw artists as well, all going on down at the Spencer Armory. They'll be lasting throughout the day today. Of course, the bake-off entries were being accepted from 9:30 to 10:30 today, and they will announce the results at 1 p.m., and that is right behind us at the Spencer City Hall. Of course, the information booth is open. They've got all of your official Black Walnut Festival merchandise, including those collectible Fiesta Wear mugs, and I didn't get the color yet. I will get that, though, at some point. You got your shirts, your hoodies, your T-shirts, care of Mountain State awards and trophies. Also, they've got all sorts of other Walnut Festival merchandise for you. You got the flags, the wind socks, everything that you could want, all the trinkets and collectibles that you could want at the information booth as well. Down behind us, the community building, all sorts of things going on. The marketplace is down there. The flower show continues down at the community building throughout today. Some things on the menu. Speaking of menus, the ox roast sandwiches, those are being sold already. So you do not have to wait until Friday or Saturday this year of the festival. They had them out yesterday, and it is the Hungry Moose restaurant on Church Street that is in charge of the ox roast sandwiches. I already had one yesterday. They've always been great, but the fact that they are being done by the Hungry Moose has elevated the level of the ox roast sandwiches to a different level, and so they are selling those right now. They started at 11 o'clock, so they're selling those. I was talking with Darren Cook of the Hungry Moose restaurant, said they've got plenty of ox roast sandwiches to go around. Now, I said that, and I said, are you sure? Because this is the first year that you guys have been in charge of it, and they sell these things like wildfire. So hopefully they do have enough. Also, if you're not into ox roast today, the festival food court is open 11 o'clock until 9 p.m. So go out and get your lunch here today. Looking forward to that. Of course, I was talking with a buddy of mine and a couple kids. They're kind of hanging around the courthouse square because here in about less than an hour, it's going to be the Grandpa Cratchit Show. They brought Grandpa Cratchit back, a great event each and every year, and they brought him back here. They have shows 1, 3, and 5 p.m. today, tomorrow, and Saturday. So the first show taking place this afternoon right on Court Street in Spencer. The carnival is open today on 2 separate occasions, 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. and 6 p.m. to close. The ticket prices, $25 gets you 20 tickets. If you want 1 ticket apiece, those are $1.50. And for both sessions, a wristband will cost you $20. So those are the prices today for the Black Walnut Festival Carnival. If you're looking to get some exercise, head down to Washington Park today at 5 p.m. They're doing warm-ups for the Black Walnut Festival Pickleball Tournament. They'll start the actual tournament at 6 p.m. today. And of course, the big event on this Thursday, as it always has been and always will continue to be, is the Queen's coronation. You think back to the days of when they had it down at the field at Old Spencer High School. Then they would have the big concert following that. They've moved everything up to the main stage here on Church Street. So the Queen's coronation will begin at 6 p.m. And, of course, we had a chance to talk with our Queen this year, Lakin Campbell, and very happy to get a chance to speak with her. And what a wonderful young lady to represent our festival, a West Virginia University student, a journalism and political science major. She's got big dreams for West Virginia, and looking forward to seeing that tonight. We'll cover that live, by the way, on Facebook and YouTube. And then, of course, the big concert that follows the Queen's coronation will be on the main stage tonight, 7:30 p.m. The Kentucky Headhunters will take the stage, and they will close out day number 2 here at the West Virginia Black Walnut Festival. Wanted to tell you guys that while we're live here, I do have giveaways coming up here. I have 5 of these books. If you look at the screen right now, I have 5 of these children books, care of the author, Cassie Ashley, former Roane County resident. She wrote a children's book, had it wonderfully published and illustrated, and she was very nice to give me 5 of these children's books. So I'm going to be giving one of those away on the air later on this afternoon, and you can win one. We're going to do some West Virginia trivia. So hopefully somebody is able to take advantage of that and win themselves a children's book for their kids. Easily digestible, the content on that one. It's a great read for kids and a great read for parents to kids. And so thanks very much to the author, Cassie Ashley, for giving me those to give away. We are live in downtown Spencer, and you're starting to see a lot more people moving and shaking on Court Street there. I've got the camera pointed directly at the food court area to cross the way on Market Street, and town is buzzing, and it's going to get bigger and bigger, and the crowds are getting larger and larger. I do believe I'm going to try to go mobile here in just a little while. If I have the time and if I have the resources, I will try to go mobile, and I may pop down there to Heritage Park if I get an opportunity. At some point this week, I would like to make the trip over to the Armory. One of the things that we haven't been able to do here on WVRC over the years is go to the sites where things are taking place. We've kind of been stagnant here, settled in at our vantage point at Church and Court Street. I do love that this is the home base for us, but I do want to get out and give some love to some of those other areas and some of the things that are taking place here throughout the town of Spencer, West Virginia for the Black Walnut Festival. Folks, I am going to break away for just a little bit here. We do have some upcoming sponsors in the afternoon. Cash Saver coming up at 2 p.m., Polka Valley Bank at 3 p.m., A&M Digital Technologies, and then Carpenter's General Store, all coming up throughout the afternoon. Our sponsors for today's content on both the radio and on our Facebook and YouTube channel. It's time for me to go find some DeRusso's or maybe even some jambalaya. I don't know. I'm going to walk, and I am going to make a decision while I go over there. Until then, folks, just enjoy the sights of the Walnut Festival here in Spencer. Well, as you did see me walking back onto the screen, and I said that I was going to decide between DeRusso's and Bayou Classic, on my way over to the food court, guess what? I did not choose between the two. I got both. Now, will I eat both of them? All of it? I'm definitely going to eat all the sausage. We'll see if I end up eating all of the jambalaya now or if I save it for later. Again, the food court's open. The weather is beautiful, folks. Things are abuzz in the city of Spencer for the 71st Annual West Virginia Black Walnut Festival. We invite you to stop down here at the festival, any place that you want to be, down at the Heritage Park Community Building. If you want to stop by the Armory as well, down in the food court area, over near the Carnival, and in the courthouse square here, there is everything going on, something for everybody here at the festival. I just wanted to stop in and say that I couldn't make up my mind, so I'm going to eat both the DeRusso's and the jambalaya from Bayou Classics. You choose what you want to eat. Come on down, though. Stop by here at the booth that we have between Church Street and Court Street. Say hi to us and let us know that you enjoy what we're doing here at WVRC. We'll break away and be back just after this. Well, we got a bunch of stuff stacked up down here, Will. In fact, I have a bunch of stuff stacked up that you can eat. I got food galore. Now, here's the great thing about being in my position downtown for the Black Walnut Festival for WVRC. People see me, people know me, and that includes some of the food vendors. And so I'll go get something to eat, not thinking that anything's going to be taking place. The food vendors see me, and then they decide to bring food to me just randomly so I can have food to eat. So I went over to DeRusso's and got myself an Italian sausage. That was going to be the original plan. And then I decided, well, maybe I'll just get some jambalaya from Bayou Classics. Did that. And I sit down, and no sooner did I sit down than Jason Miles Bennett from Getting Piggy With It 304 brought me some brisket because he said he was running out, and I mentioned to him this morning that I wanted brisket today, and my goodness, he brought me some brisket, so I am stuffed full of food, more than I can probably eat here today. That's one thing of many that is taking place at the 71st Annual West Virginia Black Walnut Festival. The food court is open. You can see the smoke rising over there on Market Street from Gill's Pit Beef and Getting Piggy With It, and some of the other vendors who are making food inside of their food trucks. Everything is open. Everything is going on right now on day number 2. Really kind of the official big-time start. Yesterday was really the food court and the carnival and people doing some entries. But now everything is going. The Spencer Armory is abuzz with tons of activities. Here's what's going on over at the Spencer Armory right now and throughout the day. The craft show, the flea market, the Ag 4-H FFA exhibits, the art and photography show exhibits, all taking place at the Spencer Armory building. The Mason-Dixon Boys, the chainsaw artists, are taking place right now at the Spencer Armory. Now, technically, the Motorsports Attractor Display is not open yet, but I saw a bunch of Coyote tractors over there from Shamblin Brothers Farm Supply at the Spencer Armory. So if you want, you can go over there and take a look at at least the tractor displays. They also will be having some motorsports displays starting tomorrow as well. Now, here around the Courthouse Square, the information booth is open. That's where you can get all of your official merch from the Black Walnut Festival: shirts, hoodies, sweatshirts, and, of course, all the collectible items. The wind socks, the flags for the West Virginia Black Walnut Festival, and, of course, the Fiesta Wear merchandise, memorabilia, the collectible coffee mugs. I still have to walk over there and find out what the official color is of this year's festival mug for the Fiesta Wear. So I got to figure that out before I keep chattering on and don't know the number or the color of it. The marketplace, speaking of the community building going on, the flower show, the marketplace, food and beverage is taking place down there, down at Heritage Park. I went down there earlier. So many people are milling around down in that area as well. Here in just about 15 minutes, the carnival will open for the first of 2 sessions today, 1 p.m. to 5 p.m., and they'll be open once again 6 p.m. until 10 p.m. It's $25 for 20 tickets. Each individual ticket is $1.50. You can get a wristband as well in both sessions today for $20. I'm starting to hear some sounds over on Court Street. What does that mean? Grandpa Cratchit is getting ready to start here today. First show at 1 p.m. today. They'll do another one at 3, and then a final show today at 5. That will take place today, tomorrow, and on Saturday, all right here on Court Street. The Black Walnut Festival Bake-Off results will be listed at 1 p.m., so about 15 more minutes, then you can stop by the City Hall building and take a look at who won all of those things. Later today over at Washington Park, the pickleball tournament will take place at 6 p.m. Warm-ups for the pickleball tournament for the Black Walnut Festival will begin at 5 p.m. If you're interested in getting ox roast sandwiches, those are being sold right now, not waiting until Friday or Saturday morning. They're open now over at the Hungry Moose Restaurant. Had one yesterday. They're always good, but they are loaded better this year because they are being served and fixed by the Hungry Moose Restaurant. Some stuff taking place out at the Paul Cummings Memorial Barn later this week. We'll be out there for the 4-H FFA Livestock Sale. Right now, it's the 4-H FFA Livestock Show going on throughout the day today. That's out at Lick Fork at the Paul Cummings Memorial Barn. The big ticket item for today on this Thursday, as always, is the Queen's Coronation that is taking place at 6 p.m. on the main stage. Our very own Emma Sloan is going to be the master of ceremonies for that. If you can't make it down, make sure you tune in to us on Facebook and YouTube on WVRC 104.7 FM. We will be covering that live on both of those streaming platforms. And then we'll cap off the night with a big performance. The Kentucky Headhunters are headed to the stage at 7:30 p.m. to round out day number 2 here at the 71st Annual West Virginia Black Walnut Festival. Will, I'm going to slam some food, buddy. I know you're almost done up there at the station. Hope to see you down here and hope that you can get some good food. I know one thing you're going to enjoy is the absolute beautiful weather in Spencer, West Virginia. Stop down here, folks, and enjoy the time that we have here for the festival. Back to you. And a pleasant good afternoon to any and all of you who may be tuning in and out on Facebook and YouTube. The courthouse square is buzzing with energy right now. People are all over the place. The Grandpa Cratchit Show is going on right now. Set number one. They'll do 1 o'clock, 3 o'clock, and 5 o'clock today. Thursday is a ton of stuff going on. I was just over at the information booth, and again, it's more than just an information booth, although that is what they do. They give out information about the Black Walnut Festival, but that is also where you get your official merchandise, official gear for the West Virginia Black Walnut Festival. I wanted to go through everything they offer down at the Black Walnut Festival information booth this year. Again, that is the place where you can get your official merchandise and official gear, if you want to call it that, care of Mountain State Awards and Graphics. So they have at the Black Walnut Festival merch tent here this year. They've got hats, canvas bags. They've got, of course, the yellow Black Walnut Festival flags. They've got the brown and yellow striped flags and the wind socks as well. They got Black Walnut Festival collectible cars. They've got T-shirts, long sleeves, sweatshirts, hoodies. They've got the BWF Fiesta Wear items, which are coasters, shot glasses. They have the mugs. They have the coffee mugs. And the official color, I have gotten word, is sky blue this year. So the official color for the 2025 collectible coffee mug from Fiesta Wear is sky blue this year. They've also got 16-ounce plastic cups. They've got creamer pitchers. They've got wine glasses. They've got glass-blown walnuts and let me see what that Pura Vida, I think so, Pura Vida bracelets. They've got Blinko sun catchers. They've got glass rocks. Those are really sweet, very nice. They've got coins, postcards. They actually are selling black walnuts at the booth there, the information booth. So they've got a ton of stuff at the Black Walnut Festival information booth. One final that we have here for today, of course, they were accepting from 9:30 to 10:30 this morning the entries for the Black Walnut Festival bake-offs. We do have the winners of the Black Walnut Festival bake-off. First place in the cake and cookies division is Alicia Harper with her dark chocolate raspberry walnut cake. Second place is Amy Cole with a pumpkin layer cake, and third is Chelsea Critchfield with a pumpkin roll cupcake. In the cookie division, first place is Brandy Tanner with a Black Walnut Dreams cookie. Second place is Olivia Reed, and that is a Black Walnut Cream Pie cookie. Third place is Dakota Cook with a Black Walnut Maple Macaroon. And then in the candy division, for the bake-off, first place is Amanda Gibson with a Carrot Cake Black Walnut Fudge. Second place, Brandy Tanner with Black Walnut Praline. And third place is Brianna Critchfield with Kid-Friendly Fudge. Those are your Black Walnut Festival bake-off competition winners. We will continue to talk about that throughout the afternoon. Once again, folks, we're going to go live on the radio throughout the afternoon. I do have a giveaway to do for you all here, so make sure if you are interested, I'm going to put it on the screen once again. Going to do a West Virginia history trivia question for today. I've got 5 of these books, care of the author Cassie Ashley, a former Roane County resident, and she has put together a wonderful children's book. It's easily readable, easily digestible for young kids. Great for a young reader who wants to continue to practice. Great for parents who want to read to their kids bedtime stories. Just a wonderful, wonderful book about West Virginia. And, of course, she was so gracious to give me 5 of those to give away. So I'm going to do a live giveaway on the radio and on here. I'll do a trivia question. First person to make it to my booth here at the corner of Court and Church Street and give me the correct answer is going to win one of those free books, West Virginia, Your Home to Me, by the author, Cassie Ashley. Folks, we have got a lot on tap here today. we are going to be covering once again the Queen's coronation. Had a great opportunity to chat with Lakin Campbell, our 2025 West Virginia Black Walnut Festival Queen. She is going to be crowned officially this evening at 6 p.m. on the main stage. Our very own WVRC employee and sideline reporter Emma Sloan, who also is active in pageants, is going to be the MC, the master of ceremonies for that event. So she is going to be on the main stage, and she is going to be the one that is running the show there. We're going to cover it live on Facebook and on YouTube. So people have had questions about whether we're going to cover that. We absolutely will on Facebook and YouTube. Want to say hi to Crystal Burns watching in from Newton, West Virginia. Hope that everybody has a great day here at the 71st Black Walnut Festival, day number 2. Let's take a look at what is happening today. Now, a lot of things opened up this morning at 9 a.m. Bright and early, the Spencer Armory was rocking and rolling. The craft show is taking place inside the Armory, as is the Ag 4-H and FFA exhibits. The art and photography show exhibits are also open there as well. Outside of the Spencer Armory, the chainsaw artists, the Mason-Dixon boys, going at it today. Also at the Army Gravel Lot, the flea market is taking place as well. Right now, here at the Courthouse Square, lots going on. Of course, all of the food vendors are open. If you're looking for ox roast sandwiches, go over to the Hungry Moose restaurant. They've got ox roast sandwiches right now. You don't have to wait till Friday or Saturday this year. They had those for sale yesterday. If you want to walk down to the Heritage Park Community Building, the marketplace is down there, as is the flower show. All sorts going on there. Of course, Grandpa Cratchit's first show going on right now. He'll do another one at 3 p.m. and then a final show today at 5 as well. The carnival is ready to go. The first session opened just about 5 minutes ago. If you're looking for pricing on that, wristbands today for both sessions, $20 for the first and $20 for the second session, $25 if you buy 20 tickets in a bundle. Each individual ticket is $1.50 for the carnival. If you want to get some exercise later on today, the Black Walnut Festival Pickleball Tournament is taking place over at Washington Park. That'll be a 6 p.m. start time for that as warm-ups begin at 5 p.m. Obviously, the Queen's coronation going at it, and then we'll round out day number 1 with live music. It's the Kentucky Headhunters, and they'll take the stage at 7:30 p.m. That will round out day number 2. Things get going bright and early again tomorrow morning. Friday morning, the Pancake Breakfast. Friday morning, it's going to be sponsored by Roane County's Wrestling Booster Club, and that will be taking place down at the community building 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. Their proceeds will support the Roane County Wrestling Booster Club. They'll do that again on Saturday, but it will be the Roane County High School abroad trip students doing that on Saturday. But again, you can get pancakes of the regular variety or even black walnut variety pancakes as well. And, of course, they've got sides and drinks for you as well. Everything goes on once again tomorrow. Some of the stuff on top of just the craft show, flea market, art exhibits, all that stuff. Tomorrow will begin the motorsports and tractor display, and that will be taking place on the front lawn at the Spencer Armory. In fact, if you drive by there right now, you can see all the Coyote tractors and implements that are there. Shamblin Brothers Farm Supply is doing that this year, and, of course, the motorsports displays will be out tomorrow as well. The one-room schoolhouse and train depot museum tours will start tomorrow, and they'll go on again on Saturday. How about this? At 10 a.m. right here in the Courthouse Square, the Mountain Monsters men will be here. That's something that has happened the last couple of years, and people love talking to those guys about everything they are doing. Here's another new thing that's taking place this year. We've got a cornmeal grinder down at the Casto and Harris lot right across from Heritage Park's community building. They're going to be doing live and fresh cornmeal grinding. I'm certain that they are going to be selling that as well. Hey, back this year is the petting zoo down at Heritage Park community building. How about that? So the petting zoo's back. Bring the kids down for that. Friday morning at 10:30, the Kids Day Parade lineup will take place at 10:30 over at the Walmart parking lot. And again, coverage will start at noon on our live feed here at WVRC. We're going to shut down at about 11:30 of our regular live. We're going to move all our equipment out to Main Street, and we will cover live. For those of you who cannot make it to Spencer for the Kids Day Parade, you may be working. We will cover that live here on WVRC Facebook and on our YouTube channel. Other than that, there's a couple of other new things happening. The caricature artist is going to be at the Courthouse Square from noon to 7 tomorrow and back again on the following day, but definitely noon to 7 tomorrow will be the caricature artist. Here's a new thing that's going on at the Courthouse Square over at the grass parking lot right beside the Hungry Moose Cafe or Hungry Moose Restaurant is the beer tent. They're bringing the beer tent for the first time this year over to the festival. So that'll take place from noon to 9, both tomorrow and on Saturday. Here's a cool thing that's taking place this year at the festival. Roane County's own and now Dean of Veterinary Medicine at The Ohio State University, Dr. Rustin Moore, Spencer High School graduate. They knew him as Rusty back then. He is Dr. Rustin Moore, is doing a book signing event on Friday and on Saturday from noon to 5 on Friday and from 8 to 5 on Saturday as well. So many cool things happening at the festival this year. New things going on here at 2 p.m. tomorrow at the Courthouse Square right there at the main stage. Square dancing is going to take place. That is going to be a wild thing to take place. Square dancing at 2. There's a big troupe that comes in, and a lot of people are going to enjoy themselves with that as well. Don't forget about the live current concert tomorrow evening. Friday evening at 7 p.m., taking the main stage, country music duo Tiger Lily Gold. These two young ladies already have a top 40 hit, and they will be here in Spencer. Somehow, some way, Spencer seems to find these up-and-coming artists right before they go really, really big. Remember when we had Lainey Wilson in Spencer a couple years ago? Not a lot of people knew who Lainey Wilson was back then. I'll tell you what, everybody knows who Lainey Wilson is now. And Tiger Lily Gold, maybe even a little bit more famous than that already. But they will be here Friday, tomorrow at 7 p.m. for the music. If you're looking for gospel music also, head out to Faith Baptist Church at 7 p.m. tomorrow evening. It's going to be Mike Upright, the Brighter Side Quartet, and David and Sheila Bowen, the Black Walnut Festival Gospel Sing. We had a chance to talk with Pastor Justin Simmons, and this morning he was happy to be hosting once again that wonderful Gospel Sing. As they did last year, they'll do it again this year. Moving all the way into Saturday, everything that we just mentioned is taking place from Friday to Saturday. And the big deal for Saturday is 10 a.m. The Grand Parade lineup is happening down at Handy Mart. And, of course, one of the biggest draws each and every year and one of the biggest parades in the state of West Virginia each year is our Grand Parade here at noon. We will be covering that once again live on our station's Facebook and YouTube channels. The band and majorette competition will take place Saturday at 3:30 p.m. out at Roane County High School. And, of course, everything else is happening as well. Here's the music lineup, by the way, for Saturday at the festival. At 1:30 p.m., Johnny Stats Project will take the stage. At 4 p.m., local musician Eric Barker will be on stage. And then at 7 p.m., live music with the Esquire Band. The Esquires will take the stage at 7 p.m. on Saturday evening. You think it's done there? It is not. Sunday, right in the morning, down behind us at Heritage Park, the 5K Black Walnut Festival Nut Run and Walk. The registration begins at 10 a.m. The race starts at 11. Speaking of 11 o'clock, the car show registration and the car show will take place on Sunday at the Walmart parking lot as well. Carnival will continue to be open then, as will the food courts. Gospel music at 1 p.m. on the front courthouse lawn. The car show awards will be taking place at 2:30, and will slowly wind down the 71st West Virginia Black Walnut Festival at that point. Chocked full of fun and entertainment for the 71st year of the Black Walnut Festival. Cannot wait for each and every event to take place. We're going to try to go mobile here in just a little while if possible. We've got a plethora of upcoming sponsors and cash shavers next. They'll be here at 2 p.m., about 45 minutes. At 3 p.m., we've got representatives from Poca Valley Bank, A&M Digital Technologies at 4:30, at 5:30 Carpenter's General Store, and that will lead us all the way up to the Queen's Coronation tonight. Folks, stick around. We're going to break away. I'll come back on the radio side of things. Don't forget, got a giveaway coming here in just a little bit on the radio. Well, they're busy, number one. They're doing a sound check. They're not here, in fact. The sound check is being done by their underlings. If you want to call them that, call them the roadies, call them the minions. But it is true. The Kentucky Headhunters bus is here, and the Kentucky Headhunters will be here tonight for the coronation concert at 7:30 p.m. The Queen's coronation taking place at 6 p.m., and so lots of things going on. That's kind of the crowning, no pun intended, the crowning moment of the second day of the festival is the Queen's coronation. Had a good opportunity to talk with Lakin Campbell, who is Miss Black Walnut Festival this year. She is reigning supreme over our festival for this whole season, and so she will officially be crowned. I'm so proud as a business owner that one of our station employees from WVRC, Emma Sloan, is our sideline reporter for Roane County High School football broadcast. She is also Miss Parkersburg Homecoming, so she is around that pageant circuit. She is going to be the master of ceremonies, and she will be running the show on the main stage for the Queen's coronation. Everything happening here today at the festival. I tell you what, one thing you can never plan properly for is if the weather will cooperate. I said it was good this year. It's even better this year. It's cooler this year. The sun is out, and Facebook. I have 5 copies of a children's book from a local Roane County original, Cassie Ashley, an author of a children's book called West Virginia, Your Home to Me. And it's a children's book. It's easily readable, easily digestible. She was so gracious to send me 5 copies of that book to give away throughout our live remote over the next 4 days. And so here's what I'm going to do. Since she is a lover of West Virginia and West Virginia history, and the book is titled West Virginia, Your Home to Me, I am going to do a giveaway live on the radio and on YouTube and Facebook, and it's this simple. I am going to ask a trivia question, and it is related to West Virginia history. The first person who makes it to my booth, I am set up right across from the city building on the corner of Church Street and Court Street. The first person to answer this question in front of me right here at my booth and answer it correctly will win the first copy of West Virginia, Your Home to Me, and that is a book by Cassie Ashley, who is a Roane County High School graduate, former Roane County resident. Here is the question, and let me tell you, this better be the easiest West Virginia history question of all time. If you cannot get this one right, then there is something amiss about you. You need to go back to civics class for West Virginia history. Here is the question for all of you out there. First person to come to my booth and answer correctly wins that free copy of the book. Here is the question. What day was West Virginia officially established in the Union? Meaning, what is the official start of West Virginia as a state? It is West Virginia Day, my goodness. If you can't get that one, there may be some problems with you. The first person to come to my booth and correctly answer what day is West Virginia Day, you win a sign, or not sign, you win a copy of West Virginia, Your Home to Me, a children's book, care of author and former Roane County resident, Cassie Ashley. I'm excited for day 2 of the festival, George. There's so much going on. People are sending me food right and left, too much for me to even eat. I'm so excited that everybody is out and enjoying this festival for year number 71. We're going to check in again later on this afternoon with you. We're going to stay live on Facebook and YouTube. If you have any questions, comments, anything you want to talk about, let me know on our Facebook and YouTube feeds. Until then, going to send it back up to the station. George, take it away. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so the trivia question has been asked. And again, what people are playing for is right on the screen right now. It is a copy of West Virginia, Your Home to Me. And it's a children's book, again, easily digestible, low reading levels. It's good for first-time readers to practice, and it's good for parents to read to their young kids. And again, it is a book that is written by a former Roane County resident, Roane County High School graduate, Cassie Ashley, who has very graciously donated 5 copies of her book to me so I can do giveaways. And again, the trivia question is so simple. It's the first one, and it should be the number one West Virginia trivia question that people can answer. It's a simple one. The question was, what is the establishment of West Virginia as a state? And we call it West Virginia Day. It is every single year, and the first person to come to my booth and correctly answer this question will win a free copy of that book. So you got to be here. You got to be right in front of me. You got to answer it, and you got to answer it right. If you do, going to give away that book, care of Cassie Ashley. If you want to support her, though, by the way, she is selling this book on Amazon as well. So you can go to Amazon and you can order that. That helps her in her quest to get these books out. Going to take a break, folks. I'm going to slam some more food and be back in just a sec. Just a quick reminder, folks, taking a look at the screen, the book is up. West Virginia, Your Home to Me. And that is a children's book published by the author, Cassie Ashley, former Roane County resident, Roane County High School graduate. Children's book. She was so gracious to send me 5 copies for giveaways. And again, the question is out there on Facebook, YouTube, and it was on the radio. So the question is this. And again, you must be present. You must show up here right in front of me at my tent between Court and Church Streets and answer this correctly. When was the official establishment of West Virginia as a state? We also call that West Virginia Day. Very simple question. If you know anything about West Virginia history, and I hope people do, know that. We need to know when the birth of West Virginia as a state was. And so you can win a free copy of the book. And again, that's given to me graciously by Cassie Ashley. So that is the first trivia question of the weekend. It is very simple. West Virginia Day. What day did West Virginia become established as a state? And I need the day, the month, and the year. Hopefully, someone out there knows West Virginia trivia history with that, because that is about as simple as it gets. Also, on a completely side note, if anybody out there happens to know a youngster, a person named Carson Jerkovich, if anyone knows a Carson Jerkovich, please send me a message on the comments section. We have a lost wallet that we need to get back to somebody, a lost wallet that we need to get back to someone. And again, Carson Jerkovich is who we need to get a hold of. So thank you very much. And again, the trivia question is out there. If you can make it in, if not, call somebody and have them come in. Somebody you may know who may be in the town of Spencer right now. Call, tell them to get down here and answer the trivia question for a free copy of West Virginia, Your Home to Me, the children's book by Cassie Ashley. And again, it's a very simple trivia question. It is this: when was West Virginia established as a state? We also call it West Virginia Day each and every year, but when was the original date, day, month, and year of the establishment of West Virginia as its own separate and even better state than the one we took off from? If you're tuning in, please like, share, and comment on the video. And please, we are looking for a drive to 10,000 followers on Facebook, a drive to 10,000 subscribers on our YouTube channel as well. You can share this with all of your Facebook friends. Share the information. Make sure people get on YouTube and subscribe to our channel. We're looking for 10,000 followers on both. I know it's a very lofty goal, but that's why we aspire to it, because it's a lofty goal. Live here down at the Black Walnut Festival, day number 2. Again, the Kentucky Headhunters bus is out there on Main Street. They are setting up a bunch of stuff, looking to try to get things set up. They're going to do a sound check here in just a little while for the Kentucky Headhunters. Food court is wide open and going strong. The Grandpa Cratchit Show has finished up the 1 p.m. show. They'll do it again at 3 p.m. and then once again at 5 p.m. today. And that is today, tomorrow, and on Saturday. All sorts of stuff going on. Well, I'll tell you what, George, you're probably thankful you weren't just with me a second ago as they were emptying the porta-johns directly next to me, and that wasn't the most pleasant thing I've ever experienced in my existence. I did hear that we got kicked off of the air. I do apologize. You're always at the whim and the mercy of technology, and sometimes it does not agree with our system, and that time it kicked us off there, so I do apologize for that. But we are happy about the weather here at the festival, day number 2. It should be this way throughout the entirety of the 5 days of the festival. Nice and cool with the sun shining down. The wind is blowing, not a bit of humidity at all. It is just gorgeous weather. Low 70s, upper 60s, low 70s throughout the week. And people have responded in kind with tons of people all over the place here in the courthouse square. There's a lot of people down at the Armory building, a ton of people down behind us at Heritage Parks Community Building. There is just a buzz in town right now, and it's only the second day of the festival. Wait until the weekend comes. It is going to be wild. It's a little louder here right now because, again, the roadies for the Kentucky Headhunters are up on stage, and they are doing a test of the sound system right now, and they're playing some good background music right now, and I'm enjoying that, as are the people walking around the facility here at the festival, day number 2. Of course, we mentioned all the stuff going on today. There's a couple of big highlights here. Of course, again, the ox roast sandwiches are available today. Don't have to wait until Friday or Saturday morning this time. They're available down at the Hungry Moose restaurant right now, and they will be there throughout the rest of the festival, assuming they have enough. They may run out at some point, so you might want to go down there and get those as quickly as humanly possible. Obviously, tonight is the Queen's coronation at 6 p.m. We'll cover that on our YouTube and Facebook channels. Emma Sloan, our own WVRC employee, is going to be the master of ceremonies. We will mic her up, and she will do the Queen's coronation ceremony. And again, the Kentucky Headhunters are here in Spencer tonight at 7:30 for the Bain concert for the Queen's coronation as well. I don't know if we got it on the last time, but I am going to ask my trivia question. So I do have 5 books. They're children's books to give away by Roane County, or former Roane County resident and children's book author Cassie Ashley. It is called West Virginia, Your Home to Me. She was very generous to donate 5 copies of that book that you can go get on Amazon. As well as I think she's going to try to get those in the Tamarack. I know they are in the library at Stonewall Resort already. So if you are looking for those, you can buy those. But I have a question out there for the general public. The first person to come to me here on the corner of Church and Court Street at my location and correctly answer this trivia question will win a free copy of that book. And it is West Virginia, Your Home to Me. It's a children's book by Cassie Ashley. And here is the question for West Virginia trivia. If you don't get this one, you might want to get out of West Virginia. I'm telling you, it is the number one question that you need to know if you are a West Virginian through and through. What day was the birth of West Virginia, the state? We all call it West Virginia Day each and every year, but what was the founding day of West Virginia? I need the day, the month, and the year. First person to come down here to my booth right in the face and tell me the answer correctly, I will give you a book from Cassie Ashley called West Virginia, Your Home to Me. So many things going down here today. If you have any questions, again, we are live on YouTube and Facebook throughout. That's where you can interact with us. If you want to know anything about anything that's happening, what day, what time, what cost they are, just message us on Facebook and YouTube on the comments section of the video. We'll get that information to you as quickly as possible. Till then, I'm going to send it back up to the studio so George can continue running some good music for you. I'm going to continue to have a blast here down at the Black Walnut Festival. Here in about 10 minutes, we've got another sponsor coming up, Spencer Cash Saver, at 2 p.m. following these breaks. We'll be back a little later from the radio station.
I can't hear nothing.
Hello.
All righty. I forgot, I was testing you guys there, and I was like, wait a minute. I forgot we're not on the radio yet. But we are back here live, and I did turn it away from the food court just so people weren't salivating on their screens for just a little bit. We are live at the 71st Annual West Virginia Black Walnut Festival. It is day number 2. One thing you can never, ever plan for is what the weather is going to be each and every year. My goodness, it's better than it was last year. It was a little hotter last year than people would have preferred.
I agree.
Yeah.
It is cool, breeze blowing, sun shining. I'm talking
Perfect.
mid-60s, upper 60s. I'm still wearing a jacket.
A light jacket was perfect today.
I'm telling you, it is wonderful weather. By the way, folks, again, we've been doing giveaways today, and we got our first winner. Take a look at the screen. And again, I was very happy that my friend and former Roane County resident, Cassie Ashley, who wrote a children's book called West Virginia, Your Home to Me, and she has those for sale on Amazon. They are in the library at Stonewall Resort. She's trying to get these books into the Tamarack. Very, very easy reader for young kids, for first-time readers to practice with, for family members to read to their kids. And so she gave me 5 copies to give away, and we have given away the first copy. So the question was, and I have been saying this throughout until somebody came and answered it, if you cannot get this question right, you cannot officially call yourself a West Virginian. You may be a resident of West Virginia, but if you don't know the birth of our state, then you are not a West Virginia. June 20th, 1863 is West Virginia Day, and we did get a winner. Ben Gentry was the first to come to the booth and correctly answer that question.
I think if you walk in front of the courthouse, there's a plaque up there
Yeah.
that has the date on it.
seal.
It has seal. It has a date on it.
Those of you who are tuning in, taking a look at the screen, I make sure that I'm not on the screen. People see and hear me plenty. They don't need any more of my ugly mug. We're happy to be joined by our sponsor for this half hour of content, both on the radio and on YouTube and Facebook. Tank Blosser and Amy Nichols, care of Spencer Cash Saver. Thank you guys once again for joining us.
You're welcome.
Thanks for having us.
Amy's just relaxed here today. I tell you what, guys, Tank, you were saying it, man. What about the weather in Spencer today? And this is going to be the case all week.
It's supposed to be super.
It's going to be beautiful.
I was told when I go to put my truck on the bypass to get on one side or the other. I can't remember. Just because of the weather. Last year it was so hot, and they roasted. And I was like, well, it's not going to be that way this year.
Not gonna be
I said, you'll
this year.
probably be sitting there in a jacket.
Now,
You know?
have you put your truck out yet? and
No,
got it
I'm
towed?
not. That's against the law to put it out yet.
Well, I saw I just came that way, and they have signs up this year. You cannot park overnight, and it cannot be there until 9 o'clock Friday morning.
You know,
And
I did
they've
wonder about that.
all the way down, and I've never seen them do that.
I wondered, I was thinking, as I was driving down the bypass yesterday, heading out to the middle school football game, well, I got a message from the city saying, hey, could you announce it on the station? Make sure people do not park on the bypass until 9 a.m. on Friday morning. And I was like, wonder if they could block off that entire – that's a long way to block off.
Yeah.
But apparently they've put signs
They've
up
put
in the
signs
way.
up,
So
yeah.
that is good. And, again, I know people – well, let's just say people complain all the time about everything. So that's one thing that they would just jump on. And I guess it's legitimate because some people break the law and some people don't break – or the rules, and some people don't break the rules. That's all right. But being able to finally enforce that is kind of a big deal. So, again, if you're out there, do not even attempt to park on the bypass until Friday morning.
It'll be a madman in the morning at 9 a.m.
Yeah, good thing school's not in session.
Yeah.
Hopefully a lot of people are closed, their businesses are off work because it's going to be chaotic there on Friday on the bypass. There's going to be fender benders bumping into people. It's going to be a live. I should go live down there on the bypass.
Exactly. You should just drive up and down, just filming it. Oh, look here, there's an accident getting ready to happen. You know.
Well, obviously, you guys at Spencer Cash Saver are a very successful Spencer business, and you guys are just every year sponsor of the Black Walnut Festival. Once again, you guys are helping sponsor the West Virginia Black Walnut Festival. Obviously, one thing that's important to the two of you as Spencer residents, and you guys both grew up here, You both have spent time away, and both have come back here and established yourself as business owners here. One thing important to both of you is that community involvement. Does it come from just being residents here for a long time? Does it come from just that sense of civic duty or pride that you guys have that continues to allow you to not only sponsor the Black Walnut Festival, but everything you guys do?
Yeah, I mean, I want to be able to give back to the community that I grew up in. You know, a lot of people here don't have a lot. It's a very poverty-stricken area, and so anything and everything that we can do to help people's lives here, we want to be able to
Try to make everything better.
Yeah.
One of the things that I talk to you guys every time I'm on the air with you about this situation is the helping hand. That is something that is really near and dear to your all's hearts. And again, as you said, we are in a poverty-stricken area, and there is a need. I wish there weren't, but there is. And one thing that you guys are very involved in is helping hand. And just, I see pictures all the time of you guys loading up box trucks and sending items from you guys to that helping hand program. That's something that's very important to you guys.
It is, and we do a lot. Julie Grayhouse is very wonderful. If nobody knows Julie, she does a wonderful job up there. And I'll just throw this out there: they're struggling a little bit. I mean,
Yeah.
it's the time of the year where holidays are coming. But so if anybody's out there and would like to help them, they need some money. Grants are starting to dry up, and so they're not buying as much stuff as they used to and giving out because of that. So they have to be a little more picky of what they're doing, and that kind of stuff. But they do a wonderful job. Julie does a wonderful job down there, and there is a lot of people in need.
Yeah, I had a chance to talk with Julie just a few weeks back. She came up to the station. We had a good conversation about that program and helping feed the masses here in Spencer and the local communities. And again, it's a big deal for you guys. You guys are also heavily involved not just in sponsorship of the festival. You guys are the local dealers. And I mean the dealers of ox roast.
Oh, I was like, wait a minute here. Now, I've been accused of a lot of things.
I was reliably informed, by the way, that ox roast is not officially actually made of ox.
It is not an ox, but I'm not going to tell you what it really is. It is a piece of beef. It's just a certain cut of beef.
Why is it that is the cut of beef for ox roast? Is that something that was just traditional forever? How did that come about? Do you know?
Since we've bought the store, it's just been that. I mean, now before that, I don't know. 20, 30 years ago, because I think this has been around for 50 years, something like that.
Yeah.
So what they did 20, 30 years ago, I really don't know. I know what we've done the last 3 or 4 years, as far as ordering it for whoever's trying to sell it or whatever they're doing, So, but, I don't have no idea. I don't know if 30 years ago it was actually an ox. Maybe not. I don't know.
That's what it all began as.
Might have started that way.
It
Might have
started
started that way, but I would say the price probably dictates a lot of what kind of beef. Now we do use we do order a certain cut of beef that we normally probably don't carry at the store that they use.
Oh, that's something interesting. It's just such people tie tradition to the festival in many different ways. And the ox roast sandwich, I remember when they didn't have it for a year or two, and people almost rioted.
Yeah. Do you remember, and you might, I know Amy probably don't, when the booth used to be set up right there at the corner, they had a whole booth set right there at the corner, right across from First Neighborhood Bank, one day only. Saturday only, and they had it till they sold out.
Yeah, so I was there for a few of those madcap. It was kind of like Black Friday shopping where people would run over other human beings to get the ox roast. We decided after a while, because they were doing that, we decided to send one unlucky representative from our family. Everybody would park down on Church Street where I used to live, and one unlucky soul would have to come up and buy like as many as possible, like 25, 30 sandwiches,
gosh.
and then come back and give it to the rest of us. So each year, I think they drew a name out of a hat of one of my uncles or whatever that wanted to do that. But yeah, it's been really crazy. It used to be just one day, and then of course last year I remember when the teachers were coming around. I don't know who that was.
Elementary school.
The elementary school teachers were selling it, and they were really doing wonders with that. They had the delivery system. They were going up and down the bypass. But again, it was only 2 mornings. It was Friday and Saturday last year. Is that correct? Or was
I
it
believe so.
And so this year, they offered to give it over to some people who know how to smoke meat, and that is the Hungry Moose Restaurant. And they decided to start yesterday. And I was so shocked because I didn't know that they were selling them yesterday. I knew they were scheduled to start today. And so they've been selling ox roast sandwiches at the Hungry Moose. Did they have to purchase a bunch more, or did they just purchase the same amount?
About the same amount that they did last year.
Well,
so not much. There wasn't, not much difference than what they did. It's, I don't know what they did many years ago when it was the one day only.
Yeah.
They get somewhere around 500 pounds.
Well, I tell you what, Darren was pretty confident yesterday when I talked to him. I was like, "You're selling them today?" He's like, "Yeah, oh yeah."
Well, I mean, if you got them ready, you might as well sell them.
He said, "We've already sold 30 of them." I'm like, "Oh my gosh, dude, are you serious?" I was like, "These aren't supposed to start till tomorrow." He's like, "Oh, we got plenty of meat." And I'm like,
Well,
"Darren, you're relatively new to the festival,
You
buddy.
might
I'm
run
not
out."
sure that you think you've got a lot of meat."
500 pounds is a lot of meat.
It may seem like a lot of meat, but it's
Yeah.
going to go fast
I
here.
think he'll run out, though.
Yeah, there's no way that's making it till Saturday. So.
I hope he actually runs out because I still got some left. Because when I order it, I can't just say I want 500 pounds and they send me 500 pounds. That's not the way it works.
Nah.
You order cases.
Okay.
So I do have a few. I don't know if I have 100 pounds, but I probably got 60 or 70 pounds still left.
Well, Darren skipped town, by the way, after the interview yesterday. So it's all on his dad, Hunter, over there.
Gotcha.
I would say Hunter's the idea man. It's Ryan, the young son, who is probably going to be in charge of helping smoke the meat there. Again, the ox roast, again, people don't think about how the ox roast happens. Again, you have to have somebody to prepare it. But you have to get the ox roast first. And if there's some person in the world that knows about how to supply meat, it is Cash Saver and Caleb, cheese whiz, Tank and Amy. Caleb's coming up here in a little bit. So Tank and Amy are great with that. Folks, hang tight. We're going to go live on the radio station. Want to talk about the things that are going on at Cash Saver. Constant improvements at the store. For Cash Saver, and without him giving away his secrets, Tank Blosser and the Amish Connection coming up in a sec. Just got to get a hold of George here real quick. Oh, that breeze is wonderful. What's up, Jorge? We're ready to go, bub.
We've got about 2 minutes and 40 seconds.
2 minutes and 40 seconds. Must have caught it at the beginning of his song, so. So we'll hang tight for one of his 8,000 songs, 3,000 of which are on the top 40 charts.
Exactly.
Yeah. Sounds about right.
I meant to tell you a while ago,
Yeah.
tower lights are out again.
Are you kidding me? Oh, my gosh.
Or something in that.
Gonna need a new breaker or something, I guess. I don't know.
Maybe a new electrician.
Or an electrician.
Well, that will work too.
Yeah. I don't have one of those for the tower building for sure.
Let me give you a guy. Hard to get, but he's good.
Yeah, really.
Come on.
Is your service bad here?
I just tried to send a text and it did not go through.
Daggone.
Mine's working.
Don't forget, folks, we are going to continue to be giving away books from Cassie Ashley, West Virginia, You're My Home. I gave away one already. Ben Gentry was the winner. Correctly answered the West Virginia trivia question, the birth of our state. What was the day? It's actually on our state flag, and Tank Blosser mentioned it's on the seal in front of the courthouse here. So, and again, even if you're from West Virginia, if you don't know that answer, you're not a real West Virginian. I'm sorry. Hate to break the bubble, burst the bubble there. Facebook, YouTube, hang tight, folks. We're waiting to go live on the radio. 1 minute. You guys eaten yet?
No, I'm going to do that after.
I did eat ox. I went down and got a couple oxes here
All right.
a little while ago.
I'm slowly navigating my jambalaya.
For some reason,
It's just not working.
I'm getting the gills.
Gills, pit beef. It's going to be the turkey sandwich, or what are you going to get?
I'm going to get the turkey.
Hard to beat
looks
that.
like
I
a
love
turkey.
it.
You're a turkey.
I love it. I'm so excited every time Gills comes to town.
Thank you.
I cannot get that to go through.
Did
Do you
you
get-
have any of the Maine's lobster when they were at Tractor Supply?
No, I did
Oh
not get
my
any
gosh.
of that.
Listen, I spent way too much money there.
That's why she's got all that beef in the
I
freezer.
Exactly.
I had it for lunch and dinner that day, and I bought everybody dinner that night. It was so good, so good. They need to come here more often.
Got frozen beef from a year ago.
That's what I'm going to sell Toby. Toby said he wanted to buy some. That's what I'll get him.
There you
Some
go.
frozen beef from a year ago. Still will not go through. AT&T. I mean, I got 2 bars of 5G.
You never did get those.
I did when I got
did
home.
Did they come through?
When I got
finally?
home.
Yeah, that's weird.
Thank you very much, George. I tell you what, we're having a good old time down here at the festival talking with our sponsor for this half hour of content, both on the radio station and live on Facebook and YouTube. Day 2 of the Black Walnut Festival, sponsored by Spencer Cash Saver. I'm joined, thankfully, by the 2 owners of Spencer Cash Saver, Tank Blosser, Amy Nichols. We're talking about getting ready to eat. Tank has already had a couple of ox roast sandwiches, care of the Hungry Moose. Amy has decided she's going with Gill's pit beef and the turkey sandwiches there.
That does
And you
sound
did
good,
say, Amy, that's hard to beat.
It's so good. It's
She
so
said
good.
she's addicted to Gills every time they show up. She's down here, and Tank was ribbing her because you guys traditionally are buyers of beef at the 4-H FFA livestock sale.
Yes.
And Tank was like, you have beef still from last year. What are you going to eat here?
That's what happens, you know.
I still have a deep freezer full
and
of
she wants
meat.
more.
And we just eat out too much. We're
She-
so busy. I
yeah,
don't cook
yeah.
very often.
No cooking is necessary. Make Caleb cook. That's what I would do. I'd make that guy
At
cook.
least cook on the weekends or
Right.
something, you know. I mean,
Well, we were talking about Spencer Cash Saver and loving how that they are, since you guys have opened, obviously you've been putting forth so much effort into building that business into what you guys want it to be, providing the best opportunities and the best service and the best supplies that you can for your customers. And we've talked many times about your customers being far and wide, not just in Roane County, Calhoun County, Jackson County, and the surrounding areas. You guys got people coming in
Everywhere.
from all around.
you know, we had a one-day sale last Friday, last Friday. And I was helping some people help carry their stuff out to their truck. And they were from Gilmer County. And they had said that they knew 2 other people at the store at the time that were from Gilmer County.
Yeah.
So, but you'd be surprised how many people we're getting from Jackson, Gilmer. We get a lot from Calhoun. Calhoun's, a lot. We get a lot of there. But it's unbelievable how far people come out. I've had people drive 2 hours to come to our one-day sales.
Well, again, those are big because they offer great prices, discounted prices. You guys are constantly working the items that you guys bring to the store to try to make sure that you provide the best that you can for your customers. But on top of that and trying to put back into the business, you guys, again, as we said, are consummate supporters of everything in Roane County. Again, businesses here get hit up a lot, but you guys often are able to help out as best you can. You're huge sponsors of the Black Walnut Festival. Speaking of the ox roast sandwiches, you guys are the ones who order and supply the meat for those ox roast sandwiches every year for the Black Walnut Festival. They were talking about you guys being involved with Helping Hand, and every time somebody comes to you with some needs, you seem to be able to find some way to do it. Sometimes you can't do as much as you'd like, but you guys are always very generous with your time, your effort, your energy, and, of course, what you guys actually offer there. And that's something that's been very important to both of you.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, giving back is a lot. We try to give back. I mean, there's times that there's things that people come and ask us to give to that we don't. I'm not saying it's sometimes our biggest thing is we want to give to a nonprofit.
We
We
try to
want it-
support community
Community
nonprofit,
thing,
community
community
organizations, not
Right.
individuals. Because you would be if we supported every single individual that
You'd
came
be
to the store.
broke.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
couldn't do
we
it.
would be
So yeah,
absolutely.
there's limits, but we do try to help out community organizations as much as we can.
And sometimes we can, maybe not give them money, but we can give them deals on something to
Yeah.
help them
Yeah.
raise money for something else.
Absolutely, some product here
Yeah.
and there, discounted.
Yeah.
But again, that's what you guys are always open for that. So it's time to start bragging on yourselves, though. Let's talk about the store. Since we talked last, of course, last year talking about purchasing the building, that is something that you guys have really worked through and gotten on board. And so now that you guys are worked through that, you guys have focused your attention on continual improvements at your store. And there's things that you want to do. There's things.
There's a lot of things.
There's
Yes.
things in the distance. There's long-term goals. There's short-term goals. And then if you have short-term goals that you think you're going to get done, then a freezer goes down or something like. Not to bring up bad stuff. for you guys.
Listen, knock on wood. We haven't had any problems for like 2 months now.
Yeah. That is the next thing, though. We would like to upgrade our refrigeration system, but it's extremely expensive. So we applied last year for the USDA REAP grant. We got the grant, then they stopped funding the grant. So we never actually got any. We got approved for the grant, but we never actually got any money because they stopped funding that program. So now we're in the process of applying for a different grant, the Healthy Food Funds Initiative. And so I was at work till super late last night trying to finish it up. It's due tomorrow. I've still got a few things to work on today to
Geez,
finish
speaking
that.
of stressing you guys out, I shouldn't talk about this.
That's her
Yeah,
though. She's
so
the grant
much
writer.
work that goes into these grants.
Yes.
It is so time consuming. It is so, I'm like, I really hope this one happens
Sometimes it's
so I
not.
can just stop working on. But yeah, that would allow us to get a new compressor system because that's, when our compressors go down, that's where we have to pull,
Yeah.
your meat or your produce or your we had 2 months we had 10 doors of frozen down
Earlier this year, we had it was down.
And
And
so-
the part had to come from overseas, and it was like 2 months to get it.
Yeah. So that's constant. People don't think about that when they think about walking into a grocery store. It's a constant battle that you guys are waging against the business itself, against the building and the supply stock that you guys have. Again, we're talking to Tank Blosser and Amy Nichols, owners of Spencer Cash Saver, and, of course, our sponsors for this half hour of content. So enough of the stressful stuff. On to the good side. What have you been able to do over the last few years at that business to improve upon that and give your customers the best possible experience when they shop?
Well, I mean, we.
Going to Amish 3
I-
days a week.
Here's the deal.
Yeah, my wife says I'm becoming Amish. I don't know.
I don't wanna
reckon
give
if I
a-
would grow the beard. I mean, I don't.
I don't want to give away the horse here, and you're not going to tell where you're getting it from. We just know that Tank
Ohio.
leaves the building, and he goes to Ohio somewhere into this Amish country, and he brings back great produce deals.
Yeah, sometimes great deals. A lot of times it's really a really good deal.
He's
And,
being real cagey about this. I'm just saying.
And then, man, there's a lot. A lot of people don't realize. I mean, I'll leave a lot of times at 8:30 in the morning. And there's one time, it wasn't this past year. Last year, I didn't get home till 9:30 that night.
Man.
Yeah, it's a long
And
day.
and now we're getting ready. Now we're coming into the season. I already had people ask me next week I'm going after apples, but I go to Amish country, and I'll tell you where I go because everybody goes up there. I go to a place called Hillcrest Orchard. It's in Walnut Creek, Ohio.
Geez, a lot different than he used to do with me. He wouldn't.
Well, I
even
won't tell
me
you where I
it
go
was.
get the veggies. I ain't gonna tell you that. I'm not. That's a secret.
Well, one thing I do know is you guys have great produce, and you got the hookup, and that's cool. I'm glad that you guys do that. I'm sure the customers are glad that you guys have that as well. Of course, years ago, it was getting the heating and air conditioning done, the new lighting system that you guys have got done. There's things in the back. There's things that people just don't see that you guys have. Now, here's one thing that you have, continue to have, is a tremendous meat department.
Yes.
When things are working well, one thing we do know is your meat department and the people who work the meat department are unbelievable. They're second to none, and people will absolutely go to you guys before anywhere else to get their meat.
Well, I mean, and the big box stores, they don't cut meat anymore. That's all pre-packed,
Yeah.
put out there. Nothing gets cut. I worked at a big box store for 13 years. I know how it works. Nothing. They did away with their meat department. There's nobody. We get big slabs of meat. It gets cut into pieces. Then we cut up pieces. We grind it. and then that's how everything comes fresh like that.
Yeah.
Everything basically we're getting like a quarter of a cow at a time, and you cut it up into pieces, steaks and then in burgers, and same way with pork. The only thing we don't do is chicken. That's the only
Yeah.
thing we don't do, and that does come pre-packed, but that's like everybody does that.
Yeah. Chicken's a little different.
It's a little bit different with the salmonella. You could be poisoned. It's a really hard cleanup.
Yeah.
You
don't deal
you
with
really
that.
have to keep it clean because you can make a lot of people sick with that.
Absolutely. Our sponsors here for this half hour of content on the radio have been Spencer Cashaver, Tank Blosser, Amy Nichols. We're going to send it back up to the station. We're going to stay live with these guys for a few more minutes on Facebook and YouTube. Till then, back to you, George. So I now know the secret. Walnut Creek in Amish country.
We also have gliders.
I've just bought a bunch of Amish-made wooden gliders, and
It's so funny. The day that I saw you post that on Facebook, somebody was at Carpenter's asking me, "Hey, when are you getting more gliders?" I was like, "Oh, probably not till the spring." He usually gets those in the spring. And then I saw that post. I was like, "Oh man,
Oops.
same day. I could have told her,
Yeah.
go on down. We got some."
yeah. I watch a lot of auction sites, and believe it or not, up in the Amish country, they love auctions. I mean, you can go on YouTube and watch some of the craziest things up there. Auctions. I literally, the other day, I watched a horse auction. And I'm not getting into buying horses. I mean, I watched a horse sell for $300,000.
Oh my goodness.
Holy moly.
$300,000 for one horse. The next horse sold for like 175, and the next one sold for 100.
Those
Then they started going way
Now,
down.
what was
Maybe
it, Secretariat?
racehorses, right? They had to be racehorses.
No, they weren't racehorses.
What?
These are workhorses. These are the
Workhorses.
Amish
Oh.
selling them.
Oh my.
Yeah, I don't know. But it's.
Is there a
it's,
black market for Amish horse sales? Because I'm
Well,
in.
listen, I do know a couple people that go up there and buy horses and turn and sell them, and I mean they wouldn't do it if they didn't make money.
Obviously
Now, what
not.
kind of money they make, I don't know,
Wow.
but they do turn stuff like that over.
So massive profit. Well, guys, I'm going to let you go here in a little bit. What's the next one-day sale? I know you guys just
Oh,
had
yeah,
one.
next
and-
year.
And you try to wait like 6 months or so.
Three
months,
times a year.
Three
Yeah.
times a year. So it's not going to happen again this year.
March
March,
probably.
probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
And again, those things are, boy, that all hands on deck kind of deal
Yeah.
for you guys. The doors, the automatic doors, we always
We
joke,
just
but
literally,
it's true.
well,
They never
this
close.
time we just opened them and left them open.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they never close. So that's what you guys provide at Spencer Cash Saver. You guys are the grocery store in town. You're the grocery store that everybody comes to from in town, out of town. It's my place to shop. I am so happy that you guys do what you do. You continue to do a great job with it. Hope everything continues to work out for you. I hope the grant money comes in
I hope
and
so.
officially comes in. Doesn't just say it's coming in
Right?
another. Tank, I hope nothing goes down anytime soon. No compressors, anything like that.
Ugh.
Yeah.
I'm telling you,
Yeah.
it's probably going down as we speak now, just because we talked about it.
Well, guys, I do appreciate the time, obviously. Continue to do what you do for the community of Spencer, West Virginia, and for Roane County. And enjoy the Black Walnut Festival.
Yes.
Go get you some gills,
I'm going
Amy.
to. I can't
It's going to be
wait.
great stuff. 100%, guys. That is Amy Nichols and Tank Blosser with Spencer Cash Saver. They have been our sponsor for the last half hour of content here on WVRC. Going to break away for just a little bit. Going to come back and continue to chirp it out here at the Black Walnut Festival. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 2:30 half hour here on WVRC West Virginia Black Walnut Festival, edition number 71 years for the West Virginia Black Walnut Festival. A buzz here in the city of Spencer. Things have been taking place all day. I know this is day 2 of the festival, but officially it's kind of the first real actual big day, because today is the day that the Armory things go on. The Heritage Park building is open for business. The food court was open yesterday, but this is the day when school is out, so a lot more kids are in town. Families are walking around. The weather, my goodness, one of the things you can never plan for in outdoor events is the weather. And the weather this year has been dialed up to perfection. Upper 60s, lower 70s, not a bit of humidity in the sky. The sun is shining, the breeze is blowing. It's one of those days where you're going to get a sunburn and not even know you got it. It's kind of dangerous that way, but it's a great day for day 2 of the festival. Got a lot on tap here throughout the day. Of course, the big item, the big ticket item here this evening is on the main stage. 6 p.m., the Queen's coronation is going to take place. We had a chance to talk with our queen for this year, is Lakin Campbell. Had a chance to talk to her this afternoon, earlier today, about her reign. They're going to do the Queen's coronation tonight at 6 p.m. on the main stage. Our very own WVRC's only, and that is Emma Sloan, is going to be the master of ceremonies for that. So Emma is going to be mic'd up, and she will be running the show on the main stage. And following that, of course, right now, I can hear a little bit of the drum beats, which means they are doing a sound check for the show tonight. The Kentucky Headhunters are headed to the main stage starting at 7:30 p.m. Our half hour of content, this half hour being sponsored by Poca Valley Bank. And let me tell you, if there is one business that I know that is community-oriented, that is Poca Valley Bank, because they are a huge supporter of Roane County sports. I do know that because I do Roane County sports, but they are in multiple communities, and every single community that they are in, you see constantly on their social media, they are sponsoring something, they are giving out awards to local athletes in all of these different communities with which they represent. And I don't know if that's something that started back in whatever it was, the 1900s, early 1900s of Poca Valley Bank, but that is a big focus for Poca Valley Bank in expanding their opportunities. We're joined, by the way, by a couple of representatives from Poca Valley Bank, and that is Tom Anderson and John Husson, who are here to discuss some serious issues. Before that, number one, are you guys enjoying the Black Walnut Festival? I got to ask you that.
It's fantastic. I mean, as you said, the weather is absolutely beautiful. The sky is as blue as it can possibly be, and this little drop in temperature today is making everything enjoyable.
Absolutely. You can hear the drum beat, by the way, going here. I'm going to feel that in my heart here in just a second. Some of the things that you guys wanted to talk about today, Medicare is a very big deal. I have to talk about speaking to the weeds there. Medicare is a big deal. People know that. And so there's things going on with Medicare right now. There are some deadlines coming up that you guys want to discuss. Number one, what are we talking about when we talk about the deadlines coming up for Medicare?
We're talking about the annual enrollment period. So that kicks off here October 15th, and it runs through December 7th.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. What makes Medicare such an important decision for people in our community? I know that in West Virginia and in our small rural areas, of course, there's a lot of aging populations. There's some poverty involved. So what makes Medicare so important?
Well, Medicare, it's not just about insurance. It's about protecting your health, your finances. Next to one's mortgage, it could be the number 2 or number 3 expense in their household. It involves people's prescriptions, their doctors, and a lot of family decisions.
Yeah, so, and again, we're in an area that's high usage, I would imagine, of that ability to have Medicare. Let me ask you this. Who can help me? Right now, I thankfully am not on anything that I need, but who could help me with that?
So, again, my name's John Husson, Okay, I've been hired.
He's the guy that can help you with it.
I'm the one that can help you. I'm a Medicare specialist. I started working with Poca Valley here back in August. I've been in the business now for 22 years. So I've been assisting people all over West Virginia and numerous states for the past 22 years of my career. And I'll be the one you can meet with and help you guide you through this transition, this process.
Okay, so if somebody's wanting to work on this, of course, as we said, Tom, the branches that you guys have are far and wide at this point. You're now in the process of opening another branch. Remind me again, Canal City, or am I close there?
We opened Canal City just a few years ago. We're in the process of building our new location in downtown Charleston.
Downtown Charleston.
Yeah, right on the old Sears Auto property, right next to Municipal Auditorium and adjacent to the Charleston Civic Center.
Well, it's a tremendous location
It
for
is.
you guys to find that. How many branches do you guys have now?
Currently have 9 branches. So, you know, we've really been in a growth spurt in the past few years, and you know, through Kanawha, Putnam, and Roane County, you know, our longtime headquarters since 1908. So we're excited to continue to expand that footprint.
Absolutely. I tell you what, hang tight, folks. We're going to go live on the radio station. I want people in the radio land to hear this conversation that we're having, a very important conversation about Medicare, some deadlines that are coming up. And while I'm thinking about it, while I'm calling George, if he answers, how can they get a hold of you?
So we have a call center they can call into.
Okay.
And they can direct them to my schedule, and we can schedule a consultation.
Fantastic.
And I can provide a number for you to.
Okay, we'll get that here in just
Yep.
a second. George, we're ready to go, buddy, whenever. Oh, okay, even better. Thank you very much, George. We are live downtown in Spencer, West Virginia, site of the 71st Annual West Virginia Black Walnut Festival. Want to thank our sponsor for this half hour of content, that is Poca Valley Bank. We're very happy to be joined by a couple of representatives from Poca Valley Bank. We've got Tom Anderson with us and John Husson. And John is kind of the Medicare specialist. We've been kind of chatting it up here on Facebook and YouTube about some deadlines that are coming up. I know it's going to sound like a broken record, but John, I want you to go back through and tell us about the deadlines that are coming up for Medicare, and then how people can get in touch, who they need to get in touch with Poca Valley Bank. Spoiler alert, it's you, about these deadlines.
Okay, so the annual enrollment period, that's the time when everyone that's on either an existing Medicare Advantage plan can make a one-time change for the coming year, or if they're new to Medicare, turning 65, they can also make an election period choice at that time. That's October 15th through December 7th. To repeat that, that's October 15th through December 7th.
That's coming up next week.
Yes, sir.
It's no wonder you wanted to talk about it right now.
Yeah. Anyways, again, I'll be the guy that's guiding you through the process. I have 22 years experience dealing with Medicare and families all over the state. We work with about 7 out of 8 carriers. So we have just about every carrier and company that you could possibly deal with. 44 different plans to be exact. So,
so you got options, as you say.
Yeah, we have tons of options for sure. There's a number they can call, and that number is to our call center at the bank, and they can get on my calendar, and we can either set up a face-to-face consultation or a phone conversation, however they'd like to do it. That number, it's 304-759-1012.
Again, call center number for Poca Valley Bank that you guys can call in if you have questions, if you want to set up an appointment or a meeting with John Husson, who is with us right now. We're also here with Tom Anderson for Poca Valley Bank. And so things are changing here in 2026 with some of these Medicare Advantage plans. What does that mean for people who are on these plans?
Yeah, so there's a lot of changes going on this year. We have some carriers that are pulling out of counties, some are coming into counties. But if you've received any kind of a notice in the mail from your carrier that you're going to be losing the plan you have, we have options to help you through that transition. don't worry about that. We have multiple options, and we get a lot of this information up front prior to these changes. So we're ahead of the game on that, and we can definitely help you, guide you through that process.
They got the insider information, right, Tom? You guys got that stuff?
It is, and it's all very relationship focused. That's
Yeah.
what we've built, a century plus of relationships, starting here in Roane County and now in other counties as well. And that's the whole thing. This Medicare space, health insurance in general, it's a very confusing spot.
It absolutely
And,
is.
Jonathan mentioned, you have multiple carriers, dozens of plans to wade through, and he can help somebody, make sure they're making the right choices and getting the best fit.
John, as you said, 22 years dealing with this is something that kind of loads up my next question to you. I know why I bank with Poca Valley Bank, but Poca Valley Bank, as you guys know, is more than just the bank. There are so many other avenues that you can get involved with. This is one I didn't know. When you guys showed up here, I had no idea that you had Medicare advice to give people.
Yeah.
So if somebody is looking for that help, why would they come to Poca Valley Bank?
Well, again, like Tom mentioned, it's all about relationships. We're not just here to plan your financial future, but we're here to also guide you through these important decisions such as Medicare planning. That hits home to a lot of people. It's important to a lot of people's well-being, especially when they retire. And, it sets us apart from other banks in the community. It really sets us apart from the bigger banks, and, sets us as a leader in the realm of banking. So.
Again, I'm talking with John Husson, Medicare Specialist for Poca Valley Bank, and Tom Anderson, our sponsors for this half hour of content. You touched on something. We were talking before about the number of locations you guys have. Again, you just opened one up a couple years ago, Canal City. You're opening one up now. You're getting ready for that one in Charleston. How is it that you guys are able to branch out all these branches, if you will, yet still have that hometown, local community feel? How is that possible that you guys could do both those things at the same time?
Well, we come from our communities, so we love to give back to our communities. We're very involved, whether it's, the local schools and the sports programs, Midget League all the way through high school. We're from our communities. We want to be a part of our communities and give back.
Yeah. I tell you what, and again, as someone who banks with Poca Valley Bank, my business is through you guys. My mortgage is through Poca Valley Bank. I do understand that. I know the local and the hometown community feel of Poca Valley Bank. It's why you guys are so successful at every avenue that you guys have, be it banking, financial information. Of course, here in Roane County, we've got Hayes & Company, which is a subsidiary. And now that I know it, you guys have a division that deals with all of these crazy things when it comes to Medicare. And listening to my audience, the people who are watching here and the people who are my listeners in Roane County, we have an aging population. We have a population who truly does rely on those kind of supplements to help them out with their medical expenses and whatever is involved with that. Here's the number one question. It's kind of like the number one question where everybody asks, how do I do this? What do I do? And that's where you come in, John. You can be like,
Yep.
Listen, there are no dumb questions. How do I start this process? If I don't know what I'm doing, how do I start the process?
Sure. It's simple. Just call the number again. It's 304-759-1012. So when you call that number, that goes to me or someone else to answer and get them on the schedule. We can set up a meeting at the local branches, either in Spencer or Walton. What I recommend for the meetings to prepare is to bring a list of medications, bring a list of your doctors. It helps me to navigate the whole maze, basically. But it prepares us for the meeting, and then we can guide you into the right plan. And then we want to maintain that year to year. We want to consult with you on a yearly basis and make sure you have the right fitting program.
Take the stress out of the 44 businesses and companies that are being dealt with and let John do it for you.
Pretty
John
much.
will take the stress for you guys. I tell you what, it's a great opportunity for you guys to get involved out there in Radio Land. We're going to stay live again on Facebook and YouTube for a little longer with these two guys, and just very important information. And again, I did not know that this was a part of Poca Valley Bank. I had no idea that this is what we were going to talk about because I didn't know this was a thing. And it's good to get the information out. People may not know. People who bank with Poca Valley Bank in our area may not know that this is something that they can have as another support system for them when they're trying to navigate the world of medical expenses. My goodness, I'm preaching to the choir here with you, John. That's a tough thing to deal with. So let you do it. Let's not do it. Folks, we're going to send it back up to the studio. We're going to stay live here on Facebook and YouTube. And we do appreciate our sponsor this half hour, Poca Valley Bank. George, take it away, buddy. All right. So, my goodness. I am glad that I never know what's going to happen, guys, because I like to kind of off the cuff it and see what I'm going to talk about. And even I, after 19 years of doing stuff like this, am surprised at certain things. I know, like I said, I know Poca Valley Financial. I do know Poca Valley Bank. I do know the hazing company that works with tax work and things like that. How long has this been something that Poca Valley Bank has been involved in? I had no idea that this was something that you guys were involved in.
You know, we started entering the space a handful of years ago, and just because, you know, I recognized the need, and, you know, I was having so many conversations with my clients about their health care and Medicare choices. You know, I educated myself a little bit, but I knew I could never be an expert like John is. So, you know, rather than directing them to an 800 number or, you know, a website, you know, coming back to who we are, you know, providing, you know, that one-on-one personal experience, we started in this space. And it's been a great learning curve for us, and it's been extremely well received. You know, you've said a couple of times we're an aging population here in the state, and this is going to become more and more and more important. You know, plans change. People's healthcare needs change so dramatically from year to year, sometimes especially when we're older. So again, matching up the right available plan for the individual is important because it affects their wallet and their health directly.
Obviously, John, you've been involved in this space for, as you said, the last 22 years. When did you come on board with Poca Valley Bank, though?
I started here recently, back in August.
So very new to the bank?
Yeah, very new to the bank. I independently ran my own business for 22 years, since 2003.
So Tom is looking at you for reliance on the specialties that you provide.
Yeah, they had a gentleman named Danny Chapman who retired, and he did a great job for the bank, and they needed someone that could come in and take over the reins and help with that avenues for sure.
So do you service all of the locations for Poca Valley Bank? Like, let's say they call the hotline number to get with you, get a meeting with you. You go to all of them.
Sure. Yeah, okay. I can meet them at, you know, their nearest branch. You know, a lot of the business is down here in Spencer and Roane County, but I can work out any of the branches and consult with them. We can even set up, you know, just phone consultations and virtual meetings if need be as well.
They could get as deep in the weeds as it needs to get with the customer.
However they want to do it, you know, if they're tech savvy, I can do it on that end, or if they want to meet face to face across their coffee table, I can do it.
Well, as I said, you know, as someone who is learning the tech space himself, it's good to have the professionals around us, right, Tom? People who have done this stuff long enough to know the pitfalls that you're going to come into.
Right.
I tell you what, it is such an overwhelming thing for, again, the aging population, but not even just that. It's overwhelming for people when they're trying to attack this on their own. They just can't be doing that. That's what you are able to provide these people.
Yeah, and it's, you know, just to give you an example, I have clients I meet with that have 27 different medications, and I got to match it up against 30 different plans, formularies, you know, that could all be different, and make sure they have their 8 specialists that are in the 8 different networks. Yeah, so
you guys ever wish it was simpler?
No. That'd take all the fun out of it.
I guess our job wouldn't exist if it was.
That's true. That's true. I don't want to give anybody any good ideas out there. So, well, fellas, I do appreciate the time. Again, I learned something new every day. Something I didn't know about Poca Valley Bank and what they offer their customers is advice and consultation when it comes to the pitfalls and the navigation of Medicare, the system, all of the things you have to deal with. Don't do it on your own, folks. Call the hotline. One more time, real quick, John, what is the hotline number if people want to get a hold of you and get an appointment or just get some consultation done? What is the hotline number to get to you?
Yeah, again, that number is 304-759-1012. And again, I want to stress the deadlines and dates.
Yes.
So that's October 15th through December 7th. That's the annual enrollment period. Now, if you've received any notification that you're losing your plan, you technically have until December 31st to make that change and to get into a new program. So they give you some extra time there.
Yeah, don't get scared. Call that hotline number and talk with John Hudson, obviously, because that's something that can really freak some people out. So, guys, great opportunity to talk about this. Thanks to Poca Valley Bank for the half hour. Again, we've got more of Poca Valley coming up later. I think we got Monica Cox going to come and talk to us about some of the great things that are happening at the Spencer branch, at the Walton branch. Just so many cool things happening with Poca Valley Bank. Tom Anderson, John Hudson, I appreciate your all's time. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy the 71st Annual Black Walnut Festival. Go get some food, guys. We do appreciate it. We're going to stay live here on Facebook and YouTube. More and more people starting to roll in as the evening gets closer. Again, the coronation tonight, the Kentucky Headhunters, everything going on in downtown Spencer. Hey, folks, great conversation with the representatives from Poca Valley Bank, our sponsor for the last half of content. Tom Anderson and John Hudson did not know that Poca Valley Bank dealt with the Medicare system. I tell you what a wonderful opportunity for those people who are overwhelmed by that system to get some help, and people can always use some assistance when it comes to that stuff. Grandpa Cratchit back at it again, folks. Again, the 3 p.m. set for Grandpa Cratchit is going on. Boy, what a beautiful day. Perfect, perfect, perfect weather. I cannot say it enough. If you're indoors and you're just hanging out, get out of the house. Come down here and enjoy this wonderful day. Going to slow it up there, move it close there. There are a lot of people over there watching the Grandpa Cratchit show. Obviously, over there on Market Street, off of the distance, all of the food court vendors. If you guys need any information, I am here throughout the day into the evening, folks. And for the first time, I'm going to swing it down the Church Street side of things. And if I can get it all the way off into the distance there, we did have a chance to talk to Lakin Campbell. And there she is in a very formal dress, again, wearing the tiara. And she is going to officially be crowned tonight on the main stage as Miss Black Walnut Festival 2025, a beautiful day in downtown Spencer, West Virginia. Just gorgeous weather. Again, you can start to hear some of the music. Again, it is a sound check going on for the Kentucky Headhunters. They are going to be ready to go on the main stage directly following the Queen's coronation at 6 p.m. 7:30 p.m. is when the Kentucky Headhunters are scheduled to be on the stage. Again, we will be covering live on Facebook and YouTube the Queen's coronation. Our very own WVRC employee, Emma Sloan, is going to be your MC for that event. Stick around, folks. Got more content coming your way in just a little bit. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. If you did just happen to see me walk across the screen, I got something brand new at the festival this year from a brand new vendor, food vendor at the festival. Fresh off the hook from Shuckers. The seafood food truck is here for the first time this year. They have what is called corn ribs. This is interesting. I have never had this. I am looking so forward to it. It is corn shaped in the form of ribs and topped with some interesting stuff. Looks like a chipotle mayo and some Parmesan cheese. I'm not sure. I'm looking at something different than I've ever had before in my life. It's called corn ribs, and it's very interesting. Where can I find peanut brittle? I assume, Brandy, that is near the Fudge people, and the Fudge people, I believe, are down at the Armory, either the Armory or Heritage Park building, one of the two. That's where the peanut brittle would be if they have it with Fudge. I have been clamoring for this guy for 2 days, and I knew it was only a matter of time before he showed up. Go ahead and, if you don't mind, okay, pop on a headset here.
That's what I come here for.
Well, by golly then, that's exactly what I needed you for then. Give me a check.
Check.
Okay, I got the right person.
Yeah.
Have a squat there if you don't mind.
Here?
Yes, right there. No, not in my chair. In the middle one. I just gotta swing this around real quick. Very happy. Like I said, I've been waiting for David Bowen to show up here, and I knew at some point you'd be down here.
I was here early this morning, and you was not.
Well, listen, I was somewhere around. I might not have been at my position, but I was here somewhere.
Oh, really?
I might have been eating.
I looked down this way. It was like 9 o'clock.
I was probably eating at that point.
Okay.
My first set of eating. That or I was over at the post office, one of the two.
David, I just got through eating myself.
Did you?
Oh, yeah. That Gills, turkey.
The turkey sandwich.
Bacon, Swiss.
Yeah. Can't beat that.
With a little mayo on it, man.
Mm-hmm.
And it's about to.
He shaves off half a turkey.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
what he does.
Yeah. Exactly.
David Bowen, again, as we said, we're always looking forward to you dropping by at some point during the festival. We've been promoting the heck out of this thing. It's been promoted now on the station. We did do we had a promo cut that we posted starting today. The gospel sing, and in fact, Dave, I had a chance to talk with Pastor Justin Simmons this morning from Faith Baptist Church.
Right.
And I was talking about a lot of things with him. One of the things I said was them getting involved in promoting the gospel sing and being the host for the gospel sing. And he said, man, when they moved it to Friday night, he was like, I wasn't quite sure. He's like, I didn't know if it would be a good idea or not. He's like, attendance has risen at the Friday night event. You said that you were excited about the Friday when it changed over, when you guys decided that. And again, we're expecting another big event for you guys on Friday night up at Faith Baptist Church. You got Mike Upright, you got the Brighter Side Quartet, and then you got you and Sheila both.
Right. So we're just looking forward to everybody being there. And this is our third year of having, I believe the third year of having it on Friday night. I was a little bit kind of wondered about it myself, but I think there's so much going on Saturday evening.
Yeah.
So that was the reason, to be honest, I was one that made the decision to change it from Saturday. It was on Saturday night for 35, 40 years.
Yeah.
But I think, once we get everybody reoriented in the fact that it's on Friday night, I think the crowd will get bigger and bigger and bigger. It's hard to get people's mindsets changed. I mean, when it's been the same day for, all those years, and I understand that. But so I'm doing my best to tell everybody, that we have changed it to Friday night.
Yeah.
And, all in all, I think it's just certainly going to be a good thing. Our last year's crowd was bigger than the year before.
Yep.
And so we're looking for a bigger crowd. We want to fill up that auditorium there at the Faith Baptist Church. I was just out, me and my granddaughter helped me. We put the signs up underneath the Faith Baptist Church. It says, Black Walnut Festival Gospel Sing
Yes,
here.
yes.
So you know where it is, just out Arnold'sburg Road there. I think the address is 237 Arnold'sburg Road. So anyway, come out. Starts at 7 o'clock, and we do have 3 groups this year. Last 2 or 3 years, we've only had 2 groups.
Yep.
And we got the 3 groups this year. And the other thing, special thing, I don't know if, well, no, Justin probably did not mention it, that we're going to, I've got a great big picture of Squire Parsons, and we're going to have this thing in honor and in memory of Squire Parsons.
Wonderful.
And I'm going to put it on an easel there, there in front of the altar, or one side of the stage or the other. But that's my plan for Friday night, is to have that thing in honor of Squire Parsons.
Well, David, it's such an honor for him, in his memory. I'm sure that I know that he meant a lot to you, and he helped shape your career in certain ways.
Absolutely.
And I would imagine for the people who are around here, he meant a lot to them as well. And some of the people who are going to be singing. One thing Justin did mention that he's so excited about is one of his family members happens to sing with the Brighter Side Quartet in Philip Linger. And on top of that, he gave a great compliment to you. He said, I absolutely love listening to David and Sheila Bowen. He said, I love the harmonies that they have. He said, but just watching Dave sing, he sings with all of his heart and soul. And I thought that was really impressive for him to say. That is a big deal, because when I watch you sing, people don't know it, but you truly do put everything into that. And it comes through not just in how your voice sounds, but when you see you actually performing that stuff, it really is very motivational for people when they watch you guys do that. And I thought that was a great compliment that he gave.
Well, I certainly do appreciate that thought there and for what he said. But we just, wherever we go, and we've told a lot of people, we don't care if there's 3 people, 30 people, 300 people, or 1,000.
Yeah.
We'll sing the same way, because we believe everybody, whether it's just small, everybody needs ministered to, and that's what gospel songs will do. It's a song that will lift you up and minister to you, and our prayer is that it brings you a little bit closer to our Heavenly Father.
That's the number one goal for you guys beyond anything else. You do entertain well on top of that, but that's not the original goal, but that's a good side effect of it. So on Friday night at Faith Baptist Church, 7 p.m., you've got Mike Upright, the Brighter Side Quartet, and David and Sheila Bowen. If people don't happen to be able to make that, it's not over for them. Once again, what I always consider to be, I remember as a kid, either walking through Main Street on Sundays of the festival or driving across Main Street, we always roll the windows down. There's always that sound emanating from the front of the courthouse, and that's more gospel music.
Absolutely. This coming Sunday. Now, we may, instead of it being in front of the courthouse, we may move it over here to that little permanent stage that was set up over here beside of the Hungry Moose.
Do you feel like you got a home?
Yeah. And that is if this main stage is all tore down and everything's out of the way.
Yeah.
My plan is, so if we're not in front of the courthouse on Sunday, and it's from 1 o'clock till 5 o'clock, if we're not in front of the courthouse, just look over a little ways over here on Church Street.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, that would be a good place, since it's a stage already set up, it's permanent, and we'll have a nice overhang for all the gospel singers. That's the stage is covered there, and so
there's a little bit of seating for people as well.
Well,
bring your own chairs, but
bring your own chairs. But there's all kinds of benches, picnic tables there. All that are going to be there permanently. So anyway, but you can bring your own chair also. There, like I said, it's Sunday from 1 o'clock till 5 o'clock. We've got Tracy Miller is coming to that. And matter of fact, at 2 o'clock, at 2 o'clock I'm going to go see Tracy. She's going to cut my hair.
All right.
She always gives me my Black Walnut Festival haircut. But anyway, Tracy Miller will be there. A group called Cousins for Christ. They're from over in the Jackson County area. Ron Shamblin will be there. He's been with us many, many times. He's from Sissonsville, and this will be a first time for this fella. His name is Rick Tile.
Okay.
And he's from just over in Gallipolis, Ohio, soloist. But man, he does a great job. And of course, David and Sheila
David
Bowen.
will be in it?
Yeah, we'll be in the mix there somewhere. So looking forward to a good time there Sunday afternoon. So like you said, if you can't make it on Friday night, you got a second chance to come in on some good gospel music. So we just invite everybody, and we hope got a full house on Friday night, Faith Baptist Church, and let's fill up this lot over here in front of this stage, and to show people that Spencer, West Virginia, and the surrounding area still wants good gospel music.
Well, David Bowen, you have impeccable timing. I've been calling for you for 2 days. You caught me at a time when I'm here and didn't have a sponsor yet.
Yep.
I do appreciate it. We wish you a great festival, a wonderful sing on Friday night, a great sing on Sunday as well. Continue to pass along the great word of God's blessing. Get a haircut. You're looking a little shaggy.
I am shaggy, but here in about a half hour, I'll be getting my haircut, my Black Walnut Festival haircut. So.
Wonderful. David Bowen, thank you so much. I do appreciate
good Lord willing, we'll be around tomorrow and try to reiterate all this, let people know, because tomorrow's our big day.
That's the big day.
Yeah, the big day up to the church. So
we'll be here.
We always look forward to that.
If you see me here and I'm eating, stop by.
I'll do that.
I'll stop eating for a second. How about that?
Thank you.
David Bowen, folks. And again, it is the Gospel Sing for the Black Walnut Festival. Friday night, that's tomorrow night at 7 p.m. If you missed that one, Sunday afternoon. It's maybe on the courthouse lawn. It may be over on Church Street on that beautiful grass lot that they have built for the city of Spencer. Thank you, folks. We'll be back in just a minute. It absolutely is this busy, George. I tell you, on a Thursday, day 2 of the festival, still not a lot of people off work, but school is out of session. One thing I know is I can gauge how busy this place is if I see the same people over and over or if I see new faces. And I am seeing nothing but new faces every 10 minutes walking around the courthouse square, people coming and going with their food and their drinks and just enjoying themselves, stopping by the information booth to look at all the merchandise that they have for the Black Walnut Festival. Again, they do have the Fiesta Wear collectible coffee mugs. This year's color is sky blue. It is a beautiful pastel blue, and that is fantastic as well. Lots of things going to be happening this evening at the festival. Obviously, the big moment is going to be the crowning of Miss Black Walnut Festival 2015 or 2025, Lakin Campbell. Got a chance to talk with Lakin earlier this morning, and she was talking about her future and what she's doing. Student at WVU in majoring in journalism and political science, and she's got a lot of things going for her. But number one is she's going to be reigning as the queen of the festival today, tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday, and then she will be our representative at the fairs and festivals and all the places she goes for the Black Walnut Festival. That's happening tonight at 6 p.m. on the main stage. Our very own WVRC employee Emma Sloan is going to be the master of ceremonies. She'll be on stage, and she'll be running the show tonight. Also, we've heard a lot of different sound checks going on. Kentucky Headhunters are going to be taking the stage for the Queen's Coronation concert starting at 7:30 p.m. On top of that, so many other things happening. Again, Spencer Armory is ablaze with things. The craft show, the flea market, the Ag 4-H and FFA exhibits, the art and photography show exhibits. The chainsaw artists are down there. If you want to go down and take a look at the Motorsports and Tractor Display, officially that begins tomorrow, but I do know that Shamlin Brothers Farm Supply has brought a bunch of Coyote tractors down on the front lawn. So lots of things taking place. Hey, if you're looking for an ox roast sandwich, those are being sold today. Used to be, as we were talking with Tank Blosser from Cash Saver, he remembers a time when they only sold them Saturday mornings. And then even last year, it was only Friday and Saturday. They were selling ox roast sandwiches at the Hungry Moose restaurant yesterday, and they're selling them again today. So lots of opportunities to get those ox roast sandwiches for sure. One more show, by the way, of the Grandpa Cratchit Show down on Court Street. That was 1, 3, and now 5 o'clock coming up. So in about an hour, your final chance today to watch the Grandpa Cratchit Show. That'll be back tomorrow and on Saturday, 1, 3, and 5 p.m. Once again, if you're looking to watch or play some pickleball tonight, they do have the Black Walnut Festival Pickleball Tournament starting at Washington Park at 6 p.m. Players can go down and warm up for that at about 5 p.m. We'll go right back at it tomorrow. Lots of things happening bright and early. The Pancake Breakfast, sponsored by the Roane County Wrestling Booster Club, 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. So make plans to come down and get your pancake breakfast and support the Roane County Wrestling Booster Club. Everything else going on just as it does every single day starting today. And then one more thing to talk about tomorrow is going to be the Kids Day Parade, a big draw here in Spencer. That will begin at 12 p.m. It will start at the Walmart parking lot. It'll come through town, and it will end just wrapping around the corner there at Armacell. We will be covering that live on our station, Facebook, and YouTube channels at WVRC 104.7 FM. Here's something that I didn't know. Of course, we've got all sorts of new vendors for food down here this year. One of the newest vendors, their first year here, is Off the Hook by Shuckers. It is a food truck that is built out of a brick-and-mortar building in St. Albans. They brought a food truck down here for the first time ever. They do seafood, but one thing that they are specialized in is called corn ribs. It's exactly what you would think it is. It is corn in the shape of ribs, and it is unbelievable. I had no clue what I was getting into when I stopped by there. Just trust me, folks, if you don't get anything else this Walnut Festival, stop down at Off the Hook by Shuckers and get yourself some corn ribs. I know it sounds weird, but it is fantastic. I will take that one to the bank. You can mark it good and from Andrew Miller. I'm telling you, will not be disappointed with the corn ribs from Off the Hook by Shuckers. That's just one of many great things happening here at the Black Walnut Festival, of course. Again, the carnival going on 2 sessions. The session number 1 will end at 5 o'clock. They'll start it again at 6 p.m. tonight. Once again, ticket prices, $25 for 20 tickets, $1.50 per individual ticket. You can get wristbands for $20 in the morning and in this second session coming up. That's just a few of the things taking place here today on day 2 of the 71st Annual West Virginia Black Walnut Festival. I'm going to send it back up to George Allen. We still got some advertisers and some sponsors coming later. One of our good buddies coming up at 4:30 is Joe McDonald with A&M Digital Technologies. But we're going to stay live down here at the festival on Facebook and YouTube. If you have any questions, folks, jump on there real quick and ask the question on the comments, and we will get the information to you as quickly as possible. Till then, back up to the studio to George Allen. And a pleasant good afternoon to all of you out there in Facebook and YouTube land. Do appreciate you tuning in, out, whatever it may be. We appreciate you commenting on the videos. Got any questions about what is taking place either today, tomorrow, Saturday, or Sunday of the West Virginia Black Walnut Festival edition number 71? We're here to give you that information as quickly as we see the messages as we can. Again, there are a few things going on right now in town. Obviously, the Armory is got a lot of things going on. The craft show, the flea market, the Ag 4-H FFA art and photography show exhibits, the Mason-Dixon boys, the chainsaw artists going on right now at the Armory. And, of course, the community building also has got the marketplace with food and beverage, the flower show as well. The ox roast sandwiches are being sold right now over at the Hungry Moose restaurant. Of course, all the food court items are going strong right now. Grandpa Cratchit is just about 45 minutes away from the final show tonight. There'll be 3 more, of course, tomorrow and on Saturday as well. The carnival is still going strong for the next 45 minutes in the afternoon session. They'll break for an hour. They'll come back for the evening session, 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Again, $25 for 20 tickets, $1.50 per ticket, or a $20 wristband as well for the carnival. Pickleball tournament tonight, 6 p.m. The warm-ups for that are 5 p.m., and that's down at Washington Park as well. As, of course, the big item tonight is the Queen's coronation. Lakin Campbell is going to be officially crowned our 2025 West Virginia Black Walnut Festival Queen. Following that, the Kentucky Headhunters are your live musical act for the coronation, and that will be at 7:30 p.m., 7:30 to 9 p.m. today. Nothing but fun happening here at the festival this year. I tell you what, one thing again that you can never, ever, ever plan on is weather, and we have been treated to wonderful weather. Now, my equipment gets really warm in the sunshine, in the direct sunshine, even if it's cool outside. So I've been fighting the sun, backing up further and further into this tent, and I think the sun may eventually end up winning this battle because I've only got a few more feet to go to try to keep my computer and the remote equipment and everything cooled off. We'll see how that goes. Here in about 15 minutes, our next sponsor for our live coverage here on YouTube, Facebook, and, of course, on the radio is going to be A&M Digital Technologies. Joe McDonald is going to join us here in about 15 minutes. Following that, we've got a break from 5 to 5:30. Then Carpenter's General Store. Our good buddy Caleb Nichols will be here, and I think his wife Amy said she'd come back for that half hour, and we'll cut it down quickly, and we'll head out to the main stage for the 6 p.m. start of the Queen's coronation. We'll cover that live here on WVRC's YouTube and Facebook page. Hang tight with us, folks. We will be back in just a few minutes with Joe McDonald from A&M Digital Technologies. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I do appreciate you in and out following us on Facebook and YouTube. Again, we're just moments away. Joe McDonald from A&M Digital Technologies is on his way over. He will be our sponsor for the half hour of content on the radio and on our Facebook and YouTube channels from 4:30 to 5 p.m. Got a break on 5 p.m. until 5:30, and then, of course, Carpenter's General Store at 5:30 p.m. That'll lead us right up to the Queen's Coronation at 6 p.m. Kentucky Headhunters taking the stage at 7:30 p.m. All of the prep work is done. The sound checks are done. Just waiting now for the event to happen. One thing I wanted to mention to you guys, I was over at the food court just a little bit ago, and I did forget that one of our homegrown members, and Johnny Shedrin, the young man who is still in high school from over in Ohio, is here at the festival. He was going to be busking in the arcade once again. They set him up on the courthouse lawn over near the funnel cake area, so he is right now playing music. So that's one young man that I invite you to come see while he is still singing. Young man's got great talents, good songwriter, and he's got a great voice. And, of course, he is now and forever a member of the Homegrown Club, as he was on the show this summer. And we had a good time talking with Johnny about his future and what he's doing in the area of music. Wants to become a music teacher someday, and so we're looking forward to that happening. You see on the front of the screen there, Joe and Cena McDonald are here. So hang tight with us, folks. We are going to just be moments away from swinging the camera around, putting them on a couple of headsets, and having a blast. It's been a good day. I've been fighting the sun. The sun is winning. It is getting closer and closer to me backing right out of this tent. And luckily, I think the amount of time it's going to spend in the sun, the equipment will not be long for this world, as we will back it up and we will send it over to the main stage for the coverage of the Queen's Coronation. Hang tight, folks. Going to get Joe and Cena ready to go. We'll be live in just a second. And a wonderful good afternoon to all of you out there in Facebook and YouTube land. And we welcome you into our live coverage of the 71st Annual West Virginia Black Walnut Festival. It is day number 2. We call it Thursday here on the station. And we're very thankful that you are all with us. I know people are popping in, popping out. That's fine. The goal is to simply have the ability to give you information about the Walnut Festival. Any questions you may have to ask. We even had a question about peanut brittle, and I think I answered that question. I'm not exactly sure, but I know the peanut brittle is not in the food court area, but I do believe it is with the fudge people, and those fudge people are either at the Armory or at the Heritage Park building. The reason I gave you 2 options is I want you to show up at 2 places. I want you to check both of them out. So again, the big item, the big ticket item here tonight, the Queen's Coronation. Lakin Campbell, who we talked to earlier this afternoon, is going to be officially crowned. And our master of ceremonies for that event is none other than WVRC's own Emma Sloan, who will be running the show there. We'll cover that live on our YouTube and Facebook channels. And then we will have the Kentucky Headhunters on the main stage. They will start at 7:30 p.m. We'll do it all over bright and early and fresh on Friday morning. Tomorrow morning, I'll be back here early, probably before the sun comes up, before the heat comes in. Going to be really bitter cold again tomorrow morning. Hey, I want to thank the 2 sponsors sitting beside me. I guess collectively they're just one sponsor. They represent A&M Digital Technologies, and they are the sponsor of our half-hour content on the radio and right here on Facebook and YouTube. We will go live on the radio station in just a bit. Had to bring George down so I could feed him some JoJo's tacos. So he'll be back up there ready to go here in about 10, 15 minutes. You know, it's sometimes in a day, sometimes in your life that you just cannot wait to have a guest, and today it is the 4:30 guest, A&M Digital Technologies, because at this point, Joe, I'm relatively talked out. You and Cena you have the ability to talk. You also now have a burgeoning comedy career, and you also help run A&M Digital Technologies, which since Cena's been our county clerk, you've really gone off the deep end about things that you want to do, and now she just has to deal with it later.
Yeah, this is what happens when I don't have adult supervision. I just take the ball and roll, and I just deal with the repercussions later.
But it has worked out because I still handle the books, and so he has been extremely busy these past couple years.
There is no doubt about it. So A&M Digital Technologies. Who came up with the name for that?
That would have been Joe.
Yeah, that was another one of my ideas. We had some stuff in the works that kind of fell through. Nothing bad, just didn't work out, and we'd already had the name established by that point. And it's like, well, what are we gonna do? Cena's like, well, I'm not paying for another name. We'll just stick with this one. I said, well, that works too.
Well, I do say that when you hear digital technologies, the mind wanders. There could be a plethora of things that entails. Now, I don't think that entails running comedy shows or 3D printing per se, although 3D printing might be able to be jumped in there somewhere.
Those were afterthoughts.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah, those are in addition to.
Yeah, that's when we just celebrated our 15th anniversary at the beginning of September. When we started this 15 years ago, we never imagined getting into what we are now. And that's what I tell a lot of people. And you and I have had this discussion at length. I can't tell you how many times. It's like the worst thing you can do for a business is pigeon-toe yourself and like, we're just doing this. Because when we first started, we was just looking at doing PC repair. That's it. And it has grown and developed and morphed into so many different avenues. You know, security camera solutions, online stuff, online stores, websites, social media, and then 2 years ago started the 3D printing side of things, and just what we've been able to grow and do with the business over that 15 years is just phenomenal.
It is quite amazing, the list of things that you do, and it's kind of like you guys are, again, open to the wind blowing. And whatever gets into your sales, you're like, let's try this out, see if it works. And, of course, you'll give it some time. If it doesn't work, you'll kind of be like, nah, that's not really the area we want to go into. But Rarely does that seem to be the case with the two of you guys.
Nah,
Things
it
seem
seems to everything we come up with seems to move along a little bit faster sometimes than what we think.
well, I'm kind of more the go with the wind, and Cena's like that anchor, like, hold on there now.
Yeah, the 3D printing got me. I told him, I said, I don't know about that. Joe goes, well, let me just buy one and let's see what we can do with it. And I said, then you have to make money with it.
Yeah,
That's what you're going to do.
Yeah, the responsible adult of, you bought that with company money. You have to turn a profit with that to justify its ownership. I'm like, yeah, I'll see what I can do.
And now, 3 printers later.
3 printers later, I still don't have time to make what I want.
Joe's like a perpetual adolescent who is constantly negotiating with his parents to get something.
Yes.
And it's just until she just finally said fine.
Yes.
Yes.
But
as long as there is a valid reason and monetary value that will add to it, I'll go for it.
That's where my salesmanship comes into play, and that's the thing. I give her sole credit on all this is because if it wasn't for her being the responsible adult, the business wouldn't have lasted 3 weeks, much less 15 years.
Well, the thing that you guys do well is you customer service. You service products as well as sell products, and so when people come to you guys, Joe, they can get the item from you guys, and the items with which you deal are those items that you can be like, listen, you don't have to wait for 14 days. You don't have to talk to somebody you don't even recognize. You can call me. I can come service this equipment that I'm selling to you guys. And so it's got that hometown feel to it where you just know, okay, if I got an issue, I could call Joe. I can't.
Right.
I don't have to call an 800 number.
Right, yeah. And actually, I was over at Grantsville today on a service call. A customer, we had set up a security camera system last summer, summer of 24. One of the cameras just went a little wonky, but it had a 3-year warranty on it. So I told him, I was like, listen, you know the deal. When you get something from us, if it's under warranty and you buy it from us, we deal with the manufacturer directly. We don't make you sit there and waste an entire day of talking with people and pressing one and being on hold. Like, that's our problem.
I think that was one of the biggest selling points whenever we first started, and we've kept up with it over the years. That way we have a great rapport with our customers. They love to call us, and we love it when they call.
Absolutely. That's the big deal for it. Again, anybody can say that we're going to be the ones who service this stuff at the beginning. You get busy, you get overwhelmed, and sometimes that starts to lack. But one thing I know about you guys is, well, I don't know if it's your idea or Joe's idea, Cena, to put that calendar on your phone. And
oh, that was Joe's idea, and I took it and ran with it. Poor Joe, that's all he gets is notifications on what he needs.
Well, because I know that I'm not the responsible adult that people think I am. And I tell them, like, if y'all think I'm responsible, I must be one great salesman, because I'm not. I don't try to lie to anybody about that. Like, I know I'm not responsible, because if I don't write it down, if I play that trick of, oh, I'll remember, I won't remember.
Well, you guys have certainly talked me into that situation as well. After 4 years of business ownership, I finally got a calendar that I'm actually using. It's been a game changer. It's kind of released some stress on me because I don't have to remember everything.
Right.
And who has time to carry around a book?
Oh, no, not anymore.
Nope.
It's
not
the
when it's on
digital
your
age.
phone and it's right there. It will remind you.
Yeah.
The alerts. Oh, my goodness.
Yes.
Yeah, I take full effect of the alerts. It gives me 3 options for alerts. So I always do an hour before, 12 hours before, and the day before.
Yep. I would be lying if I said I also did not do the day before. At least some of them I put a week before on there, and then 2 days before, a day before, all that stuff.
Yes.
We're talking with, of course, Joe and Cena from A&M Digital Technologies. I think that George should be back to the station by now. Let's call and see if he is. If so, we're going to go live on the station, too. We're going to talk about Joe's burgeoning comedy career here in just a minute. Talk about going the way the wind blows. George might be stuffing his face full of JoJo's Taco Nachos.
Which are delicious, by the way.
Yes.
I will say, if you come down here and you go home hungry, either you didn't buy any food or you just are a miserable person, because there's no reason you should leave here hungry.
What's up, Jorge? Are you middle of eating? Can you hear me? Are you there, George? Am I on speaker? What is happening here? Are you there, George? Okay, well, we thought we had George. Let me try it again. Technology, Joe.
I know. It's a shame we don't know a tech guy.
Yeah. Be a lot cooler if I did. Oh, wait, what?
Yeah.
All right, it's ringing again. I'll give play-by-play to the
There we
phone
go.
call. Can you hear me this time? It's because Joe's here. Technological problems. It sure does. Hey, we're ready whenever. Perfecto. All righty.
I'm going to say Swolby walked by, so we'll blame Swolby.
Yeah,
That's
he
right.
did walk by. I
Yeah.
did see Swolby squared, in fact. Swolby and his brother are here. Swolby's brother is the player to be named later.
So
Man.
he's that character, too, in the video game that has no name.
Mm-hmm. So I tell people I've been fighting the sun, and now look at the screen.
Yes.
It is cutting us off at the waist right now. The sun is winning. It's getting faster and faster.
I was going to say, now, you should have your tent to be able to see the screen with the sun regardless.
Yeah, yeah. Well, George, I'm with the head honcho here, and that's Cena McDonald. Joe just happens to be sitting beside of her.
I tagged along.
We're very thankful that A&M Digital Technologies is the sponsor of this half hour of content, both on the radio side of things and on our Facebook and YouTube channels. Been talking about what is A&M Digital Technologies and what it started as. It started as PC repair, and it has morphed and blossomed into just pure and unadulterated chaos. They are doing all sorts of things: security systems, security cameras, 3D printing. There is PC repair.
Yes.
Sales of all sorts of items. You do own part of the radio station, Joe.
That's right. 0% interest.
Yes. So it has been a whirlwind. And one of the great things about this sponsorship for Joe and Cena is they have just celebrated 15 years in business with A&M Digital Technologies. That is truly, guys, a milestone that oftentimes gets overlooked. People talk about 25, 50, 75 years in business. 15's a hard road to hoe to get to that point when you're starting a business from absolute blank.
And during a recession.
Yes.
When we started, we were in a recession. So, I mean, we've been very blessed to be where we are today.
Yeah, I was excited when we met at year one.
Well, they often say 3 years in, if you can make it that far, you can make it anywhere.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think that's a song about New York or something like that. But I tell you what, Joe and Cena, again, have been so gracious to help us with what we are doing at WVRC. The partnership is a great one. And, of course, we do joke because people still call Joe and say, I don't like what's going on the radio station. I need you to change it. Joe's like, wrong number, buddy.
Yeah.
So let's talk about this 3D printing stuff that you guys have gotten into. Of course, you got one 3D printer, and Cena said you're allowed to have that if you make some money with it. That has turned into something wildly different now.
Yes, that has grown into 3 machines running basically 24/7, and I still don't have time to make what I want.
Yeah, he thought he was going to get one, Cena, just to have
yes.
fun with.
I know he did. It did not turn out that way.
And although it is fun, he's like, man, I want to make my own stuff. I
Which
got
is
too many
cool.
orders.
I mean, because we sell keychains and figurines and, or what do you call them?
Action figures?
Action figures.
Some of them are action-based figures. Some of them are Slim Jim Grayson McGaw has.
Yeah,
right.
yeah,
Those ones are cool.
Yeah, I be fully honest, I'm not a responsible adult. Again, contrary to popular belief, I've never taken a CAD class. Not even watched. Well, I've watched now a few CAD videos on YouTube, so I'm YouTube certified that way. But I had no idea what I was doing. I just threw caution to the winds, like, well, I'm going to try this and see. And the stuff we've been able to do boggles my mind. And the business contacts that I've gotten out of that to do cool stuff.
Not only business contacts, but friendships.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. It's just wild.
You developed a really good friendship with a very well-known TikTok influencer and a comedian is in Grayson McGaha. And for those of you who don't know, Joe and Cena with A&M Digital Technologies brought Grayson to Spencer to Folklore Pizza and Bistro for a comedy show. And to say it was successful would be slightly underrating what happened there. I have been to Folklore for many events. I've been there just on my own. I have never seen the building as packed as it was, chocked full of human beings who had an absolute blast with the comedy show. On top of that, Joe and his buddy Mike Metz are part of the, they are the creators of the LOL comedy show that is hosted by WVRC radio station. You guys have always been funny. Used to be it was just making fun of IT stuff when you guys were working at the hospital. Now that has turned into you guys have your own comedy show, and Joe McDonald and now Mike a little bit have gotten on stage and become comedians.
Yeah, yeah. Again, all this whole wild ride of being in business, and it literally all started with the 3D printing side. Well, back up a little bit before that, with the LOL show, Mike and we were just kicking around ideas of ideas for the show, and I said, we need to find.
Well, it wasn't ideas for the show. You were trying to do something different that you could bring for people in Roane County.
Yeah.
Right. But how we got in contact with Grayson was through the show a couple years ago, and we was like, we just need to find somebody famous that might draw eyeballs to us. And at the time, Grayson was on his rise, and he only had probably 30,000 followers. And we reached out to him, and he's like, really, you want to talk to me? Like, yeah, like we love your videos. Like every time I open up TikTok, you're there at least 3 times on the feed. So he's like, yeah, sure. So we started there, and then a couple months later, he and his wife launched their sticker company, which is blown up. Mm-hmm. And then a couple months after that, we started the 3D printing side, started making magnets and keychains for them. And the friendship just grown from there to this point. They're same as family now, and now his comedy career is booming. He's actually on the West Coast right now. They're calling it the Wild West Run. They're all over the West Coast. They was in Washington, and then I seen they've got a show in Texas and Oklahoma this month. So I mean they're out there like crazy. And then Cena and we was talking, and Spencer. One of the chief complaints that we always hear around town is there's nothing to do. There's nothing to do. You always have to go somewhere to do something. Well, we've always had the mindset you can be part of the problem or you can be part of the solution.
Thank you. That can be said 1,000 times.
Yeah, so Joe and I were talking one night, and he goes, what if we just brought Grayson here to Spencer and see what we could do?
And the first question was, how much?
Yeah.
Spoken like a true responsible business owner.
The analytical brain side of this operation is Cena.
Yeah. I'm like, let's do this, and she's going to hold on here. Now, before you start writing checks, make sure we have enough money in the account.
Right.
Where's the money coming from?
Exactly.
So I reached out to Chad and Krista at Folklore, and I said, I got a crazy idea. And they know me well enough to know, like if I got a crazy idea, it's going to be interesting nonetheless.
They might as well go for it.
So
well, you pick the right people. They're just crazy enough to do everything too.
I know. So we sit down with Krista one day, and first question on my mouth was, "What's the max you can hold and you can handle?" She said 200. I was like, deal. That was my personal goal, was to sell it out. And I was like, I'm going to bust my butt, and Cena's like, we can do this, and
I said it's going to take some hard work,
Yeah.
but and it was something we hadn't done before, so
yeah, I had zero experience in event coordinating.
nope, I had no idea what we really
What
needed
could
to
possibly go wrong?
Yeah. So we started, promoting it, and Grace started promoting it, and we had, when Saturday afternoon came, we pulled into the lot at Folklore to try to get everything set up for the show that night. We only had 30 tickets left.
Yeah.
And we sold every single one of
and we had
those
30
tickets.
people come through the door to pay for those last 30 tickets, which was just crazy. And what was really mind-blowing to us, which was a huge eye-opener, because you know how this goes, Drew. When you do an event,
Yep.
it's a complete gamble. It's a 100% gamble. We was afraid because I told Grayson going in, I was like, okay, you tell me your price. The venue holds 200. You tell me your price for 100 people, and then we'll renegotiate from there. He's like, okay, well, if for 100 people, here's what my cost is. Like, okay, done. So we bet on 100, and we sold out. And the biggest majority of people weren't locals because I was scared to death we was going to get like 30 locals.
Yeah.
And that's it. But when you have people coming from Cass, from Fayetteville, from Ritchie County, from Work County, Jackson County, St. Albans.
County.
Yeah, I mean, there's some travel involved. And I told him, I said, do you realize how big a deal you are? And Grayson's like, no, I'm not. I was like, listen, there are people driving 2+ hours one way to come see you. In the state of West Virginia, there's an unwritten law that says if you're traveling more than 2 hours one way, it's either for a doctor's appointment or you're leaving the state. There's something major going on. And I said, there are people coming that far just to see you. He's like, no. I was like, listen, I'll give you their address.
I'll Google map it for you right in front of you if you want to. Again, Joe and Cena McDonald, A&M Digital Technologies. Great business, folks. And, again, they are our sponsor on the radio and the Facebook and YouTube side of things for this half hour. We're going to send it back into the studio. I'm going to stay live on Facebook and YouTube. We're going to continue to talk with these two. Love having them on the screen right now, even though it's getting brighter and brighter as the sun is chasing us down. Going to send it back up to the studio to you, George.
But, yeah, that was all Cena's idea, seeing if we could do something crazy. That was one of her crazy ideas.
I don't come up with too many crazy ideas, but that one was a doozy.
Well, it worked.
It worked.
It worked very, very well. And you know that, again, put your money where your mouth is. There it is. Say, hey, there is something to do in Spencer. We have the venue.
Yes.
And so now let's bring people to it. And you guys were incredibly successful with that. Joe, you got on stage and absolutely killed it. That was incredible.
Well, thank you. A little nerve-wracking would be an understatement. I think I shocked a lot of people on that, just the fact that I was going to do it.
Yeah.
And that was kind of a well-kept secret that not a lot of people knew about me. Like, that was – and I told Grayson this. I was like, listen, I said – but by the time I'd set a goal a long time ago. By the time I hit 40, I would own my own business and perform stand-up. And I never even told Cena didn't even know that one.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, like that was between me and God. That was a deal that I hadn't spoke. And I told him.
The weekend you went on stage.
Yeah, it was 2 days before my 39th birthday.
Heck yeah. Talk about dreams and goals.
Yeah, so when Grayson offered me that opportunity, like I'm going to take full advantage of this. Like, I might get booed off stage, it may not go anywhere, but like I can at least check mark that off and say I've done that. And I had a lot of people come up to me going, "Why are you doing that?" And for me, it's kind of hard that's a hard question to answer because I can't come off as I could if I wanted to, but I didn't want to come off as like a pompous jerk. Like, well, I think I'm funny and I don't want to do that. And it's like, well, that's just something that I've always had an interest in, and I'm going to shoot my shot and see what happens.
Well, Cena, we talked about Joe's goal by 40. I can't imagine in the playing cards for you by 40 years old would be to marry a 3D printing comedian.
I know. That was never in the works.
that wasn't on her bingo card.
Well, Cena, let me ask you this. You know, you got into this business with Joe 15 years ago. Of course, you guys are married with a beautiful daughter. And in your lifetime now, you have kind of transitioned and added something to your plate in the fact that you ran for and were elected Roane County's clerk. And so what has that meant for your position with the business side of things? Obviously, you're incredibly busy daily through the week, and still you have to have some sort of impact on the business as well.
Yes, as, owner, half owner, I still uphold my end of the deal of making sure all the bills are paid that Joe racks up.
Yeah, of course.
Making sure everybody's still paying their invoices. And then Joe and I bounce ideas off each other all the time. So my role has changed, but I think Joe has done a good job doing well without me. I mean, on a day-to-day basis.
Wait till next month's bills come in.
Well, I told her, well, and it's funny how that all came through with the county clerk was through the exposure of A&M. Again, one of those wild ride experiences that we got in with Richard Lockhart, the owner of Castro and Harris, to offer election day on-site support in different counties through the state.
Yeah, because they were looking for younger individuals who would be able to understand hardware, software of machines.
Yeah.
The voting machines.
Yes.
And so they dumped us in those situations, and Cena fell in love with it, and she's like, I think I can do this county clerk thing. I was like, listen, you've been by my side on all these harebrained ideas I have. I can't.
And this one was pretty big too.
Yeah.
I mean, it's huge.
Yeah.
To go from being a business owner to having to actually have a 8 to 4 job.
A real job, a real people job.
That was a huge transition too.
But I told her, I was like, you've been by my side on all this. I said, I can't not help out, do what I can. So I was like, listen, I said, if things go our way, like, you teach me on how to get the day-to-day stuff done. I'll make sure the bills are taken out as long as you make sure the money gets taken where it's supposed to go and the bills are paid. That's all I ask. I'll take care of everything else.
And then rein me in if I get too crazy over the idea.
That's kind of an unspoken automatic. That rule never changed.
Yeah.
That rule was already in place beforehand.
That's why we try to bounce ideas before we start doing.
Before you just pull the trigger on them, you actually bounce the ideas off each other. Well, one thing that Cena didn't know is that Joe was going to learn to be a radio engineer, which he did immediately when we started my portion of the radio station. I didn't know anything about anything. I still don't know much about anything, but I certainly didn't know anything about the software for the radio station. I didn't know anything about the equipment. Joe didn't know anything about it either, but at least he's got an inquiring mind.
Exactly. I didn't even know he was going to be part owner.
Yeah. That's still news to me. I'm still looking for that paperwork with my signature on it. Yeah, and I'll never forget, we was sitting, well, it's where the Hungry Moose is now.
Yep.
When it was the front porch then, we was sitting there, and you and George was eating lunch, and you hollered at me. He's like, hey, in a couple of weeks, I just bought the station. I want to meet with you so we can take a look at this together. And was it that Saturday night or the following Saturday night?
I think it was that Saturday night.
When you called and was like, hey, everything just went to pot.
Yep.
I was like, oh, no. So I ran up to the office, and I just started grabbing everything that it could possibly be that went down. And I'll never forget, I'm walking out of the office trying to go to the car, and Sadie jumps out of the tub. She heard the radio kick back on, run to the house, jerk the back door. Dad, radio's on. And Cena's like, no, it's not. He just played the third Brad Paisley song.
I said he popped in a CD.
Yeah.
That's what he did.
The limit of my technical skills was right
there.
there.
You go.
It's funny when you look back on it, it turned out not to be some crazy thing, but we have navigated and learned. I bet you wish you'd never taken that call at this point because you have been a late night tech support for me and the business, and we've grown together, and we've got all these harebrained ideas. Some of them have worked great. Some of them have taken some time to work well, but they all have worked, and it's been a fun partnership with Joe and Cena at A&M Digital Technologies. I can't thank you guys enough for being a part of my life for number one. I've developed friendships with you guys. No, it never has really been a business thing. It's always just been kind of a let's figure this crud out first. You know?
Yeah. That, and I was joking last night. I ran into Matt Price at the ball game. And he's like, man, he's like, you guys are so professional, and everything you guys do is so amazing. He said, I'm starting to watch the other broadcasts that WVRC produces. He said, because I know the quality. He said, I'm watching games from schools that I would have never sat and watched. I was like, well, thank you. And I was teasing. I was like, yeah. I said, nothing like. I said, Drew always comes up and goes, hey, I want to do this, but we got a $0 budget. I'm like, thanks.
Well, speaking of which, that's another one that you all created. You know, doing the footballs.
Yeah.
The football match, you know, the games, and then going to having replays and becoming more professional.
Well, at least we're going to act professional. We don't know what we're doing. But yeah, it's just learning curve. It's a learning process. And I tell you what, I've been fortunate. I got great, smart people around me. I'm not and I've got great, smart people around me. I can kind of ideas this stuff, and there's things that I don't have a clue that are even possible. I love getting Joe and Swolby together because they talk a language that's like Vulcan to me, and I don't understand it. But they're like, yeah, this and this and this. I'm like, what is this? What does it work? I don't understand. And it works 99% of the time.
Yes, as much hard times we give, I got to give Swolby a whole credit. Having him in my back pocket now has relieved so much stress on me on Friday nights because now I've got somebody, when things go sideways, I got somebody to bounce ideas on.
Instead of watching me panic.
Yeah, because it's one of those, you know the rule, if I'm panicking, it's bad. So you look over, I'm panicking, which throws you into a panic, and we're just useless to everybody. And at least with Swolby, I can go like, all right, here's what it's doing, here's what I've tried, what am I missing? And he's like, oh, well, have you tried this? Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. So then we're back up and going. But just having that extra set of knowledge of like, hey, what about here?
And it helps that there's 2 of you now, and you guys have 4 broadcasts that you're taking care of.
Oh, my gosh, yeah.
Which is crazy.
What are we thinking? What are we thinking? We did have an extra set of eyes on the Ripley game, and that was Cena, who was up in the booth with us. She has now got a suggestion for us, and the suggestion is we need a camera in studio.
Yes.
Looking at us in the press box.
Because I'm telling you, y'all should have seen it from my point of view. I was the only one sitting behind. Everybody had their nose against those windows. they were bent over trying to see how far they could get.
I was beating John Penn up in the booth.
Yeah, Cindy goes, are they really that close on your time? I'm like, yeah, like that's normal. Like Drew's here and John's here. That's normal. That's a Friday night for us.
Good thing both of us are losing. Well, all 3 of us have been losing weight, so it's like there's a little more room and space.
And I got to thinking that would be funny. Just the little clips of stuff that, we do or say during a broadcast.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, yeah.
To the point when Friday night, I never have a live microphone on game night, and because I don't know what you guys have it so professional. I'm always up for a good joke. Like I'm going to make some kind of joke or something about a referee. Nothing dirty, but it's like that's just not. You shouldn't say that during a game.
You don't want to get limballed on the.
Yes. So, but when my stepfather-in-law sends a group message, hey, is Joe at the ball game? I think I heard him.
Yeah.
That's the reason why I don't have a live mic.
Probably a good idea. There's only so many of us who can panic live on the radio and on Facebook and YouTube. Let me ask you, I got a few more seconds here, Joe and Cena. What is next for you guys? I know that's pigeonholing you a little bit, saying, give me an idea of what's happening next. Is it just we don't know what's going to happen next? Is there a plan for another comedy show or anything like that?
There's always ideas.
Well, full disclosure, there are some discussions.
Okay.
No details, far from any being responsible aspects at this point.
Still more research to do.
Understandable, yeah.
But there wasn't there's not a no, never again discussion. There wasn't one of those. So
it's what we're going to change next time.
Okay.
Yeah, just like everything. Well, and luckily, what's come out of the event, there's some new opportunities that have come up up the horizon. So it's not any changes due to issues, changes more of an opportunity as a result of the success of the show.
Well, A&M Digital Technologies, 15 years in business. It started as a PC repair company. It is no longer a PC. It is, they do that, but
not
it is
just a PC.
So much more. And thanks to the ability to allow yourselves to let things happen and to go after ideas is why you guys have been successful and why you continue to grow, expand, change, modify, do all these crazy things. Joe and Cena McDonald, thank you guys as always for joining us, and again, continued success on the next 15 years.
Well, thank you. Thank you for having us.
Folks, we are going to take a break for just a little bit. Our good buddy Swolby is here.
He's in the hot seat next.
He's about to be in the hot seat. He'll be on camera. He'll be talking on a microphone. I'm kidding. He'll never, ever agree.
No, but I will turn the camera on him.
Yeah, we'll turn the camera on if we have to. We're going to take a break, folks. We got about another half hour, and then we've got Carpenter's General Store will be our last sponsor for the day. Caleb Nichols is on his way here in just a little bit. And then at 6 o'clock, we're going to head to the main stage, and we will be covering the Queen's Coronation live here on WVRC. Good afternoon, Vietnam. I'm sorry. No, I did not mean that, ladies and gentlemen. And I don't mean to start your injuries. Give me a check there quick, Caleb.
Check.
Got the
check.
right one. Got the right one. Welcome back, folks. We are live downtown for the 71st Annual West Virginia Black Walnut Festival. It's been a long and wonderful and fun day, talking with sponsors, talking with people in the community, eating nonetheless. I have been very, very full of food because all I do during this festival is continue to eat. And I tell you what, if there's one thing I know how to do, apparently that is eat, because I have stuffed my gullet full throughout the second day of the festival. All of my progress is gone. But it's okay. It's worth it for day 2 of the festival. I've had a great time and will continue to do so. I want to thank our sponsor. Give me just a second here. I want to thank our sponsor. Waiting. There we go. I want to thank our sponsor. Hold on, daggone it. Give me a second here. One, two, three, come with me. Da. There we go. Sometimes technology, and that is most of the time for me, does not tend to work. But we've had a lot of good sponsors throughout the day. We've got one final sponsor for this evening before, and we're leading up to the Queen's coronation. We will cover that live up at the main stage. I want to thank our guests and our sponsors for this half hour of content. Carpenter's General Store. Neither of these two has a last name of Carpenter, but that is quite all right. We've got Caleb and Amy Nichols with us, friends of mine, obviously, if I want to be transparent, although I'm not going to ask any probing questions between the two of you. Two of my better friends that I know, and two business owners, of course. We talked with Amy earlier about her ownership in Cash Saver, and now she and Caleb are working at Carpenter's General Store. And I tell you what, guys, we talk to you all the time on the air about this stuff when we get a chance to talk to you. Carpenter's General Store is a mainstay on that end of the county. It leads toward Calhoun County. And something that happened is when you guys decided to buy this business, the number one thing you wanted to do was keep it with the name of Carpenter's General Store. I think simply because the name carries so much weight in Roane County and Calhoun County. Why change a good thing, right?
100%. You know, I'm glad you brought that up. We don't have the same last name. That is a family-owned business. It belonged to my aunt and uncle, Jewel and Jetty Carpenter. I think they opened in 68.
68.
I believe it was 68, yes. And we in Asking Family, we tried to nail that number down, and nobody had an answer. And just recently, we had a family reunion in Ohio with the Nichols family. And we got some scrapbooks out and some documentation, and we were able to hammer that date down. So we're thrilled about that. Kind of want to throw it on our logo, but a mainstay, and I like that word. That's very true. And if it's not broke, don't fix it. Nobody cares what our last name is. Carpenter's is Carpenter's, and I know I'm super proud of that. You know, the longevity of that store. Not much changes, and I see no need to change something that pleases the. Pleases the masses, and we're very happy to be a part of it. It's great.
Well, Amy, some of the changes that you guys have made won't be things that will technically show up big time, like not a complete overhaul or a facelift of the business, although it has been painted and, of course, been cleaned up and spruced up a little bit here and there. But the inside guts of the operation are still, if you walk in there, you feel like exactly like you did 20 years ago when you walk in there. The layout hasn't changed much. What's maybe on the shelves has changed a little bit.
Yeah.
But again, you know your customers. Why go crazy with it? You've just added a few things here and there.
Yeah, absolutely. We pretty much know exactly what to order every week because it's the same people. And we've kind of, my girls up there too, they just develop a really good relationship with everybody. So a lot of the things that we get are things that we know we're going to sell, you know, as far as beer and tobacco and whatnot. So We have gotten a few new things in. I try to switch it up and get some new beer options in when we have a chance. We've got a nice selection of individual cans of things now that you can mix and match, and they're good. There's a lot of good stuff up there.
100%, and you know that comes from both you and Caleb with a palate that we certainly know is eclectic when it comes to those adult beverages, which is really fun. And again, that's what I love. You guys are not. You're towing the line. You're staying with what built that business, and you're still giving people a little bit of option here, a little bit of option there. Here's one thing, Caleb, that I love about you guys is the lowest prices in town on your beer and wine selections. You keep your prices low. Number one, you don't want to ever gouge anybody, and you'll take a hit for that stuff sometimes.
We have. And, you know, Steve Carpenter, previous owner, that was sort of his mantra. You know, that was his mantra, and we stick to that. We like to keep the prices as low as – I would go out on a limb and say they're the lowest prices for across the board, all the products. And, you know, it's a little bit more rural, a bit outside of town. We've got a great customer base, but, you know, variety is the spice of life. And so there's a lot of different options there. And I've noticed, and I've had the privilege when I'm there, I've noticed an influx of folks from different parts of the country that have decided they have similar values. They like West Virginia. They like the cost of living, but they still want a little taste of home. We've got a lot of New Englanders coming in. Where's the Sam Adams? So, and I respect that, you know. I respect that. So we make things available. I got to say, when people have a request, when they bring it to me, I say, you need to go talk to my wife, because her batting average, I say it all the time, she's batting 1,000. If it's available, she'll get it.
If I can get it, I do.
She absolutely does, and people like that. It's just, you know, I'd rather make 50 cents on somebody and see them the next day.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Then that's the point.
I wonder if that was something that you thought of. Now, again, you know that business. Again, it's been kind of in your all's family. There is connection there. But did you ever expect, when you guys were in the store, when you started to see these people constantly, they became not just customers but very close to you guys as owners because they feel that connection to carpenters in general?
Yeah, absolutely. Not just with us, but, you know, with all the girls that work up there, you know, with all of our employees. You know, everybody's just really you just develop a relationship, and you get used to seeing people. And, you know, you have somebody, a regular that comes in there all the time. I was so sad. Bill Nichols just passed. He was in the he was in there every single day. I was just heartbroken when I heard that he had passed. So, yeah, you get attached to people.
Yeah, and the old cliche, we're family here. Not everybody feels that way at work. And they shouldn't have to feel obligated to. But, however, I feel like we might be the exception to that rule.
I got a customer of your all said, I was in there for the first time last weekend, was pleasantly surprised to see that they had 2 separate types of imported Italian lagers.
I'll take full credit for that. I spent a career in the Navy, and I got to see the world, and I found some stuff that I thought was fantastic elsewhere, and I thought let's bring that here. And we've introduced a lot of people to things. You know, some of these items, they sit there, and folks, you know, they'll come to me and say, hey, this is what I like. This is the style. And you came to the right guy. Let's talk about this for 20 minutes. And I send him off with something new, and then I see him coming back going, great choice, thanks, I'm going to do that again. That's fun. I enjoy that.
You can talk people who are set in their ways into not being quite so set in their ways when
possible.
you offer those things.
Yes, 100%.
We're going to go live on the radio station here in just a second. Hang tight with us, folks. We've got Miss Emma. I am not going to make you wait. I know you're busy, Emma. Come with us, and I'm going to make sure I get a call to the station. Hang tight, you two.
No worries.
Okay. You are emceeing this thing, right? Yes. Where can I put this will not affect the sash? On the sash? Can I put it on the sash? Okay. Okay. And this is good. It's the same room like you use. So that thing's good there. Is that going to be in the way or anything? Is that good right there? Okay. What time are you starting? Right at 6 or? Right at 6. Okay. Okay. So we'll be done here at 5:55. You've already got the setup ready to go. So whenever you're ready, you just do your thing. I'll plug you in. Okay. Just remember you're live on. Don't be throwing F-bombs out there.
Don't do it. Shouldn't look like an F-bomb drop.
She doesn't seem like one of those.
No.
You should.
No, it's on, but it's not plugged into anything. So you're good to go. You can just wear it around. When I plug you in is when I know you're ready to go. Thank you.
You're welcome.
What'd you eat today? Anything exciting?
Yeah, okay, I'll tell you about that. You ever had corn ribs?
Oh my gosh, we had that yesterday. So good.
Hayden Coon gave us
Yeah.
some, and
Know what to say about that.
they're very good.
Yeah.
We should
really
steal
good.
that idea. I feel like they just order
Yeah.
long way a cob of
Super
corn,
easy.
roast it,
Yeah.
grill it, whatever.
Phone system's not been good today, folks. Thumbs up from Semper Liberty, who enjoyed those two Italian lager inputs. Yeah. Gabagool. I am. Sirs, can you hear me, George? Oh, there is something wrong with my phone.
What service do you have? AT&T.
AT&T.
Hank was having issues with his earlier.
Was he?
He's got AT&T. Yeah.
Okay, it's ringing finally.
Might be the crowd. You ever been like in a stadium?
Having all
concert or
sorts of issues
something?
with my phone, George. We're ready to
Phones don't
go.
work because there's so many people. Football game or something.
Yeah, I've never had that happen.
3 minutes away? Okay, perfect. All right. So we got 3 minutes to kill before we go live on the radio. Yeah, so we were talking just a second ago about the festival itself. We'll talk continually about Carpenters here in a second, but you asked if I'd had some good food. And I always want to try new places, and I don't want to eat like crazy, obviously. But Off the Hook by Shuckers, this is a brick and mortar building in St. Albans. And they got so popular that they decided to expand, get a food truck. This is the first year they've been here. They specialize in seafood, but the thing that we all got is called corn ribs. No idea. Why would anybody combine corn ribs in that thought process? It is something amazing. It's deep fried corn.
I think it's roasted.
It's like
roasted corn.
It's so good.
It was offered up to me like twice yesterday. Somebody said, you got to try this. And I pretended like I hadn't tried it yet every time.
Yeah.
I was like, what's this?
What's this?
Give it to
oh,
me.
it's
What a treat.
fantastic.
Huh. Yeah.
It's got like a chipotle sauce
Yeah.
on it, and it's topped with Parmesan cheese.
Very good.
Somebody has earned a Nobel Peace Prize for that, because that, I'll tell you what, give that out to warring countries, and they'd probably make peace immediately in that situation. Yeah, so corn ribs, definitely get those, folks. And, of course, the staples. I got DeRusso sausage today. I'm waiting on the pumpkin ice cream for maybe tomorrow, maybe Saturday. Don't know.
Yeah. And Gills is Gills.
Gills is
Gills
Gills.
is still
I had it
Gills, baby.
earlier, that turkey
Amy was
sandwich,
saying
so
earlier that she
good.
has quite an affinity for Gills.
Yeah, me too. Me too. I'm waiting patiently.
So we go back to Carpenter's General Store, and again, the name will stay the same. The business looks the same. One thing that we haven't talked about yet is the FFL license that you have, Caleb, and what that does, that continues to allow you guys to sell firearms and ammo up at Carpenter's. That is a huge deal for a county like Roane, a county beside in Calhoun County. Lots of hunters, a lot of people looking for home protection, and that is what you guys can provide.
Yeah, and that falls under the Steve Carpenter mantra as well. I would dare to say we sell firearms and ammunition cheaper than anybody in the state. And we keep enough on hand just to remind folks, hey, listen, by the way, anything you want, so I would encourage folks, if you're looking for a specific thing, get a hold of me. I don't mind. Call me up, give me a text, call the store, ask what you want for. We'll get it for you. Absolutely.
That's the one thing is you just get a hold of you. And,
That's it.
and
Easy.
you can start searching for that stuff when you
100%.
have your free time available.
100%.
We're going to talk about that here in just a second as soon as we go live on the radio.
20 seconds, we're putting you down.
Sounds good, sir. 20 seconds.
It's like a NASA countdown now.
Oh, I'm telling you. Blast off. Here we go.
T-minus.
I do believe the sun has chased me out of the building here. I think I can actually move everything forward now, and it's actually shaded up front.
Yeah. I
Actually,
situated
the
myself.
sun, it's starting to cool down. It's getting a little chilly. The
All
sun
right.
actually feels nice, so.
Well, thank you very much, George. We are down here at the festival, day number 2. It's been a wonderful, long day talking with sponsors, talking with advertisers, talking just with the general public who tends to stop by and enjoy a conversation real quick with us here at WVRC. We've been trying our best to continue to get all the information out to people who need to know what, when, where, why, and how that's happening, and where it is happening is the big deal here. Right now, we're downtown. things happening at the Armory, things behind us at Heritage Park and the community building. And again, the Courthouse Square is the hub of activity this evening. We are moments away from the Queen's coronation. We are going to cover that live on our YouTube and Facebook channels. I want to thank our sponsors for this half hour of content, both on the radio and on Facebook and YouTube. And they are with me here, Caleb and Amy Nichols, who own Carpenter's General Store, a long-time tradition. In fact, for those of you who weren't listening in before, who are on the radio, you guys actually did some genealogy on the store and found that this store has been in operation in the family since 1968 up there on the hill.
Since 1968. Again, Jewel and Jetty Carpenter started in the late 60s. Stephanie, their daughter, Josh, they're my first cousins. Stephanie pulled out some documents for us at a family reunion recently and said 68's the date. I've been asking her for years. She was like, she had a ballpark, and I said I want a little better than a ballpark. So we want to again incorporate that into our logo. Established 1968, just sort of to kind of illustrate that this place isn't a pop-up. It's been around for a long time.
And as we said, Amy, not a lot of changes being made. There didn't need to be, because you said if it's not broke, don't fix it. One thing you did do is, again, you modeled the store with the paint scheme after a new logo that you guys created, and apparently you guys may be adding to that logo. So there's little things that you did to kind of spruce it up without making it look gaudy or a monstrosity. When it comes to your customers, you know your customers. And even before you knew them, you knew exactly what they wanted, and it has worked that way.
Yes, absolutely. We keep what's in stock and what everybody wants, as far as our selection goes. We know what our customers want and what they buy, but we are also not opposed to getting things anytime people request things. I look it up and see if we can get it and see if we can have it in stock for you as soon as possible.
So, Caleb, if you were to put into just a few sentences, what is Carpenter's General Store? What is offered at Carpenter's General Store? You are obviously a convenience store. What does that entail, though?
Yeah, Carpenter's is a brand. It truly is. It's a brand. It's not. I shy away from convenience store. I like general store. I mean, general store kind of gives you an idea of this is a country store. We know you. We know your fam. We know your kinfolk. And it's a little bit more personal than a convenience store. Convenience stores tend to stack up and they're flung all over the place. We're one of a kind. And it's kind of a one-stop shop. I think if you I might have said that in the ad, your radio ad. One-stop shop. You can get things at Carpenter's General Store that you're not going to be able to get at your standard, chain convenience store.
Absolutely. You think about a standard convenience store. You've got, and again, people have like tobacco products and beer products, but you guys do old-fashioned stuff with that too. I can't go crazy on that situation, but if you think of the old timers and roll your own, all that good stuff, I'll put that out there. But again, you guys also have a tremendous selection of beer because you guys are able to find those interesting types. You still have all the old favorites, but you guys are able to kind of stock up on some new stuff, kind of get people out of their comfort zone a little bit with which I really, really enjoy. You guys offering those things. And again, you don't go crazy with them. It's not you're purchasing kegs and kegs of that stuff, but you get enough on the shelves to where people might have an option to take advantage of it. And if Caleb's in the store for sure, people will ask him about that. And he's able, and you guys are able to give them that information with what you're able to give them new stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, variety. Again, if just enough variety, I think you'd have to drive to Charleston or Parkersburg if you want some of these items. And that's not a knock on any other store that sells those items here in Spencer at all. It's business. It's not personal. But we like to provide something that'll save you an hour drive, and you shouldn't have to make a day of going and pick up the thing that you had when you were stationed in Germany back in the 70s, that type of thing. We might have it. We very well may have it. And again, speaking of the other items there, it's that time of year. Hunting season's upon us. Those type of shooting supplies, we'll get them for you. And again, we check deer. We sell hunting license, fishing license, everything you need, all that type of stuff. We have a DNR computers set up independently right there. So all that type of stuff. Save yourself the longer lines, and it's a little less of a social situation when at Carpenter's than it might be somewhere else. In and out like a bank
Some
robber.
people like to be in and
There's
out.
nothing wrong with that. Yeah, nothing wrong
They got
with
a
that at all.
deer spoiling in the back of
I
the
have
truck
somewhere to
there.
be right now, sir. I got you.
And again, one thing that Caleb mentioned before we came on the radio side of things, again, we're talking with Caleb and Amy Nichols, owners of Carpenter's General Store, longtime tradition, a brand, a general store up on top of the hill on Arnoldsburg Road. You guys provide some of the best prices in town for all sorts of items, not just one thing, not just another. You guys keep those prices really, really low. Cutting your nose off to spite your face a little bit, but that's okay with you guys, right? You guys just seem to be like, we're making the bills, we're doing okay, and we're not gouging these customers.
Yeah, and volume, helps. If you've got the, cheaper prices on things, we draw a lot of business from Calhoun.
Yes.
Yeah.
And a lot of repeat customers. We see those
Yeah.
folks often.
Oh, and that is a hub location. People are coming from Glenville, from Calhoun. Some people come from Clay County and Wirt County
They do.
that way, and they come through, and, of course, they pass right by the top of the store. It's the first store you see when you get to Roane County. And, again, it is a brand, as Caleb mentioned. It's a brand up there, so people know it. People are used to it. And people love familiarity around here. That is for sure. So if you're looking for the best prices on and the great selection of beer, wines, of course, your daily stuff, they got snacks, all sorts of other drinks. We kind of get on beer and wine sometimes. Snacks, other drinks for you, waters, and all that mess. And, of course, you do sell firearms and ammo. You are FFL licensed. And the great thing about you with that is you are unconcerned with making a big buck on that stuff. So you also sell those guns at very, very cheap prices.
I'm concerned with the customer.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We're not going to retire early because of firearm sales, and so we keep that in the back of our mind. We sell them dirt cheap. We really do. And I just like to see those folks come in. They want to talk shop. They always want to corner me when they see me. And they want to talk shop, and I love it. I enjoy it. I like to pick the brains of what everybody needs and wants around here. Again, I was in the military. My weapon was issued to me. I was happy to give it back and sign it back in. So I've learned a lot, quite frankly, about what the preferred tools are around here for hunting, for game, that type of thing. So it's reciprocal. Everybody's winning.
Guys getting messages on line, of course. Patty Kyer says, really good people. Kenny Johnson, I'm in Carpenter's at least twice, if not 3 times a week. And Josh Craddock, good people right there.
Oh,
See you guys next month.
Oh, good. That's good news.
Fantastic.
That's a contract.
News. Well, folks, on the radio side of things, that's going to do it for us. I want to thank Caleb and Amy Nichols for being our sponsor for this half hour. Carpenter's General Store. Make the small trip up Arnoldsburg Road, up the hill there, and stop in and see what they have. You may become a repeat customer if you're not already, guys. Thank you all so much.
Thank you for having us. We appreciate it.
Back up to you, George. Don't forget, folks, here in just a few minutes, we are about to cover the Queen's Coronation Live. WVRC's own Emma Sloan is going to be the master of ceremony, so stick around with us. We'll be covering that in about 5 to 10 minutes.
Good evening and welcome to the 71st West Virginia Black Walnut Festival. Our festival story began with something small, the black walnut itself. In 1954, Rome County resident Henry Young sold more than 2 million pounds of black walnuts, inspiring local leaders to see how this nut could bring prosperity to our community. The following year, the West Virginia Black Walnut Festival was born, and it's been bringing people together ever since. What started as a way for farmers to celebrate their crops has grown into something much bigger, a celebration of who we are, our community, our creativity, and our shared traditions. Traditions are what makes fairs and festivals across our great state so special, and our West Virginia Black Walnut Festival is no different. Some traditions come and go, but one that has truly stood the test of time is the annual coronation of the West Virginia Black Walnut Festival Queen. The very first queen, Lois Conley, was crowned not far from here on what was then the Center High School football field. And here we are, 71 years later. Tonight, many of the young people who will step onto this stage, myself included, will help keep our traditions alive, carrying them forward for generations to come. Some of you have been coming to the festival for many years, and for others, this may be your very first time. Whether you're here for the parades, the craft show, the food, or the music, there's something for everyone this week. Before we begin tonight's coronation, I want to take a moment to recognize the people who make this festival possible year after year. To our incredible volunteers, the City of Spencer staff, our generous donors and sponsors, and our dedicated festival board. Thank you for the countless hours, hard work, and heart you pour into making this week a success. A special thank you as well to Mayor Williams for his continued support of this tradition, and to our festival president, Kate Gaynor. Let's give those individuals a big round of applause. We have a special guest assisting us on stage this evening. Please welcome former West Virginia Black Walnut Festival Team Queen, Natalie Mertz. Natalie is the current Clay County Golden Delicious Festival Queen. Thank you, Natalie. During our presentation this evening, you will be introduced to not only our festival queen, but her court and our junior royalty. We begin with our 2025 Baby Miss West Virginia Black Walnut Festival, Ava Williams. Ava is the one-year-old daughter of Gary and Caitlin Williams of Ripley. She is joined on stage this evening by Gary Williams. Her royal court includes first runner-up Bailey Neely, second runner-up Penelope Mullins, third runner-up Visenia Pate, fourth runner-up Allison Gandy. Thank you, Ava. Presenting Toddler Miss West Virginia Black Walnut Festival, Ella Ashley. Ella is the 4-year-old daughter of Travis and Casey Ashley of Elizabeth. Her royal court includes first runner-up Regina Randall, second runner-up Luna Trippett, third runner-up Malia Wilson, fourth runner-up Charlotte Moses, and thank you, Ella. Presenting Little Miss West Virginia Black Walnut Festival, Ainsley Davis. Ainsley is the 5-year-old daughter of Ray and Shayla Davis of Arnold'sburg. Ainsley attends Arnold'sburg Elementary School where she is in kindergarten. Members of her royal court include first runner-up Poppy Stark, second runner-up Reese Woods, third runner-up Hadley Shamp, and fourth runner-up Bailey Rogers. Thank you, Ainsley. Go that way. Presenting Junior Miss West Virginia Black Walnut Festival, Sienna Mae Arnold. Sienna Mae is the 9-year-old daughter of Caden and Brooklyn Arnold of Ripley. She attends Ripley Elementary School where she is in the 4th grade. Sienna Mae was also awarded Miss Photogenic. Her royal court includes first runner-up Adeline Brown, second runner-up Caitlin Price, third runner-up Peyton Smith, fourth runner-up Ava Grimes. Thank you, Sienna Mae. We continue with preteen Miss West Virginia Black Walnut Festival and her royal attendants. Presenting her royal attendants, Devlin Mack and Copper Step. 6-year-old daughter of Joshua and Shannon Mack. She attends Spencer Elementary School. Royal Attendant Devlin Mack. Copper, also of Spencer, is the 7-year-old son of Nathan and Rachel Stepp. He attends Spencer Elementary School. Royal Attendant Copper Stepp. Presenting Harper Hall, Preteen Miss West Virginia Black Walnut Festival. Harper is the 12-year-old daughter of M.T. and Erica Hall of Ellenboro. She attends Dodgers County Middle School, where she is in the 7th grade. During the 2025 West Virginia Black Walnut Festival pageant, Harper was also selected as Miss Photogenic and Miss Congeniality. She is escorted this evening by her father, M.T. Hall. Harper's Royal Court includes first runner-up, Bristol Schaefer, second runner-up, Rowan Ashley, third runner-up, Charlie Willem, and fourth runner-up, Adeline Heindel. Thank you, Harper and Royal Attendants. We will now introduce Teen Miss West Virginia Black Walnut Festival and her Royal Attendants. Presenting her Royal Attendants, Hallie Keene-Smith and Bowen Lawson. Hallie of Looneyville is the 6-year-old daughter of Adam Smith and Tara Keene-Smith. She attends Gary Elementary School. Royal Attendant Hallie Keene-Smith. Bowen of Looneyville is the 7-year-old son of Christian and Lauren Lawson. He attends Gary Elementary School. Royal Attendant Bowen Lawson. Presenting Royal Attendants Kimber Cox and Wesley Fluharty. Kimber of Spencer is the 6-year-old daughter of Clayton and Nikki Cox. She attends Spencer Elementary School. Royal Attendant Kimber Cox. Wesley of Spencer is the 6-year-old son of Sarah Fluharty. He attends Spencer Elementary School. Royal Attendant Wesley Fluharty. Presenting Miss Teen West Virginia Black Walnut Festival, Josie Bailey. Josie is the 14-year-old daughter of Joey and Megan Bailey of Hurricane. She is a freshman at Hurricane High School. During the West Virginia Black Walnut Festival pageant, she was also selected as Miss Photogenic. She is escorted this evening by her father, Joey Bailey. Josie's Royal Court includes first runner-up, Nola Parsons, second runner-up, London Justice. Miss Teen West Virginia Black Walnut Festival, Josie Bailey and her court. Thank you, Josie. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct honor to introduce the 71st Queen of the West Virginia Black Walnut Festival and her royal attendants. Presenting her royal attendants, Reese Gibson and Brantley Hall. Reese of Arnoldburg is the 6-year-old daughter of Scotty Gibson and Michaela and Andrew Persinger. Reese attends Spencer Elementary School. Royal Attendant Reese Gibson. Brantley of Reedy is the 6-year-old son of Ryan and Kelsey Hall. He attends Spencer Elementary School. Royal Attendant Brantley Hall. Presenting Royal Attendants Mackenzie Myers and Maverick Terrell. Mackenzie of Reedy is the 7-year-old daughter of Jessica Myers and CJ Myers. She attends Spencer Elementary School. Royal Attendant Mackenzie Myers. Maverick of Spencer is the 6-year-old son of Jason and Holly Terrell. He attends Walnut Elementary School. Royal Attendant Maverick Terrell. Presenting Royal Attendants Emerson Conley and Lanston Carey. Emerson of Spencer is the 6-year-old daughter of Urban and Kayla Conley. She attends Spencer Elementary School. Royal Attendant Emerson Conley. Lanston of Spencer is the 6-year-old son of Gabriel and Christina Carey. He attends Spencer Elementary School. Royal Attendant Lanston Carey. Presenting her royal attendants Oakley Ash and Barrett Marks. Oakley Spencer is the 6-year-old daughter of John and Faith Ash. She attends Walton Elementary Middle School. Royal Attendant Oakley Ash. Barrett of Walton is the 6-year-old son of Justin and Holly Marks. He attends Walton Elementary Middle School. Royal Attendant Barrett Marks. Please welcome the 71st West Virginia Black Walnut Festival Queen, Lakin Campbell. Lakin is the 21-year-old daughter of Chris and Rita Campbell of Parkersburg. She attends West Virginia University Honors College, where she majors in political science and journalism. During the 2025 West Virginia Black Walnut Festival pageant, Lakin was selected as Miss Congeniality and was awarded the Troy Atkinson Spirit Award. Lakin is escorted this evening by her father, Chris Campbell. Her royal court includes first runner-up, Riley Yeager, second runner-up, Kendall Tucker, third runner-up, Alyssa Carpenter, and fourth runner-up, Autumn Kraft. Let's give Queen Lakin, her royal court, a round of applause. We will be joined on stage by a few special women who will be assisting in the coronation of our 71st Queen. Please welcome 70th West Virginia Black Walnut Festival Queen and Miss West Virginia Association of Fairs and Festivals, Sophia Weigel. Sophia will present Queen Lakin with her sash. The Queen's sash was designed by Specialty Designs. Thank you, Sophia. Join me in welcoming President of the West Virginia Black Walnut Festival, Kate Williams Gaynor. Kate will be presenting Queen Sophia with her coronation robe. The Queen's coronation robe was designed, created, and sponsored by Shara Shamblin. Thank you, Kate. We are joined by Leslie White, Director of the West Virginia Black Walnut Festival pageant and former West Virginia Black Walnut Festival Queen. Leslie will present Queen Lakin with her coronation bouquet and scepter. All of the beautiful royalty and attendant florals were created and designed by Spencer Floral. The Queen scepter has been passed down from queen to queen for many years and was originally donated by former West Virginia Black Walnut Festival Queen Whitney Johnson. Thank you, Leslie. Joining us now is the First Lady of Spencer, Mrs. Carol Williams. Mrs. Williams will be officially crowning Queen Lakin. Lakin, it is our distinct honor to crown you Queen of the West Virginia Black Walnut Festival. There she is, ladies and gentlemen, 71st Queen of the West Virginia Black Walnut Festival, Queen Lakin and her royal court. On behalf of myself, Mayor and Mrs. Williams, Festival President Kate Gaynor, and Queen Lakin, we extend our gratitude to each of you for joining us this evening. We wish you a wonderful 71st West Virginia Black Walnut Festival. We invite you to enjoy dinner at one of our many food vendors or local restaurants and join us right back here at 7 p.m. for the Kentucky Headhunters.
Yeah,